right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Ah! Ah!
I'm having my Korean panic attack.
Hey everybody, how are we doing? It's me, Legal Vices, and I'm just having my little Korean panic attack here. Oh my gosh, what a day. How are we all doing? I just literally walked in the house from dinner moments ago. I came into my house and I witnessed the dog owner's worst nightmare while I'd been out today and a little home a little late in the evening. I guess the little doggos got hungry and they got into the food, and the gigantic bag of dog food was scattered to the four winds around the house. After collecting it all and putting it back in the bag, most of it anyway, I'm guessing they probably ate about 5 days worth of food while I was out. And that's going to be a nightmare for the next few days, keeping that clean. Oh God. Yes, exactly. And then I just randomly got here. Hi, Yoda. You should be sleepy and tired because you've had more than your doggy fill for the day. So here we are. And I'm literally doing all of this on the fly. I have nothing set up yet. So we're gonna have to kind of take it a little bit slow. But and I'm gonna be multitasking. So if I'm stumbling, stuttering, and pausing, it's because I'm literally loading everything, doing everything, sending out the proper invites and whatnot for today. Let's see. First of all, what we're doing here today, exactly, Kitty. That's the problem. Yeah. So what's going on today is we're trying something new. This is a pure test run. Geez, dogs. This is a pure test run to see if y'all like it, to see if this is something you want to stick with. If it's something you want to stick with, we'll do it. If not, we'll just abandon this and move on to something else in our lives. What we're doing is this trial is dragging on incessantly. This financial BS is just ruinous to everybody's psyche. It's insane. It's crazy. And I don't think it really has a lot to do with murder. We'll get into a little bit more in a bit, but the whole idea is the state's the state's theory behind all of this is he was so indebted financially and someone may have started to catch on to him. So therefore, in some way to gain sympathy for himself, he deleted half his family, well, 2/3 of his family, which is, I mean, it sounds ridiculous to me. And what we've been subjected to over the past at least week, as far as I can remember, everything is just a blur, is financial information that the state wants to introduce to show a motive for committing murder of his wife and favorite son. His financial problems. And to me, that just doesn't make any sense. But what we've been going through, and we'll talk a little bit about it more later, is all of this in camera, this outside the presence of the jury testimony, which is irrelevant. I mean, it's completely non-interesting and irrelevant for a couple of reasons. Basically, why they had all of these arguments outside the presence of the jury is to see whether this financial information would be allowed in as evidence of motive, not as evidence of his propensity to commit the crime or of evidence to his actual guilt, just to show that these financial problems would give rise to a motive for killing his wife and son. And why it's irrelevant is because of two reasons. One, I mean, either the judge will let it in or he won't. If he doesn't let it in, then all of this extra testimony about financial stuff was useless, pointless, irrelevant, and will never be heard from again. On the flip side, if the judge allows it in, then everything we listened to for the last week will be repeated. They'll repeat it again. It was just a test run for the judge. The judge lets it in, and that means the jury gets to hear it. And so then they'll do it again for the jury. And well, we'll get into that a little bit later again, but that's what happened. The judge has let it all in. So let me turn off the noisemaker on my phone. There we go. The judge let it all in. We'll listen to his ruling here. We'll listen to his ruling, but he let it all in, which means all of this stuff this financial stuff that doesn't prove he committed murder is going to be let in to somehow try to support a theory that he has motive for murder. And I think that's just ridiculous. It's nonsense. Oh no, it's in. All of it is in. It's cruel and unusual punishment to us, but they don't really care about us. Yeah, Jack Matt, we know. That's why we're here talking about it. The judge has already let it in, and as I was saying, we'll listen to the judge's ruling. We'll listen to his reasons for letting it in. And so everything we've heard over the last week, we'll get to hear plus a whole bunch of extraneous stuff in addition. So what did this ruling by the judge do? What the judge is essentially done is he's increased this trial by, I would guess, at least 3 weeks. I would guess mixed in with the relevant stuff, you're going to be hearing about 3 weeks worth of financial information. That's just my guess. Could be 2. I don't think it will be less than 2 weeks of this stuff. I think we're going to hear at least 2 weeks of financial testimony and maybe 3 weeks of financial testimony, only for the purpose of somehow trying to prove that financial problems motivated him to kill his family. And to help us do this, we're going to have at least one special guest here today. She should be stopping in at about 20 minutes from now. We will be having our super special guest, Chandler Remington, who is a paralegal out of LA. Great person. She's been on with Andrew the other day. Been on with Nick. She's been doing all this fun stuff. And also Good Logic Joe. I've sent him a link. He may be here, may not be here, but Joe from Good Logic may be here. And as I was saying, I'm sending out the other links here. Chandler Remington will be here in about 20 minutes. And we're going to watch this. How we're going to watch this is we are going to take away. This is our new thing. This is what we're test running. This is what we're trying. We are going to take out from this equation all of the financial stuff. Even if you let it in, I do not think this proves guilt. I don't think it is even a motivation for guilt. It makes no sense to me and is boring, dull, and irrelevant. Everybody was hating it during this last week when they were talking about the finance stuff. Well, now we get to hear it plus more. So the plan, and again, this is something that Andrew and I have talked about to see if it works for us, is to take out all of the financial stuff and then show the trial at least 1.25 speed, 1.5 speed if we can understand it at that speed. Because we know these people are talking so slowly because, hey, they're from South Carolina. So that's the deal. And essentially what that means is, like, today, we're going to condense 8 hours of trial into about 3 hours. And I think we think this may be a good way forward. In 3 hours, we can give you what it would take 8 hours to sit through. The breaks are cut out. The lunches are cut out. All of the fumbling around looking for the right piece of paper, all that's cut out. And plus we get them to talk a little bit faster. And I previewed this today, and even at 1.25 speed, they sounded pretty normal. One witness, I think we might even be able to get away with at a 1.5 speed. So we will be starting this very, very quickly. We'll be starting yesterday, and it's going to be the previous day. So we're going to be starting yesterday's testimony here in just a few minutes. But we have to do a few little background things here first. Marv White sent a $4 super sticker, which appears to be either, hopefully it's a large thing of coffee. It looks like a giant pitcher of blood. Flux has sent a Mocha Dick Poon. Where did we go with Mocha Dick Poon? There's Flux's Mocha Dick Poon. And Eva Torres Time for the Murder Dick Esquire trial, the only crime he didn't commit edition. But yeah, it kind of seems like that, doesn't it? Everything else has been essentially proven. And also, Eva Torres has been a member for 2 months of the Clean and Sober crew. Ripped for Jeff's floors. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit rough around here for the next few days while we find out exactly how much food the dogs ate. And so, like I said, I'm putting everything here as we talk together on the fly in the background, so we can start out with the judge's ruling on all of this. I didn't even have time to put up once we start the judge's just slog of a ruling. I'll put up today's poll so that we can all vote on that. And if this is something you like, if this is a format you like, where we shorten it, we cut out all of this useless stuff to show motive, and we just focus on the hardcore evidence, the relevant evidence, the direct evidence, and we do it at 1.25 speed, this might be something we'll continue. We'll just have to see how it goes. This is the plan that Andrew and I came up with for coping. And while he's off in Thailand enjoying his evening, I will be here doing this at 1.25 speed. Give me just one quick second here to bring up the law and crime feed from yesterday, and we should be good to go. We don't want to. Okay, we don't want to watch that. We want to watch yesterday's. And let me get to where the judge is giving his ruling on the motion to let in all of this financial stuff. It was rough. Where are we here? He gave him a good break. Said, come back in 5 minutes, and I'll tell you what I think. And he told us what he thought for quite some time. So, all right, here we are. Almost at the beginning. I'm playing skip around here where you can't see. And I think that should be just about do it. All right, let's bring this stream up. All righty, and as we go through this, when our guest Chandler Remington shows up, we'll do a quick little pause and introduce her. And if Good Logic shows up, then we'll do the same for him. So share our screen. We are sharing the Murdaugh family murders. And again, this is yesterday's stream that we're going to be streaming at extra speed because that's how we deal with it. And all right, so where we're starting is the judge's decision on whether or not to let all of this financial stuff in for motive. And he's going to tell us why. And let's see if you agree with his reasoning and his rationale for letting this in. Frankly, I don't, but he's the judge. I'm not. And let's make sure we are up at 1.2. And this judge, we can put him at 1.5 speed, I believe. We'll just have to see let's see if it works. All right, this is his ruling on whether or not to let the evidence in. Hey, get back here.
This issue is before me on the motion of the state to admit evidence pursuant to Rule 404B of the South Carolina Rules of
Okay,
Evidence.
let me know how the balance is between my
also
mic and the
under
court
the
right now while I'm
race
talking over him. How does it sound?
Of course, the defendant is on trial for murder of his wife and son. And over the course of the past several days, we have conducted an extensive in-camera hearing.
All right, good. So again, this is 1 point, and okay, in
Court
camera.
has-
In camera doesn't mean on camera in relation to the camera. In camera, it's from Latin, in meaning in, and camera meaning chamber. So it's essentially like in the judge's chambers or in private, outside the presence of the jury. That's all in camera means.
Has reviewed all of the exhibits submitted and I've considered the testimony of each and every witnesses, and I have concluded that the motion should be granted.
That's it. He's granting the motion.
Under the law of this state, evidence of other crimes is not admissible to prove the character of the person in order to show action in conformity therewith. An exception, however, exists when the evidence is offered to show motive, identity, the existence of a common scheme or plan, the absence of mistake or accident or intent. And before admitting this evidence, the court must first determine if it's relevant. Our rules define relevance as evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the case more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. After determining relevance, the court must determine if the evidence falls within an exception.
So is this testimony relevant is the first thing the judge has to decide. In determining
if an exception exists, the evidence must be logically relevant to the particular purpose or purposes for which it is sought to be introduced. And this requires the court to analyze whether a logical nexus exists.
Is it relevant?
Evidence
is it logically related to the crimes?
When it reasonably tends to prove a material fact and issue. And of course, the evidence of any other crime offered to be admitted into evidence or proven or testified to must be proven by clear and convincing evidence. And the court is to conduct and required to conduct an analysis under Rule 403, which weighs the probative value versus the prejudicial effect. According to the state, the nexus is supported by the unusual circumstances of the murders, in that the defendant was the last person to see his wife and son alive, and the one who discovered the bodies, all in a relatively short period of time. The state has presented evidence in this in-camera hearing, evidence of numerous financial crimes allegedly committed by Mr. Murdaugh. The state argues that the logical nexus
we'll take it back down to
between the murders and other crimes is that the looming exposure of financial crimes provided motive for the murders and
so
is evidence of
all of these financial things that are coming crashing down around his ears.
The crime of murder
shows a motive for murdering his wife and kids, and I don't see that.
The defendant was confronted about $792,000 missing from the law firm. Beyond that sum, the state contends that millions of dollars were misappropriated by the defendant, and this misappropriation would imminently be exposed. We've heard from the bookkeeper for the law firm, Gene Seckinger, who testified to confronting the defendant on the day of the murders about the missing $792,000 from a case that he worked on with attorney Chris Wilson. She had previously questioned Mr. Murdaugh concerning the improper disbursement of fees in the case of the state versus Hirschberger.
And mind you, this is sped up. This is sped up to 1.25 speed.
Murdaugh sought to put the fees in the name of his wife, Maggie, to hide them from discovery in the boat case. She testified that the firm conducted a forensic audit, which then documented millions of dollars of misappropriated funds by the defendant, funds that the law firm had to replace. The defendant and his son, Paul, have been sued following the fatal boat crash, and the defendant had been served a motion to compel production of his financial information. On the day of the murders, according to the testimony, the defendant was preparing for the motion to compel, which was set to convene in 3 days. We've heard testimony from Jan Milanowski, the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank, who provided testimony and documentation to millions of dollars owed by the defendant to Palmetto State Bank, all while the defendant was frequently carrying a substantial negative account balances. Michael Gunn, a consultant with Forge Consulting, testified that the defendant created a fake bank account using the firm name of Forge. And according to the testimony of the Seckinger, this fake account was used as a main depository for a substantial, if not most of the misappropriated funds. We heard testimony from Attorney Chris Wilson about confronting the defendant about the missing $792 and the personal sum to him owed of $192,000 was later discovered. That testimony or that confrontation took place on June 7th. Mr. Murdaugh later confessed to having stolen those funds along with committing a multitude of other crimes.
So he admitted to stealing funds from clients. He admitted to stealing funds from his firm.
Drug addiction.
What does this have to do with committing murder of his wife and his son?
Who Mr. Murdaugh, according to him, represented in a lawsuit against himself involving the death of lawyer Satterfield, Michael Satterfield's mother, who was the housekeeper of Mr. Murdaugh. He testified that he'd heard of through the reports that money had been recovered in the case. And when he discussed it with Mr. Murdaugh told him that no money had been recovered and would take a year or so. It was later revealed that money had been recovered and that a confession of judgment was later issued in the sum of $4,304,000. Also received testimony from Mr. Carson Burney from the State Attorney General's office, who traced funds in and out of the bank account. I find that the jury is entitled to consider whether the apparent desperation of Mr. Murdaugh, because of his dire financial situation, the threat of being exposed for committing the crimes which he was later charged with, resulted in the commission of the alleged crimes. While motive is not a necessary element, the state must prove malice.
Okay, everybody, the like and subscribe poll is up. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and then take our poll and tell us how you hit the like and subscribe button.
Element that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidence of motive may be used in an attempt to meet that burden. This evidence of other crimes is admissible and it's non-propensatory, as it does not suggest to the jury that the defendant has a tendency to commit murder. I specifically find that these other crimes will not lure the jury into declaring guilt on a different ground.
Okay, one very quick pause here. This is an important, weird distinction to make. They're saying it cannot come in to show he has the propensity to commit murder, but he's saying it should be allowed in to show that he had the motive to commit murder. You have to walk that very thin line between motive for doing it and the inclination or the propensity to commit murder. This doesn't mean he's a murderous person. It just means that he had a motivation for murder. That's what he's saying.
Or than the specific charge. Thus, it is non-propensatory evidence and supported by state law. Therefore, this non-propensatory evidence of other crimes is admissible under Rule 404B and Rule 403, and that the evidence, which may be prejudicial, but it's more probative than prejudicial.
All right, ladies and germs, it is time for our quick little break here while we introduce our special guest, one of perhaps two, but definitely the main super special guest of the day, Chandler Remington. Howdy, Chandler. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, everybody.
It is way early for you.
It's pretty early, yeah. But luckily, I'm usually up early, so I'm happy to be here.
Ugh. It's way too early for me because I know.
I mean, I'm not a morning person exactly, but I do it, and for a good reason. Like, this is awesome. I love being on this stream.
Well, and for those people that didn't see you on Andrew's stream the other day or on Nick's stream the other day over the weekend, give yourself a quick little introduction here. Who are you?
Sure. I'm Chandler Remington. I'm from Los Angeles. I'm a paralegal, and I have been working in entertainment and intellectual property law for the last 4 years or so.
Awesome. And we are working on becoming a lawyer, correct?
Yes,
you have aspirations to be a lawyer.
I do, and that is definitely in the cards. I'm also interested in mediation currently.
Cool. This could use some mediation. I mean, this is rough. I know you've been paying attention, and everybody, Do to grift your Twitter and everything else you got going on. Grift your links here.
I'm on Twitter. I'm Chandler Remington on Twitter. My handle is at RemmyCRH. I tweet about men's mental health and empowerment. I got kind of inspired during the Depp trial.
No, and we just suddenly lost her. Come back. Come back. Where did you go? Chandler, that was a quick exit. Come back, Chandler. Oh, there she is. Welcome back. That was weird.
It's funny, I couldn't see you before, and I still can't see you now. I don't really know exactly what's going on. I would love to be able to watch the stream, so I might have some tech difficulties, but if you hang in with me
let's see. Can you see the screen now? The court feed?
I cannot. I can see my face, and that's about it. I don't want to distract from the stream with my tech issues. So, oh, there you are. Okay, I can finally see you. Great hat. That's fabulous.
That was weird. We just suddenly popped up in your stream.
Yeah, and you're kind of frozen, making kind of a funny face right now. So I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm sure we'll get it worked out.
Well, everything is going perfectly fine with you. So, I'm just looking at the YouTube stream now. Everything is going perfectly on the YouTube stream.
That's fabulous. I'm happy to hear that. I'm just really happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Oh, no, it's so much fun on Andrew's stream the other day that they said, you've got to come on here and do your thing. And that's why you're here.
Well, I love this idea. I really love this idea that you had to speed everything up, because I'm pretty sure that everybody who has been watching has been kind of slogging through. And, my friend Legally Dirty Blonde, she's been kind of tweeting about, oh God, this is the most boring murder trial that I've ever seen in my entire life. And somebody commented back and they were like, it's a murder case. Like, you need to have some sensitivity for the victims. And while I get that, and I understand that, it is boring. You can't really ignore that fact, unfortunately. How are you feeling about prosecution and how they're setting up their witnesses?
I don't even understand why this is being prosecuted. This case.
Yeah.
Which is one thing. Yeah, which is one thing we're going to get into today. We've got a couple of comments already. So what is the importance of the financial stuff? I have no idea how any of this has anything to do with the with the murders. And now you have disappeared for me, but we'll see if we've actually really disappeared here. Weird. All right. Yeah. Okay. It seems that your internet has a buffering issue somewhere.
It apparently does. I think I have maybe an alternative that I might be able to work with. So, but I'm here and I can see you.
Okay. I have two of you on here and I'm kicking one, and we'll see if that kicks you both. I hope it doesn't. Yes, it worked. Good for me.
Okay.
All right. So we're perfectly good, and we're perfectly good right now. So we have these two questions. No, hey, no problem. We just play fast and loose with this thing. So what's the importance of the financial stuff? And I have no idea how any of this has anything to do with murders. I'm totally in your camp. That's why we're skipping this. As I've said repeatedly, this entire financial thing is completely irrelevant and useless for two reasons. One, if the judge doesn't allow it in, we didn't need to hear it. And if they do allow it in, we get to hear it again. And if you want to throw in a third, even if it does come in, this makes no sense to me. I have lots of debt and people are realizing I've been stealing money. So therefore I have to kill my wife and my favorite child.
It's a little far-fetched.
I mean,
I completely agree.
Well, that's the thing. And he's been doing this for 10 years. He's been caught several times over the past 10 years. And he's always explained his way out of it. The guy makes, they said, a base salary of $125,000 a year plus well into the 7-figure bonus at the end of every year. So we're figuring around 4 or 5 mil a year this guy's probably raking in. So him being $400,000 or even $1 million in debt is much different than a schlub like me being $1 million in debt. He's like, I'm going to get a bonus at the end of the year that's going to cover this.
I love that little bit about when they had Mark Tinsley on the stand, and I mean, you guys, I guess we're going to skip through this, but I loved how he was like, yeah, he could scrape together $1 million. You know, we were going to let him settle. And I'm just like, I'd love to live in a universe where scraping together $1 million is the reality that I'm living with.
Well, and that was the big thing we
really
were talking about. Well, go ahead, Terry.
I really wonder where all the money went. I'm curious. And I know that we're not here to talk about the money today, but you've got to be curious, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, damn it. We just lost her again. But exactly. Assuming she's listening. I mean, that's the thing. The guy's making huge jack. He's making huge bucks. And he's also, I mean, this is a guy that can pull in a loan, an off the books, no paper loan, no application, no paper loan, completely off the books of $700,000 just by walking into the bank and going, I need some cash. I can't do that. And I don't know anybody else that can do that, but that's kind of how much money the bank knew this guy had. And there you go. Your screen is blackened, but you are still here. You are here again. This is kind of odd.
It is. The follies of, being a beginner streamer. Yes. Yeah. I really appreciate your patience.
Oh. No problem.
I'm just here for the ride, so I'll do my best to make it easy for you.
No problem. I'm assuming everybody can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Just can't see you for some reason.
Well, I can finally see you. Before you were kind of just like a frozen screen, so I can see you talking and I can see, everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we continue with the conversation?
Yeah. Well, the big question is, are you on California Wi-Fi?
I am. Is there a problem with California Wi-Fi?
Well, A, it's California. B, it's really slow, and then Wi-Fi. Hard lines are better, but hey, we'll do what we can.
I wonder if there's something with the connection with like the fact that you're in Korea and I'm in the US. Is there anything? No, not really.
Nah.
I don't know anything about technology.
Yeah, it just seems to be like kind of a slow Wi-Fi issue, but whatever.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I'm working on getting faster Wi-Fi. I'm in the process, as you can tell, but I'm not quite there yet.
But that's where we're talking about this issue of the finances. And like I said, he's been doing this for 10 years. He can walk into a bank and get a $750,000 off the books, no application loan just by saying, "Hey, bank guy, I need $750K." And he's like, "All right, here it is."
Clearly. Well, he was in cahoots with Palmetto State Bank, with the family whose name starts with an F, who I can't recall, who have also been implicated in other financial crimes.
Legally Dirty. Do you want a link too? We can give you a link if you want one.
That would be awesome.
Come back, Chandler. Yeah, I'll shoot you a link, and if you can join, please do.
I think
you were saying, sorry to cut you off there. I just saw her show up here in chat.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think Legally Dirty Blonde is actually working this morning, but if she could join us, that would be fantastic. She's a lot of fun. She's one of my best friends on Twitter.
Well, I send her the link. If she can work it out, she can be here. If not, hey, whatevs. She's always, you guys have like standing invitations.
That's very cool. I love that.
I mean, on top of all this, like I said, he's been dealing with this for 10 years and he's been caught several times. That was brought up with the CFO of his law firm.
Yes.
It's been brought up several times that she noticed an irregularity, talked to him, and he explained his way out of it. And he's done that every time. So this one morning they show up and the guy asks, "Where's my $790,000 or whatever it was?"
Do you buy that? Because I kind of don't. I kind of feel like there had to have been people at the firm who were well aware of his financial crimes. Is it just me?
I mean, they're cutting him. If they didn't know he was doing something wrong, they knew he was doing something incredibly unethical, and they were willing to look the other way as long as he covered it.
Mm.
And the fact he was covering it seemed like even the bank guy said, yeah, everyone's like, "Ooh, he was $350,000 in debt." But then the defense is, well, was he in debt by the end of the month? Well, no. Okay, so we managed to cover it somehow, whether it's robbing Pete or literally to steal to pay Paul, or if I don't know what kind of shell game he was playing, or if he was just covering with his own money. We don't know. But the fact is, it still doesn't mean that, okay, just because he's been dealing with for 10 years, somebody from his firm suddenly shows up and says, hey, you owe me fees. Where's my fees? And he goes, oh my God, my whole world is collapsing down around me. The logical thing to do is kill my wife and child.
Right. It does sound incredibly far-fetched. I don't think the jury is going to buy it. I really think that that state kind of screwed the pooch on this one because their motive is not believable. I mean, I could come up with, and I have come up with like maybe 4 different, more plausible motives that you could put together. Like maybe Paul wanted to come clean about the Mallory Beach thing, and Alex was like, "No, I can't." I mean, it's a little absurd, but it's more believable.
I'll agree. That sounds pretty absurd to me. What's your most likely theory?
Well, I did think that I will say, so I was listening to the Mark Tinsley testimony, and I did find it compelling that he said that there was an upcoming hearing on June 10th. Essentially, the theory that I've been going with is that I feel like this is a family that has run from consequences for 85 years, for their entire, possession of the office of solicitor. I know that they didn't remain in the office, continuously, like it was, just an 85-year thing. But still, this family has never faced any consequences for any of their actions. And so my theory essentially is that if Alex did it, he did it because he wanted to, first of all, preserve his son's innocence before he went to trial. And maybe that's a bit far-fetched, but that's my theory. And that Maggie would not be able to live without her beloved son because Paul was her favorite. It's maybe not very believable, but I think the whole idea is, facing trial, going to jail. He wanted to avoid these things. And that's why he set up the phony murder-suicide situation, which was a total joke. And completely absurd. Who even knows what happened there? I'm very curious, like if we're going to hear from cousin Eddie. But I think that it's more plausible that it's just this is a man who refuses to face consequences. He refuses to have his family name, dragged through the mud. But unfortunately, he's being forced to do both right now and watch it all happen. And as I'm watching him, they have the camera on him the entire time, which is fascinating. His face has changed so much. He has gone from performing for the jury to scowling at whoever's in the jury box, or sorry, the witness on the witness stand during their testimony when the jury isn't there. I feel like he's many different men. Who knows who the real Alec Murdaugh really is? But anyway, that's my little rant about that. That's how I feel about possible motive.
And for me, I mean, dealing with the motive, to me, it just there's too big of a logical gap between, oh my gosh, people might find out about my financial stuff, so therefore I have to kill my loving wife and favorite son. If he had killed himself, that would make a lot of sense. He tried to
be a coward to kill himself. He probably wanted to. He probably tried. That would have been the most logical conclusion.
I mean, he later, they just said, paid cousin Eddie to try to shoot him from the roadside and missed.
Yeah, what was up with that? Did he just like swerve his head at the last second? Like, I'm really curious.
I don't know.
But the way that he called 911, I feel like I was actually talking to LDB and I was asking her, what piece of evidence, that can't come in, would you like to come in? And we were discussing that. Like, we were discussing, I think the 911 call from that incident, from the roadside robbery, whatever incident, I think that's very interesting because he comes up with it like he's like, oh yes, I was trying to change my tire and this man said that he was going to help me out and I turned my head and then he shot me. So it shows that he can come up with a lie. First of all, after he's been, grazed by a bullet, injured, whatever, it also shows that, he's pretty great at lying to, 911 operators. I don't know. I thought that was interesting to listen to alongside the other 911 call.
I think it was just funny that he just had to explain. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna commit. You have to have my friend delete me, and then my son is gonna get $10 million, and it's a great plan." And then suddenly he's like, "Oh crap! Now I got to make a 911 call. Oh dear God, how do I explain this to 911?" I thought that was just kind of funny.
It was incredibly stupid because in both he comes up with like a whole story. He's like, "Oh, it's about the boat incident." He makes it, and it's just like, wouldn't you just be like, "I need help. I've been shot." I mean, that would suffice.
Yeah, and my favorite part of this whole thing is reportedly his insurance had a standard 2-year self-deletion clause that had well since elapsed, which means he could have offed himself and he wouldn't have had to pay someone to do it, which I just think is funny.
He was actually mistaken. That was also I thought that was very funny. I mean,
Yeah,
I have a morbid sense of humor, so
I do too.
I'm sorry if that's offensive to some people, but you kind of have to when you're looking at a trial like this.
But as far as motivation, if he had offed the CFO who discovered these crimes, that would make sense.
Yes.
If he offed the partner asking him, "Where's my money?" that would make sense.
Yes, it would.
If he would have offed one of the senior partners that was on him, that would make sense. But
he looked like he wanted to off the nurse's aide who testified. I thought that was she looked terrified.
So I mean, none of this makes sense to me, which is why we're skipping over all the financial stuff. My ultimate theory, which makes a lot more sense to me anyway, is that he was either through gambling, drugs, a combination of both, or bad financial deals, involved with some sort of organization, whether it be a drug cartel, the mafia, some just low rank crime backed bookie guy.
I buy that.
And he got so far into this because I've mentioned it before. Michael Francis, who was a captain of one of the New York crime families before he went straight, he does a lot of these lectures talking to college athletes and whatnot about the hazards of gambling and getting involved with organized crime. You get the money from them and you're indebted to them. Then when it comes time to pay with their exorbitant, usurious interest rates, and you can't pay, he said, they're not going to kill you. He said, yeah, we're not going to break your legs. We need you on the field. We need you on the court. We need you whatever to be making them. We're going to make you shave points. And if you don't do it, then there's going to be problems. But we're not going to break your legs. They're not going to kill him. He owes them money. If they kill him, they don't get the millions he owes them. They're going to kill his wife and his favorite son and go, okay, pal, you got one son left. Are you going to pay us the money or not?
So you really don't think he did it?
I mean, okay. Bottom line, I think there's a possibility he did there's a possibility he did.
Okay.
But they're going to have to show that he didn't have a great relationship with his wife. They're going to have to somehow find motive somewhere other than the financial place for me. But the fact is that your explanation makes sense. People are saying Mom and Paul murder-suicide thing gone wrong. Explanation, my explanation, they are all reasonable explanations, and the prosecution has to get us beyond these reasonable explanations.
I agree.
Or he has to be found not
guilty. The gun in his hand. We haven't gotten there yet. There's the suspicious stuff about him lying about being at the kennels and his voice being there, 2 witnesses identifying his voice. There's the stuff about, he said he was at his mom's house for 30 to 40 minutes. It was really 15 to 20 minutes. There are problems with the timeline, but I agree with you. I don't think that state has put the gun in his hand yet. We need that.
Yeah. And as I said, I called it from a legal perspective. I think his case was over when the prosecution's key witness, the criminologist, stood there and literally said it is a reasonable explanation there was two shooters.
Yes, that created a really big problem because I think that state needs a solid theory when they're going in. They need to, to eliminate that second shooter somehow. And if they can't, then the problem is...
She used the magic words.
He could be
reasonable
guilty
explanation
of killing Maggie, or he could be guilty of killing Paul. But if he was one of the shooters and we don't know who he killed, then we can't prosecute him without forensic evidence to prove that. And that would be probably impossible unless there was some kind of video footage. So it's a problem.
And she used the magical words. She literally said the word reasonable explanation.
Yeah.
That's all the jury needs to go, oh, even they're one of their main witnesses, the criminologist investigating this, said it's a reasonable explanation. Done. End of story. But however the jury looks at it is completely different than how lawyers and other people look at it. People in the legal industry look at it.
I was just going to say that. I feel like as a paralegal, I'm closer to a lay person than an attorney, even though I'm obsessed with law and I love learning about it. I'm not a lawyer yet. So when I was watching the testimony, I found sticking points that just for me, if I were a juror, would be really difficult to overcome. The problem is that you don't meet the standard. I mean, reasonable doubt. It's just not there. Like that, he probably did it. He very well could have done it. He probably had a lot of enemies and a lot of secrets that we don't know about. But it's difficult. I really wonder what the jury is thinking. It's kind of hard to know.
Yep. And now that they've let all of this financial stuff in, which I think the jury, I mean, the prosecution tried so hard to get this financial information in by asking all the shady questions earlier on, that to me, that signals they know their case is in serious jeopardy. And now they just have to pile on so much crap. They're going, oh yeah, he's a horrible guy. He stole this settlement money, that settlement money, the other settlement money. He stole from his firm. He did all of this stuff. So yeah, we may as well just assume he murdered people too.
It's really, it's too far of a leap, and it's very convoluted. That's my problem.
Yeah.
They haven't structured their witness testimonies well enough. And I'm not an expert in criminal law. I haven't watched very many criminal trials.
Yeah.
But I feel like they keep, interviewing all the SLED officers, and they're like, well, I just took this, the swabs. I don't know anything else. And then, we have to get the expert. It's very long. It's very boring. It's got to be a lot for the jurors to sit through. And I wish that we could have one expert who could testify to say, yes, we had this person do this and that person do that, and these were the total results. It needed to be more efficient. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's against protocol. But I would have, if I were a juror, I would have liked to have seen more compacted and condensed testimony that could have told me more with less witnesses to sit through.
Yeah, and that's why we're going that's why we're going through this at a 1.25, or with this judge, when he talks, we can go at 1.5 speed and it sounds normal.
He's very slow.
Yeah, so we've got to cram 8 hours of trial into 3 hours, and we're going to do that on this little stream here.
I love it. Well, before we get there, I'm going to get my camera fixed, but I'm really happy to be here.
Okay.
And I love your ideas. I really appreciate talking about this, because I've been thinking about this trial, I've been watching it, I've been engaged in it, and I love talking to people about it, and especially somebody who's an attorney who knows what they're talking about.
I pretend.
You pretend.
I pretend. I do my best to pretend. I'm just a maritime law guy in Korea. What do I know?
Well, isn't that the best that we can do? Pretending, fake it till you make it. Like that's the standard. Now
we're right in the middle of the judge allowing all of this financial stuff in, and essentially what he's saying in his 1.5 speed mode is it's relevant. It falls into the exception if it shows motive, or it can be used to show motive, and the probative value, the information, the evidentiary value is greater than the prejudice that it's going to cause to the jury, which I think is incorrect. I think the jury's going to be way more prejudiced. It's not, is it shedding more prejudice, or is it shedding more light? And I think this is shedding way more prejudice than light on this case.
I think you're correct.
Well, let's let the judge go here.
All right.
And feel free to pop in and out and screw with your camera, whatever it is you need to do. As we've do what your heart is telling you to do, because we're here and we're not going anywhere. I almost started this without bringing up the court. So
let's watch.
All right. Well, there we go. I hope you can see it.
Yes, I can.
All right. We wish we could see you, though.
As to race geste, the state alleges
and
that
feel free to comment as he
Murdaugh was under
just talk over him
after being confronted about the.
Oh, now we're buffering. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be?
It happens.
Maybe it's me.
Maybe it's me.
Missing fees. The upcoming hearing on the motion to compel his financial information, his dire financial straits, and looming exposure of this criminal activity. And the state contends that that situation led to the murder of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. Our courts have held that where evidence of other crimes is an integral part of the crime for which a defendant is charged, or it is needed to aid the jury in understanding the context with which the crime occurred, then that evidence is admissible under the theory of race geste or race gesti, as some might pronounce it. I find that the activities and conduct of the defendant on June 7th, 2021, as testified to, is admissible under race geste, and that this evidence furnishes a part of the context.
So he's saying that the evidence of all these financial crimes could help better explain how the crime was committed.
Which the state is entitled,
buy it.
Particularly since the
very
state
lenient
is
judge.
relying heavily on circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
I find that it is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged under the theory that the state is seeking to prove, that proof of it is essential to complete the story. Our courts have further declared that where the full presentation of the evidence is admissible, that there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae.
So again, he's saying they're not going to limit it. They're not going to block
Court
part of it and
held
allow
that
somebody.
where
He's allowing the whole thing in.
Res gestae,
All of this that we've heard for the last week, plus a lot more.
Then no 404B or Lyle analysis is reached. However,
all of those witnesses essentially
Yep.
are going to have to testify again.
as to the finding of admissibility of evidence, which I have done,
We get to hear it
and finding
all
of it
over
in the
again.
res gestae, I've nevertheless conducted a Rule 404B analysis or Lyle analysis, though not needed. In conclusion, the state's motion to admit the other evidence or evidence of other
He
crimes,
had this decision
is
prepared a long
admitted.
time before he read it.
I will file a more formal order granting the state's motion later today.
They have clerks and things to just hammer these things out.
Are we ready for the jury?
Your Honor, one point on Your Honor's ruling. I don't know that they're getting into the financial stuff immediately, but we do have a proposed limiting instruction that we would request the court to give at the time they offer the evidence. So,
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going to bump back down to 1.25.
Defense, the court is required to give a limiting instruction.
it.
So the court, this is a deal where the court is going to explain to the jury that this information they're hearing is not evidence of guilt. It is just evidence to show motive. So they're not to take anything that the prosecution says as evidence of guilt. That's all he said. And now we've got, this is the house, this is Alex's mother's caretaker. So when Alex went to visit his mother on the night of the murder, this is the other woman he talked to.
You take a deep breath.
Yes,
What is your first name?
Michelle,
Spell that, please.
Mushatell.
Where'd you get that name from?
My aunt's name.
And where did she get that name from?
Those are the stupidest questions.
Objection.
How do you
relevant?
spell your name?
Michelle with the-
Where did you get it?
Yes,
Where did your
right.
mama get it or whatever? Oh my God.
During the course of this, if you don't mind, is it okay if I call you Miss Smith or Miss Shelly or Shelly? I really don't know what's going to come out of my mouth sometimes. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
that's okay.
But do you go by Shelly?
Yes,
Please tell these folks, Miss Smith, about Michelle Smith, where you were born, where you were raised, please.
Hampton, South Carolina.
And ma'am, if you don't mind, just.
Her name is Michelle.
Okay.
Michelle.
Michelle. Michelle.
Go ahead.
Unique
I was born in
name.
Hampton County. Have 4 grown kids. I was born in Hampton County, 4 grown kids, 8 grands, and I work for the Hampton County District for the last 28 years. Food service is my professional.
Hold that chair up. I just want you to be comfortable.
Yeah, she has trouble speaking into the microphone throughout her
Yes.
testimony.
6 to 8 grand.
It's 8 grands.
8 grands.
She's a little
And,
soft spoken.
Yeah.
Raised where?
Hampton, South
Where'd-
Carolina.
Where'd you go to high school?
Wake Hampton High School.
And what did you do after high school, Smith?
Got married, raised my kids, and that's it. My profession. That's it. Mhm.
And that is the hardest profession, raising children.
Yes,
You had 4 kids.
4 kids.
And when you were raising them, taking care
Yes,
of them.
mhm.
And are any of your family here today?
Yes, my brother and my daughter.
What's your brother's name?
Michael Smith.
Michael Smith, will you stand up? That's your brother.
See, this
Yes,
is
that's my
so
brother.
weird
Yeah,
having
that's
the
my daughter,
witness's
Rochelle.
Rochelle,
child
you stand
stand
up.
up in court.
Thank you. They here supporting you today?
Yes,
I can see you. Can you see us?
No. Unfortunately, I
Raising
can't.
family, which is the hardest job. Will you do anything?
Can you see the
anything
court?
else during that time period?
no, till 1995. I started working in the school
Weird.
district.
You get one or the other, huh?
Did you work in your church while you were raising your family?
Yes, I worked at church.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking. What did you do with your church while you were raising your family?
Usher, kitchen ministry.
Kitchen ministry?
Mhm. Yes,
And how long did you do that?
all my life, church.
Are you still doing that?
Yes,
And you don't have to name your church, but where's your church located?
Fairfax, South Carolina.
So at some point after your children moved up in years or got older, did you start another profession?
Yes,
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen what that was, please, ma'am.
private home care.
I'm sorry?
Private home care, caregiver.
How did you get into that?
My aunt.
And was she in that business?
Yes, she's an LPN. Yes,
An LPN?
Yes.
Licensed practical nurse?
yes.
And when did you get into the home care business?
About 10 or 12 years ago.
Now, prior to that, had you already started with the school?
Yes, I'm still at the school also.
Now, I want you to watch something. She seems to be more sympathetic to the defense prosecution than the prosecutor.
Middle School, Warrenville, South Carolina.
North Central
She's
Middle,
very
Warrenville.
cold and
Middle School.
short with the
Yes.
What did
prosecutor.
you do for them?
Food service.
And how long did you do that at that school?
I've been there for 19 years at North Central Middle School.
After that, did you change
Yes.
locations?
6 years later, I went to Wade-Hampton High School,
And for those of us that don't know, where is that?
Warrenville, South Carolina.
And you've been there 6 years?
Oh, no, 6 years at Wade-Hampton High School,
So total years in the school system is what?
28 years,
And you're still there?
still there.
So you started home health care while you were still teaching school,
No,
still going to school?
Going to school, food service.
And will you please tell them, you said your aunt got into business. Were you working with one family at a time, or did you have,
Different families at a time, different families.
and how long would you stay with the family once you became their caregiver?
It all depends on how long if they're deceased, I will move on to someone else in the family.
So is it fair to say you stayed with the family until the person passed on?
Passed on, yes, correct.
And then how did you get other jobs as far in that caregiving profession?
My aunt always called me, say there's a job, and she let me put me on that job.
So to give the jury an idea before we get to this case, your schedule would be what when you were still working at school?
Yes,
and
at school.
caregiving?
Yes.
Okay, so what was your typical day like?
My typical day, I leave home at 7:20, have to be to school at 8 o'clock that morning. And I will stay there until.
The prosecution always has this weird way of introducing things that are irrelevant. Tell us about your job when you worked at the school. What was your schedule when you were working at the school before you were working for his family? Why?
Can you tell this jury, Ms. Smith, how it came about that you started working for the Murdaugh?
It was a job opening. I think one of the caregivers mentioned it to me, and I said, yes, I'd be interested in going. And now that's how it started.
And one of the caregivers mentioned your name. Do you know who that was?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's Barbara Mixon.
It's Barbara Mixon?
Yes, sir.
So there's an opening and your name got brought up?
Yes.
And can you tell these folks when that was? When did you start working for the Murdaugh family?
It was October of 2019.
And what was your role?
You can see
as a
us?
caregiver
I can see
specifically
you.
for the Murdaugh?
We're all fixed. Awesome.
I can hear you and stream. Awesome.
Was Mr.
We are in
Randolph, I know
business.
Mr. Lister Randolph, Murdaugh, but was Mr. Randolph, was he there living when you started there?
Yes, yes, yes.
And then that's what we refer to as Almeida?
Yes, Almeida, yes.
What was your primary job as a caregiver? Were you there to take care of solicitor, Mr. Randolph, or was your primary job for Miss Libby?
Miss Libby.
Did you also ever tend to Mr. Randolph's?
Yeah, every now and then. Mhm.
But your main focus was Miss
Miss
Libby?
Libby, yes.
From October 19th up to June 21st, Ms. Smith, and I want to be very delicate in this question. I think something this affects everybody in the world, this jury there, but did Miss Libby's condition get worse?
Yes.
And she's suffering from something that affects all our families, Alzheimer's?
Yes.
And that got worse from the time you started until June?
Yes. Mhm.
Well, in June of 2021,
All right. The night.
how would you describe Miss Libby's condition?
Alzheimer's, couldn't remember anything at times.
In your opinion, as a caregiver, was she aware of what was going on around her?
No, no.
All right, specifically, in June of 2021, Ms. Smith, May, June of 21, tell these folks what your school schedule was and then your work schedule with the Murdaughs.
Okay. My school schedule was 7:20, I will leave home, be to school at 8 o'clock, and I leave there at 1:45. Go home, make my deposit at the bank, go home, rest, come back to work at 7:45. Had to be there at 8 p.m. that night. I would stay all night and leave 7:45 the next morning, leave there and go back to the school.
So was that the shift you were working for the Murdaughs
Yes,
primarily?
yes,
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.?
yes. Mhm.
Okay, so she's overnight. She's there during the time that he showed up.
Look at naps every now and then.
But would you go home after you made your deposit?
Yes.
You would rest?
Yeah, that's what I was. Mhm.
And then did you have a change of clothes at the Murdaughs for when you went straight to school the next morning?
Yes. Mhm.
Well, ma'am, I'd like to take you to June 7th of 2021. If you'll go back there, if we can take them back in your mind and take this jury back there right now, please, ma'am. Were you working as a caregiver for Miss Libby Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Yes.
Now, had Mr. Randolph, again, I know Mr. Solicitor, but had Mr. Randolph's condition worsened? Had he gotten, was he in the hospital? Was he there when you got there on June 7th?
No, he was not.
Do you know where he was?
He was in the hospital.
What time did you get to the Murdaugh, Miss Libby's residence and Mr. Randolph's residence on June 7th of 2021?
7:45.
Okay. And that's the time you were there?
Yes.
You're never late, are you?
No.
And is somebody waiting to leave for you to get there?
Yes.
Okay. And this night, who was there?
It was Papa Mixon, I'm thinking. I remember. It was Papa.
Okay, so she's there allegedly like an hour before these murders were supposed to have occurred.
Can you speak maybe louder?
Okay.
I know you can't change your voice, but
Yes, sir.
a little louder, please. Or closer to the mic.
Can you tell us what Miss Libby, when you got there on June 7th of 2021, shortly before 8, where was Miss Libby?
In the bed.
And as a professional caregiver, and this was what time of night?
8 o'clock at night.
If one of your patients that you're taking care of is in the bed resting, do you like to disturb them?
No.
If they're sleeping, do you want to wake them up?
No.
So when you got there, was Miss Libby in bed?
She was in bed, yes.
And do you get briefed by Miss Mixon on what happened during the day, or y'all exchange, say,
You know, just come in, you know, change her, she didn't change or whatever like that.
make sure that
She's
dry?
She's dry. It's okay, yes.
And then
She was very
where's
consistent.
your desk? What's your position when you're there, when you're in her room, Miss Libby's room?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you sit when you're in the room? I mean, what do you do to take care of her?
In the recliner. Have a recliner. Sit there.
And is there a TV in the room?
Yes.
And is the TV usually on when you're there with Miss Libby in the evening, or does it,
Yes.
was it on this night?
It was on, yes.
And do you remember what y'all were watching? What was on TV?
American Saves, a game show.
Say it again.
American Saves, the game show.
Okay. How long has that been on?
It's stays on. It repeats. It's afterwards repeats itself.
What channel is that on?
The Game Network show. Channel, excuse me.
At some point on the evening of June 7th of 2021, did you see Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was? Approximately.
The game show was on, so it had been 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9:30, somewhere up in there.
8:39, 9:30?
There's something in there.
Is it fair to say it was later in the evening?
It was late in the evening, yes.
Yeah, now the
You had
timeline
worked
becomes
that schedule
important.
for that 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift for how long?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Was it unusual to see Alex Murdaugh at that residence that time of night?
Yes, on my shift, yes.
And that's the only shift you'd work.
Yes.
So the 8 p.m. to the 8 a.m. shift, it was unusual to see Alex Murdaugh there visiting, correct?
Correct, yes.
Had you ever been over there before that time of night?
I think different off and on. It all depends.
So you've been
When
there
he got
off and
there,
on
can
at
you
that
tell the
time, but
jury,
it wasn't
what
usual.
happened?
He called the house and told me he was
It
outside.
wasn't typical.
He called the house.
Yes.
What phone did he call? It's a terrible question. I mean, was it your phone, the house phone?
The
I'm
house
not-
phone. The house phone.
There will be a
And
record
when
of
you
that.
answered the house phone, what did he say?
He was outside. He let him in.
He was at the house,
Yes.
right outside the house,
Yes.
and he called you,
Yes.
and he said, "Let me in."
Yes.
And after he called you, how long did it take you to go open the door to let him in?
About 5 minutes.
So he was right there
Mhm.
at the house.
Yes.
You let him in?
Of course, yes.
Do you remember what he?
Okay, and real quickly, one of the reasons that he seems to be harping on this is because he said that was one of the things he called her while he was going there. And what the prosecution is saying, he called her after he was already there. That's why they're
I
kind of seem
see.
to be making a big deal of this. At least that's the vibe I'm getting. Because he didn't call you from the road and saying he was coming. He called you when he was outside.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, I think what's most important is that whenever he did call her, it will establish a clear timeline of
when
the
he
start
got
point
there.
of how long he was there for.
Yeah.
He was wearing.
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Do you remember what kind of shoes he had on?
Those cloth shoes, like Sperry's, that type of material.
What are these
Like Sperry's, that type of material?
She keeps saying
cloth shoes.
Sperry
Cloth
shoes.
shoes,
I've
yeah,
never
like
heard of
cloth.
Sperry shoes.
And you said
They're
something called
boating
Spears?
shoes.
Something like Sperry,
Like
that,
Okay.
you know, that kind of,
Okay.
but it was cloth. That kind, yeah.
Cloth, you wear them without
Wasn't
socks.
boots?
No, it wasn't boots, no.
Not New
Maybe
Balance.
with tennis shoes?
Yes.
Was it tennis shoes?
No, it wasn't tennis shoes.
Cloth, Sperry type shoes?
Yes.
Did he have any socks on?
No.
But that's
I've
not
just
Tell the
never
ladies
heard
and gentlemen of
of
the jury,
those weren't the shoes the forensic team
could
got.
you describe
The
Alex
forensic
Murdaugh's
got New
demeanor
Balances.
on June 7th when you were there with him and his mother Libby?
He just
How was
came
he acting?
like fidgety. This can mean, you know,
Speak up, please.
fidgety, like fidgety. I'm thinking it's normal. Like he was fidgety, like, yes.
Sperry.
Yes.
Douchey boat shoes. Okay.
And,
Douche boat shoes. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
did he tell you why he was there?
No, he just came to see his mother.
Did he talk to his mother?
She was asleep, yes.
She was asleep. Okay. And what did he do? What did Alex Murdaugh do when his mother was asleep?
He came and sat on the bed, because we was actually well watching, I said American Says, I said a game show.
Did he say anything to his mom?
We said, hey, Mom, how you doing? You know, just came to check up on you, yeah.
Did he say why he come to check up on her?
Because Dad was in the hospital, you know, called him Hansel, was in the hospital.
And in your opinion, as being there, her caregiver, did she even know that he was there?
No,
The objection's overruled.
You said no?
no, mother, no.
How long did he stay in the room with y'all? I say y'all, for the record, you and Miss Libby, I apologize.
About 15 to 20 minutes.
15
That's
to
the most
20
southern
minutes.
thing. Yeah. We'll go back here. And I didn't want to talk over that. I just want to say that was like the most southern thing ever when he says he was in the room there with y'all and he had to stop and clarify that y'all meant her alone. That's
For
like the most southern
non-South
thing
Carolina
ever.
Audience
Yeah.
who don't know that y'all can mean one person.
Yeah. He was like, in Utah, I'm from Utah. We say y'all, but we always mean it in a plural sense. But it's I always love because like one of my friends from Virginia, she would always say like, is it y'all or y'all gonna do this? Like, I just love that he had to clarify that y'all just meant her.
It's different in different places. I have a friend from Memphis who she uses it for y'all as in you, like who I'm talking to, or a group, but then it can be different. I mean, I'm from California. I didn't hear or use y'all until I was like in my 20s. So
yeah.
But I appreciate the clarification from the attorney.
But now listen to the timeline. This is where there's a problem. But as I've been saying, she seems to be much more friendly to the defense than she does to the prosecution in her questioning. Compare and contrast how she answers questions to the prosecution as compared to how she answers questions to the defense. And the timeline is problematic a bit here.
It is.
I say y'all, for the record, you and Miss Libby, I apologize.
About 15 to 20 minutes, 20 minutes.
Was he moving around the room?
He was laying on the bed.
He was there for 20
He had
minutes.
his phone with him.
Yes,
Was he looking at his phone?
yes, he was on his phone, yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What?
Yes. Mhm.
After that initial conversation, you said he said, I'm here.
Mhm.
Did he have any other attempt to have any other conversation with Miss Libby?
No.
Did he hold your hand up? Did he ever hold her hand?
Yes, he did hold her.
You hold her? Did you talk to her?
Yeah, she was in the bed, yeah. Yes.
And her condition then was what?
She was, sleep off and on, sleep.
How long did he stay there? I forgot.
20 minutes, about 20 minutes.
She was there. That's
20 minutes.
the second time she says 20 minutes. Third
What
time.
happened after that?
He left.
Your shift ended when?
8 o'clock the next morning.
At some point after that, did you get a call from Miss Nixon?
Yes,
Did you learn what had happened at Moselle?
yes.
At some point after that, did you get a call from a family member? I really don't know who it was, but
Yes, yes,
do you remember who it was?
yes.
Okay, who was it?
It was Randy.
Randy Murdaugh,
Randy went up, yes,
Alex Murdaugh's brother.
yes.
And as a result of that, were you expecting people to come over after that?
No,
After that phone call, were you expecting people to come spend the night that
Yes.
night? Okay. Who was gonna come up?
Randy told me, John Marvin, Buster and his girlfriend, and Alex.
John Marvin, Buster and his girlfriend, and Alex.
Yes.
And did you, in fact, see them later on that night? Or that morning, the next morning, I'm sorry. Did they come to Alameda after you got the call from Mr. Randy saying they were coming? Did they come?
Yes, they came, yes.
And at some point later on that morning, did you see Alex MURDAUGH again? Did you see him again that morning?
No,
Did he ever come looking for glasses?
that morning, that night, he was in there. He came with glasses.
So he came back the next morning to look for his glasses.
Significant or no?
Strange.
Mr. Randolph or Solicitor Randolph died.
I think.
Shortly, a couple days after that.
Yes.
Now, you were working the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift.
Maybe.
Were you asked to work more after this to get the family through this? Were you
Yes.
asked to help more?
I mean, how do you look?
And were you happy to do that?
Of course.
I want to hear your
Do
thoughts.
you remember the day of Mr. Solicitor, I don't call him Solicitor, this way I know him, Solicitor Randolph's funeral?
Yes.
And I've been reading through all this stuff. It was a repast.
Repasses, but everybody come back after the funeral and eat.
So they're going back to the funeral reception.
After the funeral, did people come to Alameda, so like a visitation after a funeral?
Yes.
Did folks come over there then?
Yes.
Yeah.
And was the family there then?
So the
Yes.
father died 3 days after
During this
the murder, and this is his funeral.
repast,
The
visitation?
funeral's over there. I'll go and
Where
have
were
him.
you? And I said, what was your job during that, or what were you doing during the
Post-funeral
visitation?
food.
I was in the room with Miss Libby, just back and forth.
And sometime that afternoon, did you see Alex MURDAUGH?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that, please.
He came in the room,
Can you speak up, please, ma'am?
he came in the room and speak that, spoke like he always do.
And what did he tell you?
That he was sitting at the house. He was at the house.
Say it again.
He was at the house.
And I'm not 100% following you. He was telling you or saying to you that he was at the house? When?
The night of the murder.
The night of the murder?
Yes.
What was he telling you about that he was at the house the night of the murder?
That he'd been there 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay, that's the problematic part of the timeline.
Yeah.
Did he ask you anything about that when he was talking to you?
She looks nervous.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did he indicate to you what he wanted you to do with that information?
No, no.
What did he say?
He just said that he was at the house for 30 to 40 minutes. I said,
You said what? Was he there 30, 40 minutes that night?
She doesn't want to say this.
No.
not to my at all.
Why are you crying, Mr. Smith?
Because it's a good family, and I love working together. And I'm sorry all this happened. They're good people.
But he wasn't there no 30 or 40 minutes, was he?
No.
Can't leave the witness.
That's all we've been
Did
doing.
that conversation upset you?
Somewhat.
You upset right now?
Yes,
Did you call anybody about it?
my brother.
You called your brother after that conversation with Alex
Yes,
to tell him about that conversation?
yes.
So he was there for 20 minutes, and he basically said, if anybody asks, I was here 30 or 40 minutes. And now she's uncomfortable saying that because she loves working for the family. She doesn't want to get canned, so she has to go along with it.
I think the mother died.
What was the statement he said about how long he was here?
30 to 40 minutes.
But his phrase was, I was here, or you know
I was here 30 to 40 minutes.
I think it's more than that. She looks
Yeah.
terrified.
I can't help it sometimes. What else is going on in your life right there?
Just working. Hours and hours.
I understand what you're saying.
Yes, he's saying, what was going on in your life? He said, just working. I don't
planning
know.
on
There's
getting
something
married.
there.
I was planning on to.
Had
I
Alex
agree with
Murdaugh
you.
mentioned anything to you about your upcoming nuptials?
Yes.
And when was that?
Day afterwards, I'm thinking.
The day after this?
I think it was,
After the
yes.
conversation you
Yes.
said?
Oh,
Where were
Jesus,
you?
yeah, she's getting
At the
married
city-
the
at the
day
house.
after the funeral.
And what did he say about your marriage or upcoming potential marriage?
Talking to Alex the day after.
I heard you was
the
getting
funeral.
married. I said, yes. He said, if I could, he was let me know because the wedding's gonna be expensive. I said, well, thank you.
The wedding's gonna be
He
expensive?
said, wedding's gonna be expensive. I said, well, thank you.
Did he offer to help?
Yes, he offered. That's the type of person, a good person.
And did he ever mention the wedding to you before?
No,
Did you mention that to him before?
no,
Did he have a conversation, anything else about your job? Were you working at the school?
yes, at the school, yes,
Did Mr. Murdaugh mention to you about your school and your position there?
yes.
Tell him what he said, please.
He said that, if you need a position at school, my good friend is there. I said, yeah, I know, work at the school, the principal.
So there we go. That's the picture they're trying to paint. He was there for 20 minutes. He said, you tell them I'm here for 30 or 40 minutes. I'll pay for your wedding and I'll get you a better job
You
at the
testified
school.
Did you help out more than just your regular shift the rest of this week?
Yes.
That week after
Yes,
the murders and Solicitor Murdaugh's death? Were you working full-time then, trying to help?
yes,
Was school out then?
no,
So you still going to school and helping?
yes.
And after
Very
Mr.
devoted.
Randolph's funeral, did you have an occasion to see Alex Murdaugh early one morning?
Yes,
You know how long it was, how many days after the funeral, Mr. Murdaugh?
3 days, I think, 3 days.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what time it was in the morning that you saw Alex Murdaugh?
6:30 that morning,
Say that again.
6:30 that morning,
And that had been a part of your regular 8 to 8 a.m.
yes,
And did he call you and tell you he was coming?
no,
He didn't? Had he called you on June 7th and told you he was coming?
yes,
And he was right outside the house?
yes,
And this morning at 6:30, he did not call you?
no.
How did you know he was on the premises?
He knocked by the bedroom, by the window,
Not.
yes, on the wall.
Well, did you hear him say anything after that?
He's on my side,
Say it again?
on my side.
Had he ever been there at 6:30 in the morning before that, while you were working there?
No, sir,
Never.
no.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed that morning when you saw Alex Murdaugh.
He came in the white, left in the white truck, came in the white truck.
Which
Was it
white
still-
truck?
Mhm.
There were two.
Funeral stuff's not the world road. There's still funeral equipment in the yard.
Yes,
Like what?
the tent is still there in the big old building, they put the food in, had out there.
Like a food truck?
Yeah, food truck, yes, yeah.
And was that blocking your view some?
Yes, well, I mean, yes.
So when you saw Alex Murdaugh this morning at 6:30, what did he do after he knocked on the door? Did you let him in?
Yes,
Then what did he do?
came inside.
And was
Okay.
Miss Libby sleeping?
Yes, she was still asleep.
Did he go check on Miss Libby?
No, he didn't came in.
He didn't go check on her?
I can't remember.
Well, what did he do then?
He came inside.
And did he have anything or was he holding anything?
He had blue something in his hand,
Say that one more
a
time.
blue something in his hand.
This
Something
is
blue.
important. The blue tarp.
You know, did you
Or
show me
raincoat?
how he was holding it?
She says tarp. She never says raincoat.
How was he doing?
I know.
Holding something like this?
Yes,
And what did it look like?
like a blue tart, like a tart,
Blue?
blue.
Okay. Was it vinyl?
It's like a tart that you put on a car, you keep your car covered up.
Big thing.
Yeah, blue.
And was he holding it like this?
It's so like this.
Could you tell if there was anything in it or do you know?
No, I couldn't tell.
But not holding like this.
Mhm.
Did he say anything when he walked in?
No,
What did he do when he walked in?
went upstairs.
Of course, no.
Did they enter a tarp into evidence? I wonder.
Yes.
They did?
It's in a box. Yeah. No, or
I know they have the raincoat.
they have the fake. They have the. They're going to introduce a tarp, but not the tarp, and the raincoat. Yeah, I don't think they actually have the tarp.
Well, that's kind of different.
Yeah.
Like they have the guns that resemble the murder weapon, but not the murder weapon. It's a little challenging.
2:30.
Defense is kind of struggling.
223, 222, 413, 412, At this time, without objection, I'll save the other two.
What is supposed to be important about this blue whatever?
They're admitted without objection.
Well, the blue tarp, they're trying to figure out whether they have a tarp or a raincoat.
You testified Mr. Murdaugh came in your
Hang on. The office is calling at 12:30 a.m. This can't
Do
be
you
good.
recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
upstairs, going upstairs.
And is that where he went, Alex Murdaugh, that morning,
Yes.
carrying some blue thing?
Mhm.
And this may be duplicate. If it is, I'm sorry. That's 222. Same stairs, same house.
Yes.
States 413. What is this?
That's the bedroom,
Where in Alameda is this bedroom? First floor, second floor?
first floor.
Is this where Miss Libby stayed?
No. Mm-mm.
And 412? Is that the same?
Yes, same bedroom, yes.
I'll show you what's marked 411. Don't call out the answer. This states 411 for identification at this point. Do you see the blue object in the center?
Yes,
Does that appear to look like the object you've described?
yes,
You saying yes?
yes,
Is it blue?
it's blue,
Is it vinyl?
yes,
That appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding this early morning hours when he came in the house. Is that correct?
it looks so, yes.
This is states 411 we'd offer at this point.
So the blue tarp bears a strong resemblance to the blue raincoat. The raincoat was designed for kayaking.
Did you ever see that blue thing unfolded when you were that morning, or you saw him carrying it?
It was unfolded
Okay, where did you see it?
in the bedroom,
And where in the bedroom?
on the chair.
And again, I'm not clear. Was that in one of these pictures we showed you? What chair? Did they disappear? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Was that on one of these chairs in this?
Yes,
Okay, and I'm referring again to 412. You saw it on the chair?
yes,
Did you, you ended up leaving at some point that day, right?
yes.
When you came back the next day, was that there?
No, it
It
wasn't.
was gone.
Yes, it's on.
And did you see Alex Murdaugh leave after he went upstairs? Do you know what he did upstairs?
No, no,
Did you actually see him leave the house after he went upstairs?
yes.
And where did he go?
Oh, I don't know. He slept outside and left.
Okay. Did he say, hey, I'm leaving?
Yes, I'm going, yes.
And at that point, what did you think? Did you think he'd gone?
I thought he left, yes,
Okay. Did you see him after that?
yes.
Tell them where, please.
He
That
came back,
morning.
he came back to the house.
And how do you know that?
Because like the blind was open, I seen him came through the driveway.
And what did you see him? Was he walking? Was he driving when you saw him in the driveway?
He was driving the truck,
And I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, found out, what truck was he driving?
the white truck.
Whose white truck was that?
I'm thinking it was Mr. Randall. I thought it was his truck. He had the white truck also.
He had a white truck also.
Mhm.
So when you testified Mr. Murdaugh coming back in a white truck, that was Mr. Randolph's truck?
Mhm.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Whose truck was it?
I don't know.
And you must use words as opposed to, or because we need
Paul
to
also
know
had a white
exactly
truck.
what you're saying. Say yes or no if you can.
Whose truck did you think it was?
I thought it was Mr. Randolph's truck.
And were there four-wheelers or ATVs out on that property?
Yes,
What, if anything, had you observed about a four-wheeler that morning?
it was at the house,
Where had it been previously?
at the smokehouse,
When did it get moved?
the same day of that, the same morning.
Same morning when Mr. Murdaugh was there.
Yes,
And in what direction did you see Mr. Murdaugh leave? When you saw him leave the house and you thought he was gone?
Mhm.
Do you know where he went?
no.
And when he came back in this white truck, what did he do?
He got another truck
How long was he gone?
for about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, thinking.
And then you say this other truck. What truck are you talking about?
It was a black truck.
Had you not seen that before?
No,
Why not?
because the food truck, the catering thing was still out there anyway, so I couldn't see.
So that blocked your view.
It's blocked my view, yes.
So what vehicle did Mr. Murdaugh leave after he came back in the white truck? What color truck?
It was a black truck. Black,
You know whose that was?
no,
Oh, I love it when other people do my work for me.
That morning, this morning when you first saw him at 6:30, did you observe anything about his face?
A lot
The
of fun.
first draft of 20 reports I have to
Space.
write tomorrow are
I think I got a
is
little
done.
cut, a little cut or something,
And
That's a lot of
I
reports.
apologize. A little what?
Yeah.
like a little bruise or something.
Where was it?
Yeah.
Because I could rub his forehead.
But I'm happy
Now
someone
she
else did
touched
the
me.
first
You touched
draft.
yourself to show it?
Right. Something like that.
Did it look
Collaboration
fresh?
is important.
This looked like a cut. No. I would say
It's
fresh,
probably
but
going
it
to
looked-
suck, and it'll take me 2 days to change them all. But hey, I don't have to do the first draft.
I'm so looking forward to the day when I get to complain about all of the drafts that I have to draft.
In the House for either Solicitor Murdaugh or Miss Libby Murdaugh.
Yes.
Can you tell them about that? Where was that?
Okay, has she repeated the fact that it's been a tarp 4 or 5 times yet?
And how was that
We've
activated?
been talking about the
Or
truck
operated, it's better. Do you
and
know?
how he left
Okay.
and how he entered. Whose truck
And he
was
came
that?
back and he changed the truck
Yes.
from the white truck to the black truck.
And what color would it be if it was on? Was there a marker that, or red and black, or red and green?
No circles, yes.
I don't know why this is important. Can
And would
somebody
there be
tell
times
me?
when
Is
that
there
wasn't on?
something I'm missing?
Yes.
No.
Do you know who controlled it?
No.
The prosecution has this amazing ability to introduce stuff that has no relevance at all. Here's
They
all the
love
guns
doing
that had, yeah, here's all the guns that had nothing to do with it. Here's all of the fingerprints of nothing.
They really
Here's
need
all
to,
the finance, yeah.
they need to consolidate all of this stuff. It's just confusing the jury.
I
and
can show you what's marked 410.
It's
Do you
problematic.
recognize this?
Here's all of his clothes that don't have blood stains on them. Here's
And
all
does it
the weapons,
relate
that,
to
all the
what we're talking
magazines,
about
all of
this
the
morning as
bullets
far as
that
your
don't
location?
have fingerprints on them.
All the
Yes.
clothes that we ripped up and
Your Honor,
destroyed
410,
might have
I
bleeds or
believe without
rust on
objection.
them.
Yeah.
Does it relate?
Where she was at.
I do think it's interesting that he was wearing different shoes.
Submitted.
though.
Without objection, it's submitted.
But yeah, the tarp raincoat debacle, I don't know how to feel about that.
Did you see this on your, you got a little thing up there?
There's no blood on it.
I think it's very damaging for the prosecution, this whole tarp and raincoat thing. Because she said it was a
mind
tarp. She
coming
said
down
he
here?
spread it out on a
Can you come down
chair,
there?
and she
Very
saw it
briefly, what
clearly. And she maintains to her dying breath that it is a tarp, and that plays really, really deeply into these arguments.
Block the jurors, please. So Mr. Griffin can see.
They're
Is this a
trying
picture
to
of what referred to as Alameda?
paint him as a truck
And can you
supremacist.
show where the, I guess I call the main house?
Well, now,
Paul
come
did
on.
have a truck called White
And I'm
Boy.
sorry, we don't have a pointer.
Yeah, they had a
That.
truck called Dolly, a truck
main
called
house.
the White Boy,
And you have to say
and a
yes to
black
the-
truck called the
Yes.
Black Truck.
And-
Do you think it was really
Down here on
called
the
the
other side
Black
of the seat, can
Truck,
you
or
tell
did
what
they
that
have a
is?
name for it?
I'm not
Here's
gonna say
Dolly.
it. I'm not
Here's
gonna
the
get
white
canceled. This
truck.
is only my second appearance
Nope.
on YouTube. I'm not going
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Here's Dolly. Here's the White Boy, and here's
Is that
Paul's
where you
Black
took your
Truck.
Libby?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know.
Now down here,
We
zoom a
can-
little
we can
lower.
put
You know
it
what this is
together.
down here?
Yeah.
This family.
Let me ask you this, what other buildings on the property?
Maggie's
smokehouse
last text. I
and,
can trust the
come on,
Mexicans
in
to
the
lock
little
up.
shed
And where were the ATVs you live?
At the smokehouse.
Where's the smokehouse?
That's it.
Okay, so he took the tarp
That's
with
where
a
the ATV
bundle. He
was.
took a bundle of stuff into the smokehouse.
Where did the
apparently.
ATV end up when you
The
saw
ATV.
it after you thought Mr. Murdaugh left? And it moved?
At the main house.
Say that again,
At the
please.
main house.
I'm not southern enough.
And
Probably it's like literally like a
when you
smokehouse
saw
where they
him
smoke
coming
meat.
back, you thought he
Probably,
left. Where'd you see him in the white truck?
Oh.
Do you remember?
I've seen one of
I
those.
would guess. Flux says if the white truck was White Boy, then the black truck is Tyrone. We can hope it was Tyrone.
Tyrone.
You know, he left him across the railroad track.
Baba
When I-
Tunde.
Which way to railroad tracks?
This way, I mean, that's the house. So had to been around, because I had to drive through.
You're not understanding anything, but speaking up.
I'm trying to-
That's good. Go back and sit down. That's fine. Thank you.
So you're not super impressed by this witness, it seems.
I like her.
You do?
I think she's a great witness for the defense.
Yeah, they seem to be doing that. I mean, who knows? Maybe, yesterday when I was watching her, I thought the jury would find her very credible. There are some holes in the story. It's just not enough to put the gun in his hand.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Even if he did say, "Hey, if anybody asks, I was here for for 30 or 40 minutes," and even if I'm willing to give you a better job for saying this, that does not mean he did it.
I'm just going to say that this trial is a waste of time. They have him on 102 other charges. Go, try those cases. Seriously, like this is not going to resolve the way that prosecution wants it to.
And even at 1.25 speed, they're still they're fumbling around for documents and things is still
Oh my God,
insufferable.
it's like they're moving through molasses. I don't know what's going on.
Talk with either Mr. Griffin or Mr. Harper, one of their investigators.
Yes.
Where was that?
I do like this though. This is a pretty good format.
Best you remember, I'm not looking for a date. Down.
Nobody else does.
Other
Last
streamers
year.
would be wise to follow
And
your
I met with you a couple of weeks ago,
Yes,
and just a little while ago this morning.
yes.
or everybody could just come here and enjoy the
Yeah.
cutting through the bullshit.
And I have to ask you for the record, this Alex MURDAUGH who came and saw you the night of the murders with the shorts and the shirt and the stereotype loafers on, was that him over there?
Yes, sir.
And is he also
So he
the person
changed clothes before he got there.
Yes, he changed
said-
clothes. Yeah.
told you he'd been there 30 to 40 minutes?
Yes,
And is he also the person you saw in the house that night with some kind of blue vinyl that you say consistent with this picture we put in? Is that him?
yes.
I think that's.
All right, here we go. Now listen to how differently she answers his questions, more engaged, more, this is my perception, more engaged, more
Good
relaxed,
afternoon, Ms. Smith.
more friendly.
We have
She's even
met once or
smiling.
twice. Did anyone ever show you a blue rain jacket?
No, no, sir.
Nope.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Now, some of our investigators showed you a picture of a blue rain jacket.
Yeah,
correct?
picture of it, yes.
But has anyone at SLED or the Attorney General's office ever shown you a blue rain jacket?
No,
Dude, they said he was wearing
Now,
a blue
you saw
raincoat.
Mr.
She
Alec
keeps saying it's a tarp.
up.
He brought
Bring
a
a tarp
tarp.
in, you said, right?
yes.
And I'm going to show you a tarp.
This is not the tarp. This
which
is
we
a
marked for
tarp.
identification
A
purposes.
tarp.
This is, Your Honor, Exhibit 86.
You have to use
Is
your
this the type of tarp that Mr. MURDAUGH came in to the Alameda house on the day that we're talking about?
Yes,
Tarp like this that would maybe cover up a car, is that right?
yes.
Any way to confuse this with a rain jacket?
No,
He was not carrying a rain jacket, was he?
no, it's balled up. I don't know it.
Oh,
And you
one
said it was
second, I'll
balled
get
up, and it was balled in such a manner it did not look like there was a shovel handle, a gun, or anything. It's just balled up, is that right?
Correct.
Have I balled it up sort of correctly?
Yes,
All right.
No, we have no objection. Go ahead.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 86, I think, and evidence.
No, this is useful
No.
stuff because the prosecution
No.
saying he brought in a blue
That
raincoat,
day, this was
and
laid out
she
on
said it
Ms.
was a
Libby's
tarp. They
retired
said this
rocking
is a
chair,
tarp,
yes,
and this is it.
And you had, and when you left for end of your shift that day, that's where it was, right?
yes,
And you've never seen it since, correct?
correct.
Now, they showed you a picture, which is in evidence. Do you even know where that picture was taken in the house?
No. In the
Do
closet.
do we have that picture?
This is the defense. They're supposed to be showing us non-evidence. So the prosecution does a bang up, a crappy job, and the defense does a bang up job saying, okay, did you see a raincoat or
Did
did
you
you
see
see a
that,
tarp? Is
Yes.
the tarp, is this
You know
what the
where
tarp
that
looked
is
like?
in-
Could you ever
or even
confuse
if
it with
it
a
is in-
raincoat? No.
Ms. Libby's house.
I can say because I don't be in the closets. I don't know.
So you don't even recognize the closet, is that right?
Correct.
And have you ever even been upstairs in Ms. Libby's house?
Twice,
2 times over how many years?
3 years.
2 times in 3 years. And do you know where Alec MURDAUGH went when he went upstairs on the day that he brought a blue tarp in the house?
No,
Yes, this is yesterday's.
Now, you mentioned that this day that he
Read
came
the
over was
scrolling. This is
about
yesterday's hearing.
3 days
sped up
after
and useless
Mr.
stuff deleted.
Randolph Murdaugh's funeral, is that right?
yes,
And it was early in the morning?
yes,
So, and do you remember that Mr. Randolph's funeral being on a Sunday?
yes,
So then it would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that week, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And is that the morning that you said that you thought you saw a bruise on his forehead?
Yes,
So it was Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral?
I'm thinking I can't remember. It's so long, I can't remember.
Yes, ma'am. And and you mentioned that that he came in a truck. I think you said he drove up in a white truck.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And he does have a white truck, as
Yes.
far as you know, right?
Yes, yes.
And then you said he left in a white truck. And are you sure that it was Mr. Randolph's truck or Mr. Alex's truck that he left in?
Because it was moved. Mr. Randolph had always keep his truck in a certain position, certain part.
So you think he left in Mr. Randolph's truck and moved?
Yes.
Okay. And when you came back, when you left that morning, I guess Wednesday we're talking about, was Mr. Randolph's truck back in the driveway?
Yes.
Parked in its normal place?
Yes.
Anything out of sort?
No.
Was it all covered up with mud, like someone's been mudding in it?
No.
Anything unusual about the truck?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a four-wheeler that had been moved at some point in time. That four-wheeler had a flat tire, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
And was it a front tire, back tire?
I think it was a back tire.
And it was moved up close to the house?
Yes.
As far as you know, so the tire could be repaired?
Yes, it was moved from the smokehouse to the rec house. Yes.
With a flat tire?
Yes, with a flat tire.
Do you know why they're talking about this?
I think to explain
Now, you
why
asked
he
questions,
changed cars. One of them had a flat tire.
About the day of Mr. Randolph's funeral. And you had a conversation with Alec, and he's talking to you about how long he was over at the house on the night of June the 7th, right?
Yes.
And he said he was there 30 to 40 minutes.
Yes.
And you said, no, I don't think it was that long.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, I think you said, or day after, well, the following day, or I guess that was a Monday, you had another conversation with him where you just brought up back that you were going to get married. I think you said that was a different day, right?
Yes.
And he was just being nice, wasn't he?
Yes.
I think you used the word good person.
Good person, yes.
Who were you referring to when you testified in response to the question by Mr. Meadows that someone's a good person?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
See, she's way more positive to the defense than she is the prosecution. They were the prosecution says, he was offering you this as a sort of, if you tell them I was here 30, 40 minutes, I'll pay you for your wedding and give you this. She's saying he just did it because he's a nice person.
Came over on the night of June the 7th.
Much more sympathetic to the defense.
Yes, I agree.
And you said
that
it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30 in the evening?
Yes.
And that's
said 8,
just your best
8:30,
estimate of
9:30.
when he got there, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that he was there, in your estimation, 15 to 20 minutes?
Yes.
And when you said 15 to 20 minutes, are you talking about 15 to 20 minutes in the room with Ms. Libby or on the property the whole time?
On the property the whole time. Thank you.
Okay, well, now you said it took you about 5 minutes to let him in, is that right?
Yes.
So are you
Fair.
including the 5 minutes it took him to let him in your 15 to 20, or could he have been on the property 25 minutes?
20 minutes, only minutes.
No.
The whole time. So.
And you would agree that Alec Murdaugh would visit his parents frequently, right?
Yes.
And he would always come over more so than any other sibling. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was not out of the ordinary for Alec to come at night, correct?
Yes.
You agree with that, right?
No.
So you don't agree that is, so was it out of the ordinary for him to come at night?
Yes, on my shift. Yes.
Well, do you recall being interviewed, a telephone interview on June 17th, 2021 with Agent Joe Albiado? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that it was not out of the ordinary for Alec to come at night?
Yes, it's been a long time. I couldn't remember. So it's been a year now, so I can't really remember.
I mean, is it possible that you told him that?
Yes.
And here today, you said, as I have in my notes, that when he came over that he was acting kind of fidgety, yet normal. I believe that's what you said. Is his normal behavior kind of fidgety?
Yes.
He's just kind of a fidgety person, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first time you'd seen him being kind of fidgety, right?
Well, he always come different times, so I can't,
But his demeanor was normal for Alec the night that he came over on June the 7th, wasn't it?
I'll say yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the clothes that he was wearing. And he came in and he sat on his mom's bed,
Yes.
lay down next to her,
Mhm.
and held her hand. Is
He
that
walked
right?
in and hold her hand and spoke to her, then went on the bed and lay down.
And lay down.
Not lay down, but sit up.
And when he got up off the bed, was the bed soiled in any way? Was it wet?
I can't recall, but I didn't touch it.
No. What did Alec Murdaugh have blood on his clothes?
No,
He had blood on his shoes.
no,
He had blood on his hair.
no,
Did he leave blood in his mom's bedroom?
no.
Mm-hmm.
Solid questions.
Yep. And she's adamant about it. No.
According to the records that we've been providing in this case, you were interviewed by SLED on June 16th. You remember that interview?
Yes,
And I think in that interview, you told SLED that he had been there 30 to 35 minutes. You remember telling him that?
I think it's, yes.
And then you were interviewed again by telephone on June 17th. You remember that follow-up call? You remember having a short phone call on the 17th? Okay.
These are all prosecution witnesses. The defense's witnesses are miles down the
Two
road.
interviews. You never told anybody at SLED
Maybe someday we'll see them.
in June in these interviews, one or two, anything about Alec coming in with a blue tarp. Is that right?
Right.
Blue tarp.
You didn't say anything about a blue tarp until sometime in September. Is that right?
Yes.
I wonder why.
And you initially
Doesn't seem that damning.
Mm-hmm.
mentioned something about Alec coming over with a tarp. The first time you mentioned it was to Officer Joseph Dingle of the Allendale Police Department when he was working a wreck. Do you remember that?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And you had been in the automobile accident, and Officer Dingle was working the wreck and
Ouch, are we
I guess
okay?
filling out an incident report, and you were having a conversation with him.
yes.
And in that conversation with Officer Dingle, didn't you tell him didn't you tell Officer Dingle that on the night of the murders that Alec came over with a blue tarp that looked like it had a gun in it?
No, I sounded like he was holding something.
So you didn't say,
I didn't say it was a gun. I said he was holding something.
so you didn't tell Officer Dingle that he came over and you couldn't tell, but stated it looked like a rifle.
No, I said it was like he was holding something. I did not say it was a rifle.
And if
These
Officer
statements
Dingle
are
wrote a report
inconsistent.
up saying that, he was just incorrect.
Yes.
So Dingle dinged it up, basically.
And then after you had this conversation with Officer
Officer
Dingle, then you were contacted by SLED agents, right?
Great name.
And they asked you to go down to their offices, and that's where you were interviewed in September, right?
Yes.
And in that interview, you told them about a blue tarp. And you put up your car just like this, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't tell them because it's not true that there was anything wrapped up in here to look like a rifle.
Right.
And since that day of the interview at the Low Country SLED office, have you had any additional interviews with SLED agents other than getting ready for trial last week?
Yes.
How many additional interviews?
Two or three.
And in each of those interviews, did you reiterate to SLED that it was a blue tarp and not a rain jacket that you saw Alec Murdaugh walking into the house with?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind it was a blue tarp like this and not a rain jacket?
And it was balled up into a blue chart.
So you saw it laying on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, right?
Yes. Yes.
One second, Your Honor.
I mean, can somebody ask, did you go over to the tarp when it was on the rocking chair? Did you examine it? Did you see, look, were you curious about it? Anything to substantiate whether it was just that she thought it was a blue tarp? Maybe it was a raincoat. I mean, does nobody want to know?
Well, it just seems like Lady Autumn Skyer was saying a long time ago, yeah, useful info, but useless pulling that blue, loud, scratchy thing out. I think it was very, very necessary to have
One
that
more point.
demonstrative evidence to say,
when
look at
Alec
this big
Murdaugh came
giant
over
blue
on that
thing. There's
early
no
morning,
way you
I guess
could
it was
mistake
Wednesday,
this for a small raincoat.
You testified.
There's a big difference
in
between those
Ms.
two
Libby's room?
objects.
Yes.
And you can't see the comings and goings out of the driveway from Ms. Libby's bedroom, can you?
Mhm.
You can?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
All right, back to the prosecution. How are they
Yeah,
going to
good stuff.
explain this TARP thing?
And the prior inconsistent
Grand
statement.
jury on January 20th of 2022, on page 25, line 17, when you were asked about how long do you think he stayed in total, do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember your answer being 20, 10, 15, 20 minutes?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin asked you about the 30 to 40 minutes. Why'd you call your brother after that?
Because he's a chief, assistant chief police at Ronville. So I called him.
Had that statement by Alex Murdaugh affected you?
Yes.
How?
I was nervous.
That made her nervous that he asked her to lie.
Griffin asked you about the evenings visits and the morning visits. Had he ever been there at 6:30 in the morning, like he was that morning? Ever?
No.
And his 9:30 visit the night of the murders, that was very unusual for him to be at night, wasn't it?
Objection, please.
Don't leave the witness.
I'm sorry.
Leaving.
Yes.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
So you told an officer, did you tell an officer about this? You saw something that he thought he was carrying
Yes.
before you told anybody else?
Yes.
And what was that about, a traffic accident?
I had someone hit my car. He was on duty.
And when was that?
September 11th.
That's my birthday.
Who
You had
cares?
an accident, and you told the officer that you had seen him, Alex Murdaugh, come and holding something,
We was talking, we was having a conversation, and that came up.
and you just told him.
We was talking.
Had anybody asked you that before?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Had
No,
anybody asked
no,
you that before?
no.
Okay. So why did you tell the officer that on September 11th?
We was having a conversation, and just talking in general, and he asked me a question, and I said, yes, I've been there, and I said, I work with the Murdaughs. You know, his mother.
In response to him, you told him you saw Alex Murdaugh with what?
A white, a lining, a blue Tarp.
And you saying Tarp or Tarp?
Tarp, like a cover car with a Tarp,
And you said you saw him with that, and did it appear he was carrying something?
like he was holding something. It was bundled up. It was bundled up.
Bundled up?
Yes,
Like this?
yes.
So you never saw this unfolded?
No, I never saw it
Never.
till the next morning. I was on the chair. I'm just thinking,
You don't know where this Tarp came from, do you?
no, I'm always coming.
And it didn't have silver on one side, did it?
No,
It was all blue.
all blue.
And you said that the defense took a statement from you?
Yeah, see, this is
They-
the
they
prosecution
recorded?
being aggressive
Yes.
towards his
No,
own
Rule
witness.
613, I'd like a copy of that statement or the recording at this time, if they have it. She's now taking stand.
It's almost intimidating. It's kind of
Your Honor, under
unsettling.
Rule 5, it is not subject to being produced. And we didn't question her about.
Now
the
he's
statement.
saying that she has they're saying that she
Rule
made
five
a
is
recording
pretrial.
with somebody. So now they're asking
Once the
for
witness is taking stand,
a
and
copy
she said
of
they
the
took a
audio
statement from her,
recording.
either
And
recorded or
eventually
written.
the
We don't have
defense
it.
says if
Had
he
been
wants, if
provided.
they
He
want
asked
it,
her
we'll give
about
it to
that,
him.
specifically dealing with the blue Tarp, and would they discuss it with him? I'd like a copy of it.
I actually don't mind him having it, Your Honor. We don't have a copy with us.
It says upon request, same shall be shown or disclosed to opposing counsel pursuant to Rule 611A. So the defense must provide it to counsel.
I just love the making this trial as slow as it possibly can be
Yeah.
aspect of things. I'm not saying that this is
Your Honor, we do have a
unimportant,
copy
but
here. I don't know if we can download it to, yeah.
how important can it be?
Yeah.
Judge, I mean, I can't look at the flash drive, but yeah, I guess.
Now again, while they're doing this,
Recording.
which is what's supposed to be the significance of the TARP,
To listen to that about the presence here.
the prosecution
knows.
That's the court schedule up here.
Well, the prosecution has
Gentlemen,
a
have you go to the
blue
jury room, please,
raincoat
not
with.
discuss the case.
All right, they're gonna head out to lunch here real quick. While they're doing that, we'll
Let's
take a
talk
brief
about the
pause.
TARP. Let's answer
Yeah.
this question.
Yeah, we'll do a brief TARP discussion, and then we'll fast forward to the
I'm
lunch
down
hour.
for some TARP talk. I'm into it.
I mean, one of the pieces of evidence the prosecution has is a blue raincoat that has gunshot residue on the inside of it, and they're not saying anything. They're just talking about offering the recording as witnesses and stuff, and then they go to lunch. But she was saying that he brought a blue like a blue tarp bundled up to the house on the night of the murder. And then I guess he put it out on the sofa. And that's why I said, well, did you ever see it unfolded? And she said, no, not until the next morning when I went down and saw it. So he's got this blue tarp. And that's why they're saying they're trying to differentiate this blue tarp he brought from, he brought the night of the murder from the blue raincoat that he was supposed to have been wearing, according to the prosecution.
If I may, I actually don't think that he brought it the night of the murders. I think that it was 3 days later.
At the funeral.
Yes, after the funeral, I believe. Like later that week. I believe she said it was a Wednesday.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, unless you're certain, it sounded to me like it was a different day. But in any case, the blue raincoat is significant evidence, and if she could have identified it and said, yes, he brought the blue raincoat, that would have been something. But she said that she saw the tarp hanging over a chair. It was definitely a tarp. It was not a raincoat. So she can't identify.
Way she could have confused the two. She said that.
She can't identify this apparently key piece of evidence that could have very well been something that was worn during, like some time they went to the range and were shooting cans or something. It's like it had gunshot residue on it. So what? Show us that the gunshot residue is significant to the crime, because this is South Carolina. These people have so many guns. Did you see their gun room? Like, they go shooting all the time. They go shooting for fun. They shoot all kinds of animals. They go, like Paul and his friends would shoot hogs. They would go, duck hunting. They shoot pretty much any animal. So for gunshot residue to be on items of the Murdaugh's possession, that's not unusual, and it does not point to that being connected to the murder itself. Would you agree?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. So what he tells her to, if anybody asks, I was here 30 or 40 minutes. That's weird and it made her nervous, but that doesn't mean he did anything. He committed a crime. It doesn't mean he shot somebody.
Suspicious.
Yeah, it's suspicious, but it's not even circumstantial evidence. I don't think it rises to the level of circumstantial. It raises a flag that they need to investigate further, but as of yet, we don't think they did. They haven't shown anything they've investigated this discrepancy further, other than just to say, ooh, there's a discrepancy.
I mean, it's quite possible that she's not being truthful. We don't really know. She seems consistent. She seems reliable. She seems to care about the family. But like you said, she's very intimidated by the prosecution. Who knows? Maybe somebody really wants her to say that he lied about how long he was there, and he really was there for 30 or 40 minutes. Maybe that's why she's so nervous on the stand. We don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm out of my depth here. Maybe my commentary is
no, you're absolutely right.
But...
You're absolutely right. In fact, I keep going back to the fact that she was definitely more agreeable with the defense than she was with the prosecution, and she's the prosecution's witness, and they were weirdly aggressively towards her. She
maintains that he's a good person. I think she's loyal to the family. She worked for them for 3 years. I do think that it's unusual that he went there at night. She says that it wasn't common for him to go there. And there's a thing about Alzheimer's. I don't know if people have discussed this. It's called sundowning or sundowns, where when the sun sets, patients with Alzheimer's become confused. Sometimes they, become panicked and scream. They become anxious. So, it's possible that he went to alleviate the anxiety from his father being in the hospital and him not being there for his mother. But it's weird. It's a little bit weird that he was there, no?
I mean, it's unusual, she said. So, there's a lot of unusual things that happened.
It's not that significant, though. I think that's kind of what we keep coming back to, is there are all these little bits and pieces that, like, they don't fit right, but we can't fit them into the puzzle of him holding the gun and, or guns and killing, and the two guns. There are too many weird pieces of evidence that just don't fit. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of taking over the stream. No, I want to hear what you think.
No, don't worry about it. I completely agree with you.
Really?
And that's what first of all, that's what you're here for, is to talk and provide a little break for me.
I'm happy to be here, and I really enjoy hearing your theories, because yesterday I was, thinking something completely different when I watched her on the stand, but I like seeing it through this lens.
Well, maybe I think differently than other people. I don't know. But I just think the prosecution has a burden of proving something. If they want to take away a guy's life, take away a guy's freedom for the rest of his life, they need to make the story make sense. And as long as I can come up with a reasonable explanation then you legally have to let him walk, as far as I'm concerned.
I think they failed in their opening. I think that their opening was, was insufficient for that burden of proof. I don't think they came up with a salient or sound theory as to why he would have killed his family. And there could be a really good explanation out there that we're not thinking of, but it's just it's not coming together for the state, and it's kind of pitiful to see. Defense is kicking their butt in like every regard, and I have a lot of respect for the defense. I mean, I actually think he killed his family. I'm like pretty convinced that this guy is guilty, but unfortunately, I just don't think the evidence is there to convict. I'm not saying it.
I completely agree with you. Regardless of whether he actually did it or not, I don't think the state is even coming close to proving it. And trying to bring all this financial stuff in shows desperation.
It really does, because I think that they're doing like the whole kitchen sink thing, and they are really, it's a full fridge, and they are throwing everything they can at the wall. Almost nothing is sticking. I think if the jury ends up convicting him, it's because there's going to be bias and because they know too much about this family. I just don't see it going well for the prosecution because they're dragging on and on. Mm-hmm. They have all these witnesses that are contributing like a tiny little piece. It's badly put together. I'm not saying I can put it together better myself, but like honestly, they should have structured this differently.
Well, Surfing Bird says Chandler is smart, like her analysis.
Oh, thanks, Surfing Bird. I appreciate that.
Chosen One says Chandler is lovely, but has an audio crackle.
Oh no, I'm so sorry about that. Well, I'll work on that in the future. You're gonna have to bear with me for now.
Are those wireless headphones?
Yes, they are.
I don't know why that. I mean, I was thinking maybe it's like a wire thing, but that's the end of my technical acumen. If it's not like a loose wire, I don't know what it is.
I can always like leave and come back, and maybe that'll fix something.
Don't do that
because we have back on again.
Yeah, don't do that because it took a while to get us all on like the same video audio page. So
okay,
it's not that bad of a crackle to me.
Are you hearing a crackle?
I am. It's a pop, but it's not really annoying me.
A snap, a crackle, or a pop.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, again, it just all comes down. Like, if they had a solid case, if they had legitimate, decent evidence that he was the person who pulled the trigger on two separate guns, then they would be jamming that down the jury's throat. They wouldn't need to, and they wouldn't want to bring in all of this more. Like I said, there's going to be at least 2 or possibly even 3 weeks of financial evidence here. You wouldn't want to waste your time or pollute the jurors' heads with this stuff. You just want to go, look, this is what he did. Here's the evidence. He did it. It's clear. The end. And the fact they're not doing that shows they have a really weak case. And I think the jury's going to be pissed if the penny hasn't dropped already now that their 3-week trial just became a 6-week trial.
Well, there's a reason why people are complaining about this trial, why it's so boring. It's because we're not getting any substance from the prosecution's structure. It's not coming together for them. And I sense this desperation. Like, in Waters, for example, he shouts a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of control over his voice when he's questioning witnesses, and I feel like that kind of alludes to the fact that he's feeling out of control, and mm-hmm. he's like, you can see him kind of trying to regain that, but defense is much more composed. I mean, even when they were dealing with that guy Tinsley, which we skipped over, defense was excellent with him. I mean, he was being a smartass, and they were kind of just moving on. Defense is handling witnesses way better. They're killing it at cross. So I don't know, they're kind of just destroying the state's case, and I feel like it's very frustrating for them. I wonder where they're at right now. Like, what is Creighton Waters thinking? What is his next move? Mm-hmm. I feel like they're like multiple moves ahead.
Well, our resident Maud Flux, she has said, I like Chandler, she's cute, and her RBF is on point, whatever RBF is.
I believe that stands for resting bitch face, and that is the first time anybody has ever told me I had that before. I had no idea that I had resting bitch face. It's really funny. But the cute part, thank you very much.
Now I feel bad for reading it. I don't think you have a resting bitch face.
Being a bitch is not a bad thing. I feel like every woman needs to utilize that to some degree in her life at some point, as long as you balance it out.
I don't think you do. I think you're wrong, Flux.
Resting bitch. Do I look bitchy?
Not at all. Well.
Well, I'm here for the commentary, so I mean,
Yeah.
I'm thinking really hard when I'm watching these witnesses because I listened to this yesterday. I'm
not
listening to it
embarrassed.
with
I
an
don't see
entirely
it.
new lens.
I just don't see it.
Embarrassed? What would you be embarrassed about?
Oh, Flux says no, it was a compliment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very sweet. I'm getting a lot of love, and I really like. I'm very touched.
Oh no. We all like it, but apparently people don't love this style that I'm doing. Like I said, I wanted to get rid of all of the extraneous financial stuff, which there's no way you can convince me in any stretch of the imagination it has anything to do with the murders. At least for him doing it.
What's the feedback? People don't like this. They're not into it. I like it.
The feedback is we've got 165 viewers.
Okay.
That's the feedback.
That's great. Hello, all 165 of you.
That's
Welcome
less than half of we normally have at live speed for the boring stuff. So this is just an experiment. This is a one day, and if it works, we'll do more. But it seems people don't like it. So,
is it that they're not hearing the testimony properly? Do they want the financial stuff? I'm curious.
I have no idea. I have to do a little bit of an after show here with people, but to figure out what it is. I don't know, maybe they watched it all yesterday, don't want to watch it again. I don't know. But
we can still have fun. I like the experimentation, and I'm honored to be, invited to be a part of that. That's very cool.
I thought it was great. Yeah, but oh well. Flux says, no, it's a compliment. Every woman needs a good RBF. It's the eyebrows girl. They're on fleek.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, gosh, let's skip through the lunch here. Come on, guys. We're giving you 8 hours of trial in 3 hours. That's awesome.
I have a question for you about maritime law. Do you do trials?
Not here in Korea. We aren't allowed. Foreign lawyers aren't allowed to go to trial, but I do everything except go to court. I do all the in-office stuff and all the other things. Yeah, they don't actually go to court. That's up to the Korean lawyers to actually go into the court and do stuff.
I didn't know that foreign lawyers weren't allowed.
Yeah, we're not. we're put off in some in some nebulous realm called foreign legal consultants. We can pretty much do everything except go into court. Legal advice. I'm really enjoying this, and at least the 150 plus people are not shabby numbers. Comparatively, pretty bad, but Aaron says it's because we saw it yesterday. Well, by that stretch of the imagination, or that's in that logic, tomorrow it'll be low because you saw today, if that makes any sense. So,
I think it's a good format.
I do too.
I think that yesterday, honestly, you watch it once and you think one thing. I like watching it again, being a part of the stream, because I'm actually noticing things that I didn't really notice yesterday about the testimonies.
Mm-hmm. Everybody here is obviously liking Valhalla Waits. What does fleek mean? According to my memory of hanging around youngsters, it means on point.
I think eyebrows on fleek is like a pretty nice compliment. I really appreciated that.
Marvoy says, I'm streaming due to loyalty, but it's not live. We might as well cover Simpson. OJ Simpson. Well, see, I was just kind of giving this as like an alternative to people that wanted to have a life and not be just stuck with this trial to watch all of the slow motion conversations, the hour lunch break, the 10-15 minute breaks, the fumbling around for 10 or 15 minutes while they figure out how to turn on a microphone. I thought it'd be great to condense it, but whatevs. I'll talk with Andrew and we'll figure out what to do.
I'm enjoying it. If you want to pivot and do something slightly different, I'm, flexible.
We're sticking with this today. We're just doing this today. Don't know. We'll have to talk to Andrew at Legal Mindset and see how he wants to do it, and we'll kind of compare things and see what happens. This is just kind of because we don't want to be just tied to this damn boring financial stuff. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, on with the story here. On with our witnesses. Let's get us here. We're back from lunch.
I'm here for it.
I'm here. I ain't going anywhere.
Come on, everybody, get into it. We're speeding through. Pay attention. Take notes.
All right, hey, Judge, welcome back. I think it's got to pop this down to normal speed and let it buffer up a little bit. Come on there, boy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, player. Let's go, YouTube player.
Come on, come on.
Let's reset it here.
Always with the technical
All right.
difficulties.
Well, we don't want to go all the way back to like 9 hours ago, do we?
I don't think so.
Where's lunch? There's all right, back from lunch.
And he's pondering the issue, so just bring you all up to date on that issue. Ready for the jury?
All right, they're ready for the jury. Let's bring it up.
One issue.
All right.
It doesn't relate to this witness, but the next group of witnesses the state intends to call relate to this blue rain jacket, and that it was seized as a result of a search at Ms. Libby Randolph's MURDAUGH's house, and it was found in the closet. Based on what this witness had previously shared with law enforcement. There's no evidence that we've been provided in discovery that connects the defendant with this blue rain jacket. And so
all right, so this is where we start really focusing on the rain jacket. As he just said, that this rain jacket was found in his mother's house in a closet when a search warrant was being executed. And he's arguing, hey, nobody mentioned him wearing a blue raincoat that night. Nobody saw him in a blue raincoat. There's no connection between him and this blue raincoat that they found in the bottom of a closet. The only blue thing that's been mentioned so far is this tarp that he had.
Right, and they can't substantiate that he owned it, that he bought it, that he'd ever worn it before, that anybody had seen him wearing it, etc.
Yep, and he now the defense is arguing that it shouldn't be let in.
move to exclude
I
any
agree with.
evidence of the blue rain jacket unless they can represent to the court that they have any witness who connects the blue rain jacket with this defendant, Alec Murdaugh. Thank you.
All right. From the state.
Your Honor, she has identified a vinyl blue in that closet, which she says was consistent with what she saw Alex Murdaugh coming into her house with. She said, yeah, that looks like it. There's some questions that were asked by the defense, which I'm going to ask her about now, when she is asked about a shirt or something else, but she, I believe, has testified, yeah, that is consistent with the color in the vinyl that I saw.
She said there is no possibility she could confuse a tarp with a raincoat.
Jury.
She was certain it was a tarp.
Yeah, she was dead certain it was a tarp. But he's going to let it in. Go on in, jury. Why are we being all buffery?
That does happen with the longer videos.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, especially like 1.25 speed, it kind of goes faster than the buffering is. But once we let it run its course here, there we go.
We'll get into it.
Now we just won't
experimenting.
touch it. Not touching things is the best way to do this.
Hands off. No touching.
Yeah. You can hear my dog snoring in the background, probably.
That's usually my cat. He has a very loud snore.
Oh, yeah. I've got 2 English bulldogs.
Oh.
Where are they?
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Meadows.
True. I agree.
Smith, you remember being interviewed by Patrick McDavid and Robert Purcell that worked with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr.
Can we not eat the microphone? Jeez. All right.
Yikes.
Why are we buffering? Don't do this to me. I don't deserve it.
Griffin.
There you go.
In October. On October 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Griffin had asked you about some shoes in response to our questions. Do you remember telling them that he had, these investigators, he had on some cloth-like shoes?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Griffin asked you about the length of time you were there. Do you remember these investigators asking you about the length of time that Mr. Murdaugh was at Alameda the night of June 7th?
Yes.
Your Honor, he's offering a prior consistent statement, and no one's in, I don't know why, not impeaching her with it. You can't bolster her testimony with a prior consistent statement.
Mr. Metters?
I believe he had questioned the 30 or 40 minutes and was questioning whether or not Alex asked her to say that. Through their investigators, it's clarified for me, their conversations that directly contradict what she said earlier on direct that I have through their questioning and interviews, which I just got a little while ago.
Mr. Griffin?
Again, he's offering a prior consistent statement, and it's not admissible unless it's being offered to rebut a claim of recent fabrication, and that's not the situation we have.
The entire statement right now.
The objection to the statement being entered into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, it's not a statement. There's a whole 30-minute audio recording. Yes.
All right. Rule 613B addresses this issue, and you may proceed. The objection is overruled.
This judge has not excluded anything offered in evidence so
Actually,
far.
the length of time that Mr. Murdaugh was there, when these investigators questioned you in October of 2022, do you remember them asking you about how long he was in the kitchen and in the room with Ms. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Scory, we will find out about the shoes later.
And do you remember
Did
them
they
asking
take
you
the
about,
berries into evidence?
and he asked you on cross, whether it was unusual, whether Mr. Murdaugh had visited that time of night? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember telling the investigators that he would not come on your shift after 8 o'clock? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was unusual?
Yes.
And do you remember one of them questioning you? You actually registered it in your mind that this is unusual for him to be here that time of night? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was your answer yeah? Because I was like, yeah, to be honest, I was like, oh, why are you here this time of night? Why are you here this time of night, Because we all going to bed?
Well, what was his answer?
Yes.
Good question.
And by the way, everybody here, make sure you go over to Twitter and you subscribe to Chandler Remington. It's Remy, REMYCRH on Twitter.
Well, that would be fabulous.
When's the YouTube channel coming?
Soon. Working on it. Definitely need to get some better equipment.
Do you remember them asking you how long? And you said it was about
I'll let you know.
20 minutes?
Yes.
I'm trying to speed this up.
I think if this is watching a recorded football game, who watches those? I do. I do. So you can, specifically for this reason, so you can eliminate the 5 minutes that elapses between each down and each hike for the next play. And again, the last 5 minutes of a 2-minute football game, the last 2 minutes of a football game are like 25 minutes.
When Mr. Griffin asked you about your recollection as to what Mr. Murdaugh said asked you about the 30 to 40 minute period, do you remember that? Remember just a little while ago when he was asking you about that? I'm not trying to be, just a little while ago.
Yes.
Okay. About whether if anybody ever asked you if I was here or not?
Yes.
And do you remember that his investigators asked you if SLED had put that in your mind?
No.
Is that the recollection or something they put in your mind?
He's leading the witness. He's publishing a document that is not a certified transcript of anything. Object.
Mr.
It's their statement.
Thank you so much for the smiling pile of shit emoji, Marv.
Alex Murdaugh asked you to tell somebody how long he'd been there.
He said, someone asks you, I've been 30 to 40 minutes. That's what he said.
He said, if somebody asks you.
Yes.
Just repeating her answer.
Ooh, defense is getting testy.
Is that the answer you gave
Yeah.
his investigators
Yes,
back in October of 2020?
yes.
Hang on.
When they get like that, it's an indication that they're nervous, I think. I have a little bit of a problem with them asking now. Did Sled put that in your mind? Do you remember somebody asking you if Sled put that in your head? Like, that seems like
Now,
testifying.
Mr. Griffin asked you about this blue
Just a second.
tarp.
Dog was being stupid, and I don't know why.
Oh, what happened?
Investigators asked you about that when they met with you.
Yes,
Did they bring something with them? You remember them showing you something?
no, a picture.
Okay. Did they also show you a tarp?
Yes,
Did they tell you they just got it from Kmart?
yes,
Just bought it from Kmart. I can't hear you. So their investigators brought this with you to the interview
yes,
and showed you this, correct?
yes.
And had you already described well, who'd you first tell that there was something that the defendant may have been holding in his hand? Who'd you tell first? When he came in that morning after the funeral, who did you tell that first to in law enforcement? That the defendant may have been holding something or was holding something when he came in?
Dango, Officer Dango?
Dango.
Dango.
Okay. And as a result of that, Slade came and interviewed you.
Yes.
I just don't like how aggressive he is towards his own witness.
So
I know.
In her
It's
face,
unsettling.
leaning into her,
And they
yelling
asked
at
you
her.
about what you talked about to Dango, right?
Yes,
Okay. And they showed you this, right?
yes,
And did they also ask you about if you've seen a shirt? Do you remember when they asked you if you've seen a blue shirt?
yes.
What was
Just
a
like
blue shirt?
jamming it in the box, yelling.
It's a blue,
I don't know. What was it? Just like
I'm
a dress
telling
shirt
you,
or a
he
shirt?
knows he's
What was it?
losing.
like a rain jacket or something, like a pullover.
Okay.
Something.
But they described it as a
This
shirt.
guy's an asshole.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's
I mean,
like
was he like this during the deposition? I wonder. I'm really curious.
It was probably worse. Because lawyers are even bigger dicks during depositions.
It does not look good to have your
Do
witness.
you remember them asking
not-
you, you're positive it wasn't a shirt?
Yes,
Yeah,
They
Yes.
asked you that.
yes,
not like you.
And your answer was it's vinyl. It was a vinyl, right?
yes, yes.
Don't lead the witness.
I mean, they should have prepared her. There should be a good back and forth, a good rapport. It does
Well,
not look good.
They should at least act like they like each other.
I know. Or like they're happy that she's there, or that they,
Mr.
believe that she's
Yeah.
gonna
Griffin was asking you
tell
about
the
the
truth.
vinyl,
Something.
whatever. Do you remember them asking you if there could have been a gun in it, his investigators?
I can't recall, I can't remember.
I mean, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, so to speak.
All
Yeah.
Sorry for the dad joke. I couldn't help myself, and I didn't. Get it. Like now the jury's thinking, wait, there was a gun in the tarp? I mean, no, there wasn't.
Yeah.
Like it was just a question, like, could there have been a gun? No. We don't have the
411.
weapon.
Michelle,
Yeah.
Stop trying to create a gun where
you've
there's no
identified
gun.
this
We don't have a
previously. Does
gun.
that look like the blue vinyl garment he was carrying in?
Yes,
Say
But
that
he's
again.
holding
Yes.
it up. Like
Yeah.
shoving it in
Blue
her face.
vinyl garment. He didn't say garment.
Was
Garment?
it all crumbled up in his arms?
it was
Yeah.
rolled up, yes.
No.
Was it folded out?
No, it wasn't.
Was he wearing it?
No, he wasn't.
That's all, thank you.
By the defense.
Oh my god. What the fuck was that? Sorry. that was
Seriously.
ridiculous. What was the
No, he's
point
like
of
right in
that?
your face.
Ms.
Is
Smith,
this it? Is this it?
Is
clearly when you
this
left the next morning, you saw the blue tarp laid out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, correct?
Yes,
And it was not a rain jacket, was it?
no, it wasn't.
It was a blue tarp, like what's in here as in evidence 86, right?
Yes,
No doubt in your mind.
no doubt.
Now, our investigators,
Ow.
let me ask you, Mark, for identification exhibit 87, did they show you a picture of this rain jacket?
Yes,
Had you ever, and you told them you never seen that rain jacket, right?
correct.
She never saw it.
You know, I would introduce exhibit 87 in evidence.
Objection.
Can I put it up here?
That's the rain jacket they seized in the search warrant, and she's never seen it.
What if the rain jacket was inside the tarp? We'll never know. I mean, they can ask any what if question they
Ooh.
want. It's not going to create
Ooh.
what they want to
Ooh,
have.
there's a question. Smuggling the blue raincoat inside the blue tarp.
I mean, they're both blue. I've been thinking that.
While they're working on that, Ms. Smith, did anyone speak to you over lunch about your testimony?
No,
Talk to any SLED agents or anybody at the AG's office?
no.
Chandler's got a potty mouth. I'm so turned on right now. Lol.
Yeah.
This is a sweary channel.
I swear a lot more in real life. I've been trying to keep it PC because I don't want anybody getting demonetized. I know. I've heard that that's a problem.
No worries here.
But when I was on Legal
After 2
Mindset,
hours. Yeah.
oh God, I swore like the whole time. I mean, I was just
We're
professional.
Professional for me. We're on the same wavelength. He was actually the one that talked me into doing this YouTube thing. Over far too many drinks in a bar on 2 occasions.
Who did?
Andrew, Legal Mindset.
Yeah, let's see if we get the whole picture.
Of course he did.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug. You ever
You're
seen
killing
this
it. I love it.
rain jacket before?
No,
Did Alec Murdaugh have that rain jacket with him when he came in to the Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe, a few days after the funeral?
no.
And
He's so much kinder.
in this
about it.
photo, Exhibit 41,
Makes you think.
State's Exhibit 41. Can you see this blue thing wadded up?
Yes,
If that is, in fact, the photo of the rain jacket that we just looked at, would your testimony be you've never seen that garment folded up in that closet before?
no. Only thing I see was blue velvet. I didn't know it was a raincoat or not. It was balled up.
So well, have you ever been in this closet before?
No, I haven't.
So you don't know what that is folded up there, do you?
Correct.
And so if it's this rain jacket, if that's what's in that closet, you've never seen Alec Murdaugh with this garment before, have you?
No, I haven't.
All right.
Scory asks, is YouTube better than doing radio?
Now,
They're different.
just very briefly.
I did radio for like 5 years, way back
It's
in
been
the
a hard
day.
day. We appreciate you being here.
Oh yeah.
Like way back in the day.
That day.
You have a good voice
when you
for
came over,
radio.
Mr. Randolph.
Like late
Murdaugh
80s,
had
early
been put
90s,
back in the
way
hospital.
back in the
Is that
day.
correct?
Yes,
And that was unusual because he had just gotten out of the hospital like a day before, right?
yes.
And so it was, although it wasn't usual for Alec Murdaugh to come over that night, but this was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have now.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
That's it.
Wow.
So her big testimony was everything the prosecution said is wrong, even though she's a prosecution witness.
You may call your next witness.
She was so tense when prosecution was questioning her, and she relaxed when defense came around. That's not good for them. That doesn't look good at all. Maybe the jury's focusing on those little bits of her testimony, the inconsistencies. I was yesterday, but upon rewatch, it's not as significant as I thought.
Now, is this the one we can completely skip over? No.
Who's this lady?
Kristen Moore, Moore. Good afternoon. Could you tell the jurors where you work? I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. And Agent Moore, you might need to pull that microphone a little, speak up so we can hear you, make sure to hear you out here. Thank you. And what do you do with SLED? I'm a special agent assigned to the crime scene unit. And did you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? Yes, ma'am, I did. Were you involved in the execution of a search warrant? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, she's
And where
wearing
was
a
that
white
search warrant
pantsuit today.
executed? At 2175 Yemisi Highway in Barnville, South Carolina. And do
Not
you know
quite Camille
what, that
Vasquez, but it's a
residence
good look for her.
was or is? It was the residence of Alexander.
I kind of
Murdoch's
like the Beetlejuice Winona
And,
Ryder
who
look
was
she's
there
had a few
when
times.
you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Several SLED
Yes,
agents
me
were
too.
on scene, as well as family members.
What were you looking for when you searched the residence?
We were advised that we were looking for a blue and colored tarp-like material.
And what areas of the residence did you search?
We searched the entire interior of the residence.
Let's talk about the north bedroom of that residence. Do you recall what you located in that bedroom?
We located a blue tarp inside the closet in the north bedroom on the second floor.
A blue what? They found a blue tarp in the second floor bedroom?
I thought that was where they found the raincoat. I am confused.
Hmm.
They didn't find a tarp. There's no tarp in evidence. But what? No.
Mm-hmm.
See, sometimes the witnesses will misspeak, but that's too important to gloss over.
Yeah.
She needs to clarify that.
I'm going to show you Husband Martin's takes exhibit 224.
Apparently nobody noticed.
Do you recognize what's in that picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you found in the north bedroom closet?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time this tape would move tapes 224 into evidence.
Submitted.
Permission to publish? Agent Moore, could you describe for the jurors what you found in that picture?
That is the blue tarp that we located inside the bedroom in the inside the closet inside the bedroom.
And what was that tarp located in?
A storage container.
Were there any items in the storage container?
There were miscellaneous dishes underneath the tarp.
So this is a blue tarp folded up in a container in the second floor.
The residence?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what else did you find?
We located a blue raincoat in the coat closet on the second floor.
So there's a blue raincoat and a blue tarp found on scene.
So why is the tarp that they're presenting something they bought at Kmart? Why would they not present the actual tarp?
Because she's going to mention here in a minute, the blue tarp they found upstairs is blue on one side, silver on the other side.
I'm going to show you what's previously
But the one the witness said, she said there was no silver on it. It was only blue.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
This is too confusing.
There's 3 tarps.
This feels entirely and utterly pointless. I don't know where they're going with this. It's just a dog chasing its tail.
That closet for us?
It is at the top of the photo on the right-hand side. So the door immediately above the stairs leads to an attic area, and the door to the right of it is the coat closet.
So not this door right here at the very top of the stairs. The next door is the closet we're talking about.
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you tapes 414. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of the interior of the coat closet.
Your Honor, this time I move tapes 414 into evidence.
You'll get it.
Submitted.
Now, Agent Moore, if you could you point out the blue raincoat or tarp-like material that you found in this picture?
It's in the back of that photo behind the white box, towards the bottom.
And if you don't mind, would you mind stepping down and pointing that out to the jurors?
So yeah, there's a raincoat in one closet, a blue and silver tarp in another closet, the blue and blue tarp that he brought the night of the murder, and the blue tarp they brought from Kmart as a witness, as an exhibit.
So and that's how you found the raincoat.
Too many tarps.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Down in that closet.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look at this picture, it appears there are other items of clothing that are hanging up.
Yes, ma'am, there was.
But the raincoat is balled up down there.
That is correct.
And what did you do when you located that raincoat?
We documented it with photographs, and then we collected it in a brown paper bag, which was dated, sealed, and initialed.
I'm going to show you tapes 225, which I believe the defense has an objection to.
Your Honor, if this is the raincoat, it's already in evidence. The photo of the raincoat is in evidence. I don't know why we need another photo, but we do object any testimony about seizing the blue raincoat, anything beyond that, based upon my earlier statements to the court.
Response?
Your Honor, this agent's testifying to what she retrieved from the closet, and I believe this is a picture of her retrieving that item.
Objections overruled.
Edward M.
What
Lockwood
do you recognize?
what the
what's in
literal
this picture?
fuck is the point of this no witness is verified
This is a true
any
and
of
accurate
this
depiction
should
of
be
what you recovered
excluded.
from that closet?
You're going to
Yes,
think
ma'am,
the
it
same
is.
thing when she
Your
gets
Honor,
off
this
the
time I'll
stand.
move tapes 225 into evidence.
Same objection.
Submitted over objection.
All right, Agent Moore, if you could tell us what is in this picture, State's Exhibit 225.
This is why you limit discovery to relevant evidence that's going to actually make your case.
That is a photo of the blue raincoat that I collected.
And this will be State's Exhibit 226.
Look, I don't have a good picture of what the hell is going on here myself, but as best I understand it, and I could very well be wrong, and if I am, I'm sure one of you true crime hounds in chat will tell me why I'm wrong. But essentially, if we timeline this out, he shows up, I guess, 3 days after the murder. His father dies. There's a funeral, or whenever it happened, whenever the hell he showed up with a tarp. It was after the murders. At some point, he goes to his mom's house with a tarp, a blue on blue tarp, and he puts it out over the sofa and stays there overnight. Now, when she's talking to the police, she's mentioning a blue tarp, so they get a search warrant for any blue tarp-like object. They find a blue raincoat, a blue tarp-like nylon raincoat in a closet. In another closet, they find a tarp, a folded up tarp with his blue on one side and white on the other. They test the blue raincoat, and it turns out to have gunshot residue on it. So now they're thinking, aha, this must be what he brought over the night of whenever she thought it was a tarp, but it was actually a raincoat. So that's what they're hanging their hat on. He brought over on this particular night a blue raincoat with gunshot residue on it and hid it in the closet. That's what the prosecution is saying. But the defense is saying nobody here, except for you, has mentioned a blue raincoat. She mentioned a blue tarp. She said there was no silver on it, so forget the one that's upstairs with the with the dishes and whatnot in the storage container. It's a blue on blue tarp that nobody has ever seen after that night. She said without question, it cannot be a blue raincoat. It was not a blue raincoat. Wouldn't have confused it with a blue raincoat. And so that's why the prosecution, the defense keeps objecting every time they talk about the blue raincoat. Nobody has tied him to any blue raincoat. There's no evidence he was wearing it, had one, owned one, was seen with one, photographed with one, or anything. But they're saying, we've got this gunshot residue, so we have to make it fit the puzzle. I say they should just make him wear the raincoat, because if the raincoat does not fit, you must acquit, or something like that. Something like that.
I wanted to say something, but that was just too good. I can't. It's a hard act to follow. I agree with you. I wonder if it does fit him. That would be very interesting.
Probably does.
Demonstration.
I mean, it's in his mother's house, but
in all reality, the tarp was probably taking up space in his car, and he just put it in his mom's house because he didn't want it in there anymore. There's nothing tying the raincoat to the murder. It doesn't make any sense.
Wouldn't a lawyer get rid of it if there was a lawyer wouldn't get rid of it? A murderous person would get rid of it, who happened to have been a lawyer at one point in his life.
There wasn't any blood on it. That's the problem. Yeah. If there was blood, it would be different. And the thing is, I was thinking that the raincoat was made of some kind of hydrophobic material, which I thought would be smart. It's very smart to commit a bloody murder and wear, like something hydrophobic. Nylon actually does absorb things like blood and other, it's I do like fashion stuff on the side. Like I'm curious about it. So nylon, definitely, that is going to absorb blood. If you're standing 3 feet away from somebody and you blow their head off or their, whatever, you're going to get a lot of blood on you, and that is going to be impossible to wash out. Nylon is very difficult to clean. I have owned multiple nylon items that dry cleaning, no. Blood, forget it. It's going to be stained forever. So that would have been there if he had worn that the night of the murders. It doesn't make any sense.
More people like your opinions.
That's fabulous. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be here and to engage with the audience. You guys are great. I really appreciate the feedback. This is my second stream, and I'm really honored to be here because you're awesome.
Givener says, channeling your inner F. Lee Bailey. Jeff, no, that was my inner Johnny Cochran. That was my inner Johnny Cochran.
That was pretty good. I really like that moment.
But yeah, so to answer the question that was asked, the relevant tarps is the one that doesn't exist, that nobody can find, that is not in evidence, and the blue raincoat. Those are the two things that are important here, and that's
correct
why
me
it's
if I'm
going
wrong,
back and forth.
I feel like if they tested the tarp, the one that they found, and it had anything on it that was significant, wouldn't they have mentioned that by now? I feel like it doesn't have any residue that pertains to these crimes.
Yep.
Kind of a problem.
Yeah, well, let's continue with this. And again, all of you that are going, what the fuck is the point of this witness? What the hell is she doing? She's going to be off the stand soon, and you'll still have that same question. So,
Can you tell us
it's not going to answer it for you.
what is in this item? State's Exhibit 226.
Hey, look, we get to watch her
Based
open
off of
boxes.
the item number and lab number and my initials, this would be the blue raincoat.
This is the blue raincoat. Yep. Let's watch her fumble around with it. Again, objection. It has nothing to do with the murder. Nobody's tied it.
That raincoat. What did you do anything with it besides photograph and collect it?
Not on that day. We transported it back to the SLED Forensic Services Laboratory.
And now in the closet where you found that raincoat, were there any guns?
No, ma'am.
Gons. There were no gons in the closet.
Were you involved in any of the processing of the raincoat?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what part were you involved in?
On October 7th, 2021, at the SLED Forensic Services Laboratory, I met with SLED serology personnel to document and do additional processing on the raincoat.
Okay. And what processing did you take part in?
It was documented with photographs. The stains on the raincoat were then documented with scale tape and labeled, photographed again. SLED serology department then tested the stains with phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for the presence of suspected blood. All testing with phenolphthalein was negative. We then used an alternate light source to look for any latent stains on the raincoat. We observed an additional stain and documented it with photographs as well as scaled it. Then it was tested with phenolphthalein as well, and it was negative. We then used leucocrystal violet, or LCV, which is also a presumptive test for the presence of suspected blood, and it was negative also.
All right, so just a quick recap here. They've executed a search warrant. They found a raincoat that nobody has mentioned. They didn't find any guns in the closet. They tested the raincoat that nobody mentioned, and it has no evidence of blood whatsoever on it. So therefore, it's an important piece of evidence.
As far as your involvement in the raincoat, does that pretty much sum it up for us?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. All right, thank you, Agent Moore. Please answer any questions from the defense.
That's it. That's her fucking testimony. We executed a search warrant, didn't find any guns, found something nobody mentioned, and there's no blood on it.
So I understand you went to Almeda, Ms. Libby Murdaugh's home, to execute a search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what was the day? September
16th, 2021.
September 16th, 2021. And you're looking for a blue tarp.
We were advised that we were searching for a blue tarp-like material.
Okay. And you found a blue tarp. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that blue tarp, there were dishes wrapped up in that blue tarp, right?
No, sir. No dishes were wrapped in the blue tarp. It was folded on top of the dishes.
Oh.
Same fucking thing.
So you seized the blue tarp, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a very important distinction.
Did you do any testing of the blue tarp to see if there was blood?
No, sir. I did not do any testing on the blue tarp.
You know anyone who did any blue testing on the blue tarp?
I am unaware of any testing done on the blue tarp.
You see this rain jacket in here, in this box?
They were legitimately looking for a blue tarp. They found a fucking blue tarp, and they didn't test the blue tarp. But they tested a blue raincoat that nobody was looking for. And
They did test it.
On it.
No, they did test it, but this witness wasn't the person who tested it. She just did a little testing on the raincoat. You have to
Okay.
talk to the lady who tested the tarp. Think about all the time that it took to prepare these witnesses. They had to take time off work. They had to do depositions. Oh my God.
Okay, in fairness, yes, she said she wasn't aware if anyone tested it. So, okay, there may be a next witness.
She goes on to say that there's a supervisor or somebody superior to her or with more power that did test the tarp, but she doesn't know about that.
I don't know, superior is probably.
Like Megan something. It's a Megan somebody who's going to testify.
Oh, Megan. Later. Oh, yeah, I think we've seen Megan before, or maybe I've just watched this part so many times. I don't know.
Could be a different Megan. I don't know. So many witnesses.
And
Megan
back in the lab, you did some presumptive testing. We sprayed it with.
Okay, they did do presumptive testing.
Phenolphthalein was first utilized, yes, sir.
And phenolphthalein is a presumptive test for blood, meaning, it could test positive, but it's not necessarily means it's blood, right?
That is correct.
And in order to determine whether something that has tested positive with phenolphthalein, you do another type of test to confirm human blood, right?
That is correct.
But the blue rain jacket never tested positive for the presumptive test using phenolphthalein, right?
Wait, never mind.
That
They're
is
talking
correct.
about the
So
raincoat,
it's
not the tarp.
Yes, sir.
Fuck
It's
me.
confusing.
So after getting negative for phenol, then you use another product called LCV. Is that right?
We did. We used an alternate light source first to make sure that we had all stains documented.
Now, an alternate light source is what?
It is a specific wavelength of a flashlight, and you use a colored filter, and then you can see any latent things that you wouldn't be able to see with your naked eye.
So basically a
And
flashlight.
the alternative light source doesn't tell you
Basically.
whether that's possibly blood or something else, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
So you use the alternative light source and you identified some area, and is that the area you tested with LCV?
We tested the entire raincoat with LCV.
The entire raincoat? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And again, that's a presumptive test like phenolphthalein,
Yes, sir.
and that tested negative,
That is correct.
okay? And so there's no more blood testing done of the rain jacket, right?
I was not involved in any further processing of the raincoat.
Do you know if that LCV that you sprayed on the entire shirt has turned the rain jacket in that box completely violet?
I have not seen the raincoat since the processing was done on October 7th, 2021.
What size is this rain jacket?
I could not tell you the exact size of the raincoat.
Or would you agree with me that the records indicate it's a large?
Yes, sir, it is a larger jacket.
Well, the size being large, do you know if it's large? That's the size?
I do not recall the size.
Do you mind if she opens it up? Your Honor, do you mind if the witness opens the box up? Let's see what size the rain jacket is.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now you get to watch Pam from The Office open up a box.
I don't have scissors.
No scissors?
No, I don't have scissors. I have gloves.
Of course, it takes her like 8 minutes to open a box. Now, again, one thing you're going to notice is like really weird about all this. She's put on blue gloves when she's touching the evidence, but like both the prosecution and the defense are just touching this evidence all over
With
the
their
place.
bare hands. What is
Yeah.
up with that?
Like,
It's
even
so
here.
weird.
She's going to open this up, handle it very carefully with her blue gloves on, and defense guy's just going to be like pawing it.
It's like, well, I'm a lawyer. I'm not a technician. I don't have gloves for that. I don't know where to buy gloves. I don't know where you get those.
Ugh. All right, there we go.
It's contaminating the evidence, and it's ridiculous.
Yes, wait for this stupid thing to buffer. I need to reset my house modem, get my thing working again. But
Oh, you're telling me? I mean, look at all the problems that we. Yeah, and it's a pain in the butt.
I've been saying this for like 3 days now, so
Mhm.
I have no excuse. All right,
I hear
we're gonna do a hard reset here. Not like we're gonna like redo this thing. Oh no, we don't have to. Yes, just before I lost patience.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a lot of patience to get through this.
Yeah, well, it's out now. There's the raincoat. What size is it?
It's too bad it's 7 a.m. I need a drink.
I had 28 shots on stream on Saturday. I'm taking a week off.
I don't see a tag. I don't see a tag right here at the front.
Well, I'm sure you measured it. Do measurements.
Notice all these reflective colors. Don't you think the
You may
the-
want to
the-
put gloves on. It has chemicals on it.
I don't want to touch it then. Okay.
Dude,
Do you
come
mind
on.
standing up in front of the jury and show them how large it is?
See, don't you
I love how
think
he's gonna
that
touch it anyway.
the caretaker would have mentioned there's reflective tape all the hell over this thing?
Is it a poncho style rain jacket?
I think that's all
Unless that's
done
the
by.
testing stuff. Yeah, that's all.
That's all
testing
done by
stuff.
SLED. They're marking
Yeah,
segments
quadrants and
of
things.
the,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
jacket.
you're right.
It does look weird though.
Yes, see everybody, this is sped up. It's sped up to 125.
Still feels really fucking slow.
It does, because it is. See everything. Oh, my pack.
But hey, it's way better watching this with good company, than by myself, like on YouTube,
Absolutely.
just droning on.
Come on. There we go.
Are we there yet?
This guy here literally hasn't moved in 5 days.
You know if that rain jacket or photos of that rain jacket was shown to any members of the Murdaugh family to see if they recognize it?
I am unsure.
You did not then, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you show that photo or picture, the photograph, the rain jacket? Let me scratch that. Did you show the Shelly Smith the rain jacket or a photo of the rain jacket?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know of any SLED agent who did?
I do not.
1 second, Ron.
But Shelly Smith was shown a photo, so
Yep.
why are we relying on her knowledge of events? Doesn't seem like she knows much.
That's all the questions I have.
Further questions?
Oh my God.
Gee, redirect.
What is this doing for the jury? I'm curious.
Boring
Like,
the shit out of him.
What is prosecution thinking that it's doing for the jury? What's their aim? I don't understand. Like, this is not turning out well.
I have no idea.
All right,
They keep calling.
What happened to that tarp or raincoat?
It's in the box.
Stop.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad you're as baffled as I am because I thought I was alone.
No, I'm bewildered.
Bewildered is a good word for this.
Fast forward to the important
States
stuff.
Exhibit
No, I said
226.
fast forward the financial stuff.
This is the raincoat
Not
you
the-
collected from
You need to see how bad some of this is.
that closet at Almeida.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, when you collected it, did it have like this tape here on the raincoat? Where we can, the white tape with the letters on there?
No, ma'am, I placed that on that.
So that was done during processing?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And we've been talking about a raincoat, but is this what you would normally think a raincoat would look like?
No, ma'am.
This is rather large for a raincoat.
No, it
Yes,
isn't.
ma'am.
That's pretty fucking small
We
for a
found it.
raincoat. That's like
Balled up
first size
like this.
raincoat.
That is correct.
Also, it's
Yeah, she
designed for
got chemicals.
kayaking.
Yeah.
The brand
No further questions
makes
for this
those items specifically for kayaking. It's not a raincoat, and in fact, it is actually, like sport
Look,
gear.
you miss out,
You may step
Dorsey.
down.
I looked at the brand, so
Okay.
kind of
So
an
that
important
did not look-
distinction.
Yeah. But I mean, that did not look like a
Because if it-
particularly large
Call your next
raincoat.
witness.
No, and if it was a raincoat, it would have polyvinyl coating, which would repel any kind of liquid, which would be smart for a murderer to wear during a murder. But that was not. It's not really a raincoat. They're kind of. It's a misnomer. I'm picky. It's annoying. I'm just.
No, that's what's supposed to happen in these trials. People are supposed to be picky like that.
I wish somebody would point that out because that material would absorb any blood easily.
All right, now we got Ken doll here.
Oh my God, this guy.
My name's William McElveen, MCELVEEN.
McLovey. Got McLovin here.
How are you?
Well, if you
Is that
would
your real
tell the
name?
jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up and where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. Went to AC Florida High School. Went to the Citadel after high school.
Of course you went to the Citadel.
2017. Went to get my master's at Clemson.
He's a
graduated in
glowy.
2018. Moved back to Charleston, worked for a CPA firm for a while. And now I'm in finance for a home builder.
For where, sorry?
For a home building company.
And this is all the
And
information you
what
need
area
to
generally
know.
do you currently live?
Live in Charleston now.
This young man is a finance guy. You know what that means? We get to skip past him.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, because he
And
didn't
then-
say anything of substance.
Nope. Because he's talking about finances, and finances have nothing to do with this. Then they go into a 10-minute break.
The problem is that the stuff other than the finance stuff is also equally irrelevant. So it's a problem.
I
We're
don't
on the
think it's
struggle
quite
bus.
as I don't think it's quite as irrelevant as the financial stuff, but I mean, because it's at least the substantive stuff that should be like executing a search warrant against your house and testing materials should be sort of your main direct evidence of guilt. But it's irrelevant because that's not what it is. They're not showing it.
When you find out that the Tarp doesn't have any substantive evidence on it that's going to lead you to be able to convince a jury that this man committed 2 murders, why would you bring it into evidence? Why would you add it to discovery? It does, like, just leave it out, like the shirt didn't, conclusively have blood on it. Leave it out. The Tarp didn't have anything on it. Leave it out. Who cares about the goddamn Tarp? It is totally irrelevant. All the time we spent on the Tarp. For what?
Only thing that I could possibly conceive of as a reason why they would do this is so the defense doesn't do it. So they're getting out in front of it and going, we did this and we tested it and here's the results, rather than not introducing it and then having the defense come and go, oh, hey, did you guys, there's this blue Tarp. Did you guys test it? Yeah. Oh, it didn't have anything on it, did it? Oh, you also tested a jacket, didn't you? You looked through the whole fucking house and you couldn't find one single thing with blood on it, did you? That's the only, and it's a bad reason, but still.
I hadn't even thought of that, but that makes a lot of sense. I think that them getting out in front of the defense, you have to name your weaknesses and your flaws and kind of figure out a way to substantiate them. But
but when your weaknesses and your flaws are literally everything, everything.
You're so right, because if they didn't bring any of this up and then defense starts their case and then they take all of those witnesses and they're like, what did you find? Pretty much nothing. What did you find? Well, not really much. What did you find? Well, I don't know. Ask the other guy. I'm really, all of the SLED agents could easily be witnesses for the defense because they're not giving anything for the prosecution. They're not helping them out. You're right. That's a very good point. I think that's what's happening. I think they're trying to get out in front of it.
Okay. The guy that does finance, he's also a friend of Paul's. People are saying, go back. Oh, Lordy.
Do people want this stuff? I mean, he's not.
It's short-ish.
Okay.
It's like 15 minutes of our time. He literally says nothing. But...
The jury saw this, right? So it's not
the jury saw it.
Really knew him, loved him.
Okay.
I don't know, just a great guy, very loyal friend. He kind of got us always there. We need him.
So if you reached out and needed something, you might have to pull that mic a little closer to your mouth to fix that.
All right, we'll do it. The people have spoken.
Okay.
They've spoken.
So was he sort of a responsive friend? Meaning, if you reached out to him, would he respond back?
Yes, he was very responsive.
And how did you primarily communicate with him? What means?
Cell phone normally. Yeah.
Phone calls or text?
A little bit of both, but mostly phone calls. He was a big phone caller.
Well, I guess tell us a little bit about Paul's cell phone use. Did he like to use a cell phone?
Yeah, he did like to use a cell phone.
How would you describe it? His use of cell phone?
He used cell phone a lot. Kind of every time he had a road trip or anything like that, he would use it to call all of his friends and just check in on everybody. I can speak for almost all his friends. We get a phone call from him almost every day. And then he used text a lot, Snapchat, that kind of stuff.
Was he on his phone quite a bit?
Yes.
To the point where was it very noticeable to his friends?
Yes.
Did you ever have a chance? Did you have an opportunity to get to know Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
All right, well, tell us about her. What was your observations about her? Your whatever friendship.
She was a MILF.
She was just a super sweet lady. She kind of always trusted Paul when he was with me. She would know he's staying out of trouble. She just treated all Paul's friends like they were her kids, and it's very nice.
I mean, a chiropractor after
this thing. You hanging out with Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
About what? Sorry.
Well, did she ever comment to you about how she liked you hanging out with Paul?
Yeah, she did. Like hang out with Paul.
And did you have an opportunity to get to know Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And what were your perceptions of him?
Kind of same way the rest of the family, just took everybody in, all Paul's friends. He was kind of the dad of all of our friend group. Same way the rest of the family. Yeah.
See, this isn't helping the prosecution's case.
Yes.
He's a great guy. He's a nice guy. He's everybody's dad. He's a good over guy. We all loved him.
Did you ever get to go out to the family property on Moselle?
Yes, I did.
Sounds like a killer.
How often would you have you been out there visiting?
Probably 30 or 40 times.
And
keep going to go.
Right when you went out there?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the property. What kind of things would y'all do out there?
Did a lot of hunting.
Bye, Valhalla. This is just
Probably
for
more than hunting,
you.
just hanging out. Just enjoying each other's company, hanging out.
So you said about what, 30 to 40? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
If you would.
Screaming goats for Valhalla.
All right. Now to the property. Was there a main house location?
There was, yes.
All right. Was there a secondary location for kennels and a shed?
Yes, there was.
All right. Did you spend much time out at that secondary location?
A good bit, yeah.
All right. Describe that area for us, if you would. What was out there, and what would you do out there?
So it's like a big shed hangar that side comes up. We'd all hang out over there. And there's the dog kennels. And then a few years back, they built the shed across from the hangar. And it was just a good place to get away from the main house and just hang out and talk.
If you were visiting Moselle, would you spend most of your time hanging around at that shed, the hangar area?
Depends. For large groups, we would have people over there more often. If it was just me and Paul and the family, we just hang out at the house.
You mentioned kennels. Were there a number of dogs on the property?
There were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the dogs you remembered. And what, first of all, were there kind of two different kinds of dogs between family dogs or working dogs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get to know any of the family dogs?
Yes.
Who were they? Tell us about those dogs.
Bubba is a yellow lab, and then Bourbon, brown lab, and Grady is black lab. And they were all pretty relaxed, would hang out around the house mostly, but I don't know, they were just good dogs.
Did they?
If we
when
could
you
see
slept over there,
pictures.
did the dogs sleep at the house
I will
location,
complain.
the main house?
Yes, they did. The family dogs did.
Family dogs.
Yes.
And then there were some working dogs where would they stay? The working dogs.
They would stay in the kennels by shed.
Yes, the location. So the Moselle location, when you started going there, did it have one or two entrances and exits?
2 entrances.
Okay. And describe the two entrances.
So one was the main entrance that was had like brick pillar outside, and that would just kind of go to the house and not really pass anything, go through some trees. The other entrance would be next to the cabin, right behind the shed, and that entrance you can kind of go multiple ways when you go in there, but that passes by the cabin and the sheds and then goes to the house as well.
And with that entrance, is that where the mailbox was located?
Oh, I can't remember the mailbox is. I believe it was at the pillars at the main entrance, maybe.
Is that the location near the dog kennels? That second exit?
Yes, yes.
Was there one exit that was used more often than the other?
We probably more often use the one by the sheds.
If there was ever a time where someone was leaving the house and you all were down at the kennels, what was the normal course of action for that person, whether it was Mr. or Mrs. Murdaugh?
Can you say that again?
If anyone was leaving the house or coming back and you all were down at the shed area, the kennel area, what was the normal course of action for Mr. or Mrs. Murdaugh if they were leaving the house and exiting and you were down there?
Typically, they would come check on us and drive by and just say, hey. But
that was normal?
I would say it's normal, yes.
Did you, with Paul, were you guys close enough where you shared your location with each other?
We did.
Tell us what that means. Is this an iPhone?
Yeah, it's the app on Find My Friends on iPhone.
And what does it mean to actually share your location with someone?
Just means at any point in time, you can open your phone and see where all your friends are and pinpoint their exact location.
Did you do that with many people?
Probably 5 or 10.
Do you know if Paul did that with many people?
Don't think Paul did with many people, no.
When you spent time down at the hangar in the kennels, was it common for firearms to be stored down there or left down there?
Not common, no.
In those times, you said you've been about there about 30 to 40 times. How would you explain common? Was it something that you frequently see or not frequently?
Can't remember a time I've seen firearms left at the sheds.
When's the last time you saw Paul Murdaugh?
June 5th, I think, 2 days before.
That weekend before
Yes.
Monday?
Yes.
June 7th? Tell us about that weekend.
I can't remember much. We were hanging out with my friends' houses. I think we went to a bar called the Windjammer in Charleston, but I don't remember much from the weekend.
Did you see him on Sunday?
Do not think I saw him on Sunday, no.
Did he stay at your house that weekend?
I don't think so. My friends and I were talking about that. We can't remember if it was my house or one of my other friends' houses.
Would Paul commonly stay at, when he was visiting Charleston, would he crash at people's houses?
Yes, he normally stayed at our house.
But you don't remember if that particular time he did or not?
Don't remember.
How were you kind of told about the murders? How'd you find out?
So I had missed a few calls in the middle of the night. I didn't wake up to. The next morning, my roommate came in my room and told me.
Your roommate is who?
Frank Chapman.
And he told you what happened?
Yes.
Did you make it out to the property at all?
Yes, the next day I went out to the property.
So the 8th of June?
Yes.
And walk us through what happened out there when you made it to the property. Where did you go?
We just went to the main house and just went to see the family and to be with everybody.
A lot of friends and family were there?
Good friends and family, yes.
Did you attend the funeral as well?
I did, yes.
Like court's indulgence? Further questions?
That's.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mr. McElveen, where are you from?
I'm from Columbia, South Carolina.
And are you friends with Will Chapman and Frank Chapman and Will Loving and?
I am, yes.
That crowd? Okay. And so you met with Paul, I take it, down at Edisto with the Columbia group?
Yep.
And you became really good friends with Paul's, correct?
Correct.
And I think you described him as a loyal friend, did you not?
Correct.
And you became close not only to Paul, but to the entire.
The point of this
family,
witness is
right?
so to be Flair can
they're
get really upset
they're
and be
houses that-
offensive and call me names. That's
kids,
why.
teenagers, young adults congregate at their parents' house. Was the Murdaugh house at Edisto one of those houses where people would congregate?
It was, yes.
And you spent a lot of time at Edisto there in the summers?
I did, yes.
And you spent time around Alec and Paul and Buster and Maggie, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe Alec's relationship with Paul?
They had a very good relationship. They were kind of best friends in a way.
They were close?
Very close.
And how, from your observation, how would you describe Alec's relationship with Maggie?
From everything I've seen, it was great too. I mean, nothing. I've never seen anything negative.
Right. And they like for Paul to hang around with you, and right?
That's correct.
I mean, I think you were asked about that. You strike me as someone who's very responsible. Did they like that about you? Do you think?
They did. I think so.
And you strike me as someone who, if you're down at Moselle, would not leave guns laying around. You wouldn't do that, would you?
Probably not, no, sir.
Okay, so when you were with Paul, hunting, you were responsible enough to be sure that guns got put away properly, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about some of their dogs. Actually, Paul had a puppy, did he not?
He did.
You have that puppy now?
I do.
What's his name?
His name's Goose.
How's he doing?
He's doing great.
How's the puppy
Glad
doing?
to hear
Very
that.
important question for this murder trial.
And you
What's
describe,
his
three
name as a close
labs,
second?
Bubba the yellow lab, Burden the
Somebody
brown
likes
lab,
Top
and Grady
Gun.
the black lab.
That's correct.
And when you were at Moselle, these were family dogs, and they stayed up at the residence.
That's right.
Now, up at the residence, they had an invisible electric fence around the house, correct?
I didn't know about it, but possibly so.
Okay. Well, was Bubba a handful? Just take off sometimes?
Sometimes.
Right. And you don't know, when was the last time you were at Moselle?
I can't remember.
Was it in 2021?
Most likely.
Okay. Were the dogs there?
Can't remember.
When you heard that Paul had been murdered, did Will Loving come down to your house in Charleston, or was it another friend's house?
Will went to another friend's, but I think he came to our house later in the day. But we had a group at our house as well.
And then you went to Moselle?
The next day we went to Moselle.
Has that been on that Wednesday? Murders were Monday night, late.
So yes, I guess that Wednesday went to Moselle.
So not the Tuesday, but the Wednesday.
I believe that's correct.
And who all went with you?
I think Frank Chapman went with me. And that might be it.
Okay. And who was there when you got there? Were any other friends of Paul there when you got there?
Rogan was there, and Nolan was there.
And what was?
I had a couple more, but I'm not sure.
Okay. What was Alec Murdaugh's demeanor when you saw him?
Just sad, crying.
Did y'all hug?
We did hug, yeah.
I mean, did he? He was crying?
Yes.
And did you go back over to Moselle after the funeral?
Yes, I did.
And were there a bunch of Paul's friends there?
There were, yes.
And can you tell me, was Alec, is he still crying, hugging all the Paul's friends?
He was still crying. I mean, there are so many people there that it's kind of a line to see him, but from the little bit I saw him, yes.
One second, Your Honor. Anything further?
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Break.
Well, at least we know the puppy is
Adjustment
doing
jury,
okay.
15 minutes break.
All right.
Everybody wanted to see it, so.
Yep.
The word nothing burger comes to mind for that one. This fucking trial. We all wanted so much more from this. Look what it's turning into.
Yeah. Where are we here? Whatever. Whatever. All right. While we're waiting for that to start again, was to be Flair. Let me to get the fuck over it. This is why you're losing viewers. Don't tell me what is or isn't important when you haven't even seen it. Insulting as fuck. I've actually watched that particular part 3 times. I just completely blocked this dude's testimony out of my mind because it literally had fuck all to do with anything.
Is there anything before the jury comes?
Well, that's a rather
Strong
personal
opinion.
question. So, all I got out of that was he has a dog named Goose that's doing well, and they all
He's
cry
doing
like
well.
bitches. That's
Goose is doing really well. I'm so happy for that puppy. That was important to know. Somebody likes Top Gun, clearly.
Yeah.
Mr. Waters and I are complicated people.
Yes, sir.
Goose won't be okay for long.
So I'm like,
Fix your hair.
did he take
Yeah.
Goose? Is Goose his now? Like what's the chain of custody there? Is he in good hands? I hope so.
Hope so. All right. This, I believe, is our last exciting witness for the day, if I recall correctly. I'm not
yay.
sure. I better double check before to be Flair yells at me some more. Yep, she's our last
All right,
witness.
Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, and I don't know if Your Honor has another instruction that you prefer. I probably would do the language just a little different in that particular one, but I think fundamentally the principles are accurate. I do think that the next to last sentence is superfluous because that's already said, but I think that's fine.
This whole trial is superfluous.
Yeah, I don't think that's,
Superfluous.
there's
My
too
God,
much
tell
of
me
an
about
issue with that particular charge.
And Your Honor, other matter before we bring the jury in. Do you want to hear from me now? The state intends on, not this witness, if this witness is another witness, the GSR person, specific GSR person.
That's correct. It'll be the witness after this.
Okay. Evidence of GSR.
All right, this is our gunshot residue expert, the one that tested and found the
such testimony
gunshot
under a
residue.
403 analysis.
Yes.
Prejudice outweighs the probative, and I'm struggling to figure out what the probative is So I'm in this, I mean, I think it's factually driven. I think the state needs to give you some sense of what it proves. A jacket, I might point out, no one has put in the hands of the defendant. And the tarp that they found, they never tested for GSR, blood, DNA, and everyone says tarp, that's a jacket. I don't know how you connect it to the defendant. If the prejudice far outweighs any probative value in that it's not been connected to him, even circumstantially not connected to him, the only witness to it, Shelly, who I've talked to a couple times, indicated that was not what he had in his hands. And she'd never seen it before, never seen it with him. So, Your Honor, we oppose it under the 403 analysis.
Yes, Your Honor. I think if you listen to the testimony of Ms. Smith in totality, first of all, she identified a picture where she said, yeah, that looks like what it was. It was balled up. And that picture, of course, was then identified by Ms. Moore as where they recovered the actual raincoat, which, of course, is a very, very large raincoat, very easily could be identified as a tarp. I think any issues that Mr. Harpootlian wants to make, he can certainly argue those to the jury, but the connection has been established between Ms. Smith and that particular raincoat, and looking at the picture and saying, that looks like what I saw. Additionally, with that other tarp, she also testified that there was no silver on that tarp. And if you look at the picture of that other tarp, it is half blue and half silver. So it's a very. There was, I think, Miss.
Which other tarp?
For me, real quick, Your Honor. Today, yes, please.
I love this argument that the raincoat is much bigger in their minds than it really is. It's like it's like the Yorkie from Amber's testimony. It's like
yeah.
So Your Honor, exactly. Put them up the elbow or hand them up, whichever you prefer. But we have State's Exhibit 224, and this was a tarp you can see with a lot of silver on it. But State's Exhibit 411, Ms. Smith identified as that's what it looked like. You can see that balled up thing right there, and that is ultimately the rain jacket, which, as you saw, particularly on redirects with Ms. Gowd, this is extremely large, very easily can look like a tarp. And when she balled it up, Ms. Smith said, yeah, that's what it looked like. So I think there's been enough of a nexus established as to the probative value. What you'll, of course, hear is that from the GSR experts is that very high levels of GSR were found within the inside of that blue rain jacket, which again is this big and very, very long. Again, Mr. Harpootlian can argue to the jury whatever inferences he wants to, but I think the state has established enough of a nexus to not only make it relevant,
I think the state is full of shit.
Make its probative value not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Yes, sir.
I think he either misunderstood or is misquoting what Ms. Smith said. She said, when she was shown that photo, she said, it's the same color or like the same color. She never, ever, ever said, that's what I saw him with as he came through the door. And by the way, she found the tarp. That couldn't be the tarp because the tarp was found downstairs across a chair, which is what she said he walked in with. So the tarp in the box obviously isn't it. And I mean, she said the tarp that he came in with was the one that was on the chair when he came down, not the coat. All she ever said was that blue coat, balled up, appears to be the same color. No one has ever said that she saw him or anybody saw him with that jacket. And I would also point out that I hate to say this, but I would suspect there are a number of rain jackets in this area of the state that have GSR on them, in them, around them. So there's no one that says he had possession. All she ever said was, and by the way, it's all balled up. All she said was, it looks like the same color. She saw a picture of the rain jacket and said, that is not what he was carrying when he came in.
So the too long didn't read the TLDR of all of this.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
That's the TLDR there.
All right. The item is in evidence. The witness testified as to the location of the item of evidence and where she believed that it was placed by the defendant. It's in evidence. Obviously, the state contends that it has some inculpatory evidence on it. This is a circumstantial case, and circumstantially, proof may be offered on the issue of whether or not this gunshot residue or whatever it might be can be traced to the defendant. And I overrule the objection and I find it's the evidence.
Keep checking. We're still on 1.25 speed.
More probative than prejudicial, though I do not believe a probative versus prejudicial analysis is required on this issue. But to the extent that it is, I find that it's more probative.
That's
and
another,
prejudicial,
those sounds are another piece of the prosecution's
deny the
case going up in
motion to
flames.
prevent the state from offering testimony.
Accept your ruling.
Yes, sir.
I cannot imagine.
Bring the jury.
I can't imagine they let this end. The gunshot residue on an irrelevant tarp, that on an irrelevant coat that has nothing to do with this guy, that's never been connected to him, that was found in a closet, that was specifically said can't possibly be the.
It's utterly bizarre, but the thing is that, I mean, the state wants to bring it in. I have no idea why. I don't think it's prejudicial so much as it is just fucking dull and boring.
Yeah.
And I mean, it will prejudice the jury against the prosecution, unfortunately. That's what it's going to do. It's not going to prejudice them against Alec.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. As soon as they get back in the jury room and start the deliberations, and then they start talking, going, okay, wait a minute. They showed us like 5 big, scary looking guns that had nothing to do with the murder. They showed us that they were all loaded, which had nothing to do with the murder. They showed us that there was no fingerprints on any of the guns. There was no fingerprints on any of the magazines. There was no fingerprints on any of the bullets. There's nothing on this tarp. We don't have the tarp. We don't have the murder weapons. We don't. There's gunshot residue on a tarp that doesn't belong to him, or nobody's seen him. Where it's just going to implode.
They have fuck all.
I mean, what one thing have you seen? Just for the love of God, tell me one piece of evidence you've heard that implicates him in a murder.
I'm waiting to see. They said there was blood evidence in his car, and I haven't seen that yet. Potential blood evidence, not proven.
Oh wait, and just so I don't get yelled at, this is a witness, a financial
Natasha
witness.
Moody, last name Moodie.
This is a very, very quick financial evidence. I mean, if you even skip, she's here like 5 minutes, 8 minutes.
You think we can get through it?
I don't want to get yelled at again, so we'll let it play. And then we have our final witness. I even forgot about her. Literally what she's going to testify to for the next 8 minutes is he has some bank accounts.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what she has to say.
And before we get there, XComer, thank you so much for the first super chat in bajillion years. Please enlighten me. How can evidence that is not evidence be evidence, or is that evidence since it's not evident? Is circumstantial evidence, which is evidence that's not really evidence?
Yep. What he said.
Yeah. So let's hear that he had some bank accounts.
Okay, let's do it.
I spelled it with a Y on my paper. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
To be fair,
Miss Moody, where are you from?
My mouth.
Jacksonville, Florida.
And for whom do you work?
Bank of America, NA.
What do you do for Bank of America, NA?
I am a consumer resolution associate.
Consumer resolution associate. What does a consumer resolution associate do?
Good fucking
I
question.
manage a portfolio of litigated matters. I appear on behalf of the bank for trials, depositions, mediations, and I also review our business records on a daily basis.
Your business records. Were you asked to review business records for Bank of America, NA in relation to this case?
I did.
I'm showing you 3 items labeled for identification as States Exhibit 415, 416, and 417. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I reviewed them and I also initialed them.
And generally speaking, what are these items?
These are documents for this case, opening account documents, monthly statements for various accounts, and copies of checks for this account, for various accounts.
So are they bank records?
Yes.
Somebody gonna play the Jeopardy theme song at some point?
Don't tempt me. Etc. etc.
Oh, you cut it at my favorite part.
I'm sorry.
Dead air. Somebody, please say something.
Your Honor, state moves to introduce exhibits 415, 416, and 417 into evidence at this time, my understanding, with subject to any objections from Your Honor's previous ruling off today.
Yes, sir. Harper.
Your Honor, may I confer with Mr. Muller?
Yes.
Kind of screaming goats.
For the admission of these records, I would ask you to give whatever cautionary charge you're going to do.
All right. I'm happy to. Ladies and gentlemen, evidence or testimony is about to be offered that the defendant may have been involved in other criminal activity. And that evidence is not evidence or proof that he committed the offenses charged in the indictments. This testimony has been allowed and is being allowed for the limited purpose of assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider this evidence for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh.
And mind you, this is
nor may you
1.25
consider
speed.
this evidence as evidence of his propensity to commit other crimes,
It's still fucking
or that it is
slow.
more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently on trial. It is being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motive to commit the crimes for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Very briefly, Ms. Moody, we had 3 discs that are now in evidence. What information is on that first disc? You indicated it was bank records. Do you have any additional information to describe those bank records?
I do, but I don't have the disc in front of me.
Showing you state's exhibit labeled 415. What records are on that disc?
There are checking account ending, it involves checking accounts, and I can give you the last 4 digits of those.
If you would, please.
Checking account ending in the last 4 digits is 6779. It has account opening documents for that one. The next one is account ending in 7991, and those are account opening documents for that account. And then the checking account ending in 7625, and that's account opening documents for that account, and then also monthly statements and
Wish I had a
supporting documents for
shotgun
all
now.
3 accounts.
Thank you. Now showing you state's exhibit 416. What's on this disc?
These are credit card ending in 9559. And those are monthly statements in that, and account opening application documents.
State's exhibit 417. What's on that disc?
Also another credit card ending in 8591. And these are application accompanying documents and monthly statements for this account.
These are in evidence, but we would not have any objection to them, except if were previously made objections.
Yes, sir.
State moves to admit these 3 exhibits. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Moody.
Moody.
Moody, you may step down and you're excused.
Holy
Drawing.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. That's that's and what that was evidence to show you that he has a motive to commit murder. That's why that witness was let in. That witness was let in for the specific purpose of proving he had motive for murder. Every time you see a financial person on the stand, ask yourself that question. How does this prove motive for him to kill somebody? Oh my Lord. All right. To be Flair says, I'm sorry. You don't have to say you're sorry. I appreciate your you don't
And
have
I'm
to
sorry,
do that.
super chat. That's very generous.
Yeah. And Sparkle TBD, nothing pithy to say, but thanks for the stream. Well, this stream is pissing me off. That's about all I've got to say.
Really, I found it thrilling.
Yeah, and is this the reverse Chewbacca? If you're talking about the Chewbacca defense, yes, this is the reverse Chewbacca the prosecution. If you're talking about a weird sexual position, that might be more interesting than the trial, the reverse Chewbacca.
Is that in the Kama Sutra? I've never heard of that.
It's like, yeah, that's like the downward Chewbacca. Up Chewbacca. Oh, never mind. You don't want to finish that sentence. Anyway, all right. Yikes. All right, let's get back to this. Is our last witness for the day.
Okay, one more.
Gunshot residue woman, and she will take us to the end of our misery here for today. I swear to God, this guy is dead back here.
Okay, now call Jamie Hall.
Sex, now that I have your attention, this is dumb, says Flux. Wow, who is that? So beautiful. Oh, and I remember it's Jeff. Well, thank you, Ardo.
I did. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
I'll take what I can get, you know.
Oh, you look nice today.
My name is
Why,
Jamie
thank you very
Hall,
much.
Hall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm supposed to
What
have
do
to
I'm
reconsider
currently
my week
employed
off
at the
of
West Columbia
booze.
Police Department as an evidence custodian
How long have you been there?
since April of 2022.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Jamie Hall? So much of your background, as personal background as we want to. I'll leave that to you, but specifically your education
She's
and
a
background.
coal
that led you to law
miner's
enforcement.
daughter.
Yes, sir. I grew up in the Midlands area of South Carolina. Upon graduating high school, I attended Clemson University and obtained my bachelor's of science degree in wildlife and fisheries biology. After that, I spent a couple years traveling and working some various jobs. I moved back to the area in 2013 and began looking to start a career and ended up at SLED in 2015 as an administrative assistant in the trace evidence department in the forensic services laboratory. I was an administrative assistant until 2017 when I became an evidence technician, or excuse me, a forensic technician too, in the trace evidence lab.
When did you graduate Clemson?
Sorry, in 2010.
Was that before or after you started in Stephen King's
So
Carrie?
after you traveled some, you started working in SLED in what year?
Did your mama
in
lock you up in the closet
What
and
was
talk
your
about
job
your
then?
dirty
I was
pillows?
an administrative assistant.
And what does that mean?
For the trace evidence department, that involved
Sorry.
answering phone calls, filing documents, pretty much normal administrative
I'll
duties.
shut up now.
Did you further your education or your experiences while you were at SLED in that field?
No, sir. When I became the technician in 2017, that's when I began the in-house training for that career.
Okay. Tell us about the in-house training when you became the
the-
forensic technician.
Yeah, so that training involved oral and practical examinations in-house under the supervision of an analyst, in which I learned how to properly handle the evidence and process the evidence for potential GSR. I also oversaw some testimonies of some analysts to be familiar with courtroom policies as well. And I took some outside training from Hook College in Chicago as well.
Hook College in Chicago?
Hook, yes, sir.
What was that training?
It was training regarding the scanning electron microscope, which is used for GSR analysis.
That's the acronym is SEM for that?
The SEM, yes, sir.
And when did you leave SLED?
In March of 2022
And do you mind, you're working where now?
at the West Columbia Police Department,
West Columbia Police Department, and you are there what?
evidence custodian.
Now, back in June of 2021, you were a forensic technician for SLED.
Yes, sir.
That's the comment of the
Special
night,
agent,
Scott.
forensic technician.
No, sir, I was not considered an agent or considered law enforcement. I was just the forensic technician too.
So then, in June of 2021, what was your job on a day-to-day basis?
My primary role in the trace evidence department as a forensic technician was to prepare evidence for GSR analysis. That includes GSR kits as well
Dog
as
does not
inanimate
like
objects that
sirens.
came in for potential GSR testing.
And we're going to have Ms. Fletcher testify right after you, but what is a GSR kit?
A GSR kit is an envelope that goes out to officers or investigators so that they can collect on scene from a potential suspect's hands. And it involves it has all the items they need: gloves so that they can make sure they're not contaminating the subject's hand. And then the little vials that contain the GSR particle lifts with a double-sided adhesive that's used to dab across their hands to pick up any potential GSR.
So those are kind of done in the field, if you will?
Yes, sir.
After a local law enforcement agency uses one of these kits, what happens to it?
When they decide that they need it analyzed, they submit it to the laboratory. And then when it comes into the laboratory, I prepare it for analysis. So that involves me making sure it's been properly sealed and initialed, handled properly, the correct kit. There are a variety of kits out there. Our lab has particular kits that we accept. So I confirm that it is an acceptable kit. And I also confirm that it was collected within the allowed time frame. On a living person, we're touching things all the time and possibly contaminating or removing the GSR. So we do have a 6-hour time limit on kits collected from individuals.
So if a kit comes into SLED or your possession, do you check to see if it was collected during that 6-hour time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you do that?
We have what we call an information worksheet included in each GSR kit that the officer fills out that includes the time or the estimated time that the shooting occurred, as well as the time that the kit was collected.
I'm going to show you what is marked States 13. Can you tell if you were involved with States 13? And if you can, how can you tell?
Yes, sir. This has the unique SLED lab number and item number, and it also has my initials on the day that I process it.
6821 JEH.
Yes, sir.
What the E stand for?
Elizabeth.
Now, Court, would you open this, please?
Thank you.
There you go. You got that envelope open, only to find another envelope inside.
Yes, sir. Again, it also has my date and initials from the day that I processed it.
Your initials again, JEH?
Yes, sir.
6821?
Yes, sir.
And when you're processing this, tell us again, what are you looking to see, whether it's what's done or not, or just tell us what you do.
Okay. So for a GSR kit, I start by using what we call an inventory worksheet. And on that worksheet, what I'm doing is confirming the manufacturer of the kit as well as the lot number for the kit. They have lot numbers for quality control purposes to make sure they're not contaminated before they're used for collection. I'm confirming who the kit was collected from, that 6-hour time frame. And during that time, I also label the individual particle lifts inside with the unique lab number, item number, date and initials for control purposes.
And I believe a sheet has been entered where MURDAUGH collected this GSR kit from the defendant. Are you aware of that?
Are you referring to the gunshot residue analysis information sheet?
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir. That's what I would have used to confirm the 6-hour time frame.
And it's in evidence already. I'm not sure exactly what number, but do you have that copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And this has already, if you'll trust me, this has already been entered into evidence. Did you use this in examining, determining whether this was collected properly?
Yes, sir, I did. It also has my date and initials on it.
So using the form, show these ladies and gentlemen what you did. How you came up and.
So yeah, there's a section here at the bottom. So we have the subject's name from whom it was collected.
And who is that?
This one says Richard Alexander MURDAUGH, as well as the time and date the shooting occurred, 6/7/21, 10 p.m.
And that's information that's gathered at the scene from somebody, right?
Yes, sir. This particular kit says that it was filled out by collecting officer Brian Vandor. Sorry if I messed that up. And then at the bottom, the collecting officer has also signed and dated that it was collected at 6/7/21 at 11:15 p.m.
And would that 11:15 fit in the time period where you're saying, okay, well, I can pass this on to be analyzed?
Yes, sir. It's an hour and 15 minutes.
That's interesting. They have a time deadline to process the
make sure
evidence.
that's done correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then do you inspect the vials, if you will, to make
Yes, sir. I make sure that there's nothing out of the ordinary with them. Occasionally, you might would have a little crack in the vial, but I've never had anything damaged.
So in your opinion, these were collected properly and you passed them on for analysis?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Now, were there, let me ask you this much.
Thanks for
local
sitting through this
agencies
torture
to,
with me.
examine items for potential evidence, in this case, gunshot resident. How do they
Even,
get
even the non-financial stuff is torture.
Typically, the
kind
officers
of
from the
is,
local
yeah.
agency submit them through our evidence control department. And once they're submitted that way, that's when they're assigned their unique lab number and item numbers for each piece of evidence. And then based on the type of analysis that that agency requested, we would get notice that it needs to be processed. And so I would pick it up from evidence control and bring it upstairs to the trace lab to begin the processing.
And is all that documented from local agency to y'all and where it goes from there?
I can't attest to what the outside agencies do. I believe it probably varies agency to agency. But once it's been logged into our system downstairs, it is tracked throughout the laboratory for every hand that touches it.
That's kind of what we refer to as a chain, correct?
Yes, sir. It's referred to as the chain of custody.
Chain of custody. Now, did you have some other items of potential evidence in this case that you examined?
Yes, sir. I had several other items.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about him or?
Well, I don't know. Maybe she'll say again. Hello? Hello? Witness?
I'm going to show you what's
Witness?
marked. States 418. Ask me if you could just identify this, Ms. Hall, and does it relate to your testimony?
Well, I can no longer see my initials, but I did process items that were in container D, and this is marked with container D for this case number. Yes, sir.
And would you open it up then to see if you
Yes.
can further find your mark with the court's permission?
Please do. Please open it up. Let's see how bad this makes it buffer.
It's like one of those unboxing YouTube videos, but way less fun and exciting.
Yeah. What's in the box?
Magic
Buffering is in the
mushrooms?
box. Yeah, I wish. It'd be funny if it was Gwyneth Paltrow's head.
How did that come to mind?
The movie 7.
Oh God, I never saw the end of that. I fell asleep.
Oh, you
You just
haven't.
spoiled it for me. How dare you? I know it's been out since
Yeah.
1990 something,
12.
but
Yeah.
I'm mad at you.
something.
I'm officially mad at
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Well, I'm mad at myself for thinking I could buffer this safely at this point in time.
Honestly,
Well,
this is a lovely reprieve from the like mild torture.
There we
My good friend LGB said they should just replace like waterboarding with watching this trial.
Yeah.
It would be more effective. Guantanamo
Yeah,
Bay.
they'd get more false testimony than they did with waterboarding.
I mean, I'm not saying it works. I'm just saying, for those people who are into that, they might want to think about an alternative.
Flux says Ms. Flux and I were just talking about her head in the box.
21, excuse me, it's your lab number 21 contained in states 418 at this point for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize it as the lab item number 20.
Apparently, Digger.
And what is lab item number 20?
It was a brown paper bag containing one pair of green cargo shorts.
Green
And
cargo
also
shorts.
contained in 418, lab number 21. Can you tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's lab number or item number for this case 19, which was a brown paper bag containing one white t-shirt.
White t-shirt.
Now,
like the stuff he was wearing that
That's so
night.
boring. Why? I'm disappointed.
I bet she's going to testify whether or not it had gun residue on it.
Ooh.
And by the way,
Maybe.
gun residue is notoriously hard to wash off yourself and other things.
Not all 418 without objection.
Oh, yeah?
Admit it.
I'm
Yeah,
sure the jury knows that. Can they
Well, we
figure
had
out when it got on the garment? Like how old it is? Like what kind of gun it came from? I mean,
Probably not, no.
yeah, that's
It's
kind of
just there.
tricky. I feel like you need a little more ballistics evidence to
Thank you.
substantiate
I'm
this.
sorry.
Well, James from court was sitting in court, and he was saying he looks like
Please don't ask this question.
everybody on the jury
Look at
probably owns
423,
multiple
424
guns.
and 425.
I'm sure.
Do you recognize
I'm
these
sure they
and
know a
do they
lot.
relate to what you're talking about right now?
Yes, sir. These are PGSR collection worksheets from clothing that I generate during my process of collecting from inanimate objects.
Okay. Inanimate objects.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's start with the shirt, 423.
Yes,
It's
sir.
in evidence. Tell these folks what you did with the shirt.
So anytime we're processing clothing or an inanimate object in the lab, we start by making sure everything's been thoroughly cleaned, and we also place down parchment paper to just as an extra check and balance to make sure there's nothing contaminating the evidence. We also place what we call a clothing blank out onto the table
good
where we are
stuff.
processing. That's just another one of those double-sided adhesive stubs, and it's left open and exposed to the environment to make sure there's no contamination in the environment. That's how I start all of my clothing. Then I confirm that everything is adequately sealed and documented, and I open my items and lay them out on the parchment paper. I photograph items, and then I do label those items for identification later if needed. And then I will sample the clothing item closest in the areas that would be closest to the discharge of the firearm. So in this case, we're talking about a t-shirt. So I will sample the right chest and sleeve area together and the left chest and left sleeve together. So if you want to draw a line down your midline for right and left, and then we typically go down to just below the chest area.
And is that what you do with every shirt?
Yes, sir. If it's a long sleeve garment, I would typically use a separate particle lift for the chest area and the arms, just because the adhesive doesn't last quite as long.
If you say this, I apologize, I'm tired. Why are you doing those areas?
It's closest to the discharge of a firearm.
Potential discharge, so that's where you test.
Yes, sir.
Well, looking at the shirt, look 418, the shirt that's contained in here. Which one's the shirt?
19.
19?
Yes, sir.
Before you get to doing the part.
My dog is about
I confirm what the item is and that it's
about
properly
50
sealed and initialed.
53 pounds, 23 kilograms.
After I clean, I open it. Yes, sir.
That wasn't
You make
Yoda, that was
observations
strawberry.
of items when you first open it.
Yes, sir. Anything that seems out of the ordinary for any item is documented on the worksheet in the comments section.
And you have a comment section. That's where you put your thoughts, right?
Yes, sir. Anything that may, again, be out of the ordinary or affect the analysis later.
Spoiler scory, no.
And just to go back, you go down a bit. Yeah, so this is right sleeve, right chest, left sleeve, left chest. He's beefy shirt, right?
Introducing 423 in evidence. I don't think it's in evidence yet, but no objection.
We offered it a little while ago. Without objection.
I have no objection to those three exhibits.
I thought I said it. If I didn't, I apologize. Is this a Haynes beefy t-shirt?
Yes, sir, it was.
And item 19.1, what are your comments underneath there?
Small reddish brown stains observed. Shirt had an odor of laundry detergent.
What do you mean by that, an odor of laundry detergent?
It just smelled freshly laundered, which is not typical of the lab. Typically, clothing smells slightly musky when we get it.
And you examined this shirt when?
On June 8th of 2021.
Now, you didn't know, did you have any knowledge about this case whatsoever?
I just knew that we had asked to make it a priority in the lab.
It smells like detergent. What does that mean?
attempted to
It means it
collect
smells like
particles from that
detergent.
shirt.
I did collect particle
Dumbass.
lists from the shirt. Yes, sir.
Freshly laundered.
Next, states 4.
I'd be offended if
25.
someone said my
Sorry,
clothes
I
usually
didn't-
smell sort of
This is also
musty.
your clothing worksheet.
Can I see the top of that sheet? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
And what was this that you examined?
This was the worksheet we generated when we collected from a seatbelt
Alleged
that was
criminal
collected from a
clothes.
2021 Chevy Suburban, South Carolina tag CZL420.
I think we have it marked with ID only. Do you recognize this? Strike that, sorry. The seatbelt states 100.
The seat belt that it took them like what 4.5 hours to get out of the box early on in the trial. Y'all remember that?
Thank you, everybody. States 100. Can you look at this and see if you haven't examined that before? Does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, sir. This was sled item number 142, and it also has my date and initials on it as well.
All right, what did you do with states 100?
At the direction of the analyst, Megan Fletcher, I collected samples from various areas on the seatbelt.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, how did you determine where you were going to collect samples?
Since this was not our typical item, I collected from areas in which Megan instructed me to collect.
Which was where?
We collected from the buckle, 3 different areas of the belt, and the latch plate.
Can you show the jury where you collected?
Yeah. So this, I believe it was what we call the latch plate.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm misspeaking on that, but, and then the buckle was.
And just rub your hands all over that.
We did the top and
Just
bottom.
make
of it.
sure you're not
And the
wearing
3
gloves,
sections were
either
just,
of you.
We measured the length for each section, did a section, rolled more out, and did the next section.
And how are you actually doing it with the particle lifts? How are you collecting that?
So as stated before, the particle lifts have a double-sided adhesive on it, and you just repeatedly dab that across the garment or the item that you're collecting until it loses its adhesive abilities.
100, we'd offer, Your Honor.
Well, notes on the phone. You're a jerk because you didn't tell me and you didn't offer me to buy it first. I would have.
And looking back on the sheet that's noted here, that's where you went through and did your inventory sheet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is to document you did what you did, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also have occasion to examine the pants in this case? It's already, I believe, in evidence.
I did collect from some cargo shorts.
And those were also included on what I just took down off the MO, but can you tell the folks where you collected or tried to collect lifts off the cargo shorts and why you collected in those areas?
Yes, sir. For any type of pants or shorts, we always collect from the right groin and the left groin area. Again, that's the area that's closest to the discharge of a firearm.
And that's standard. That's what you do.
That is standard practice.
Now, did you
Do, 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 do.
Is that correct, Mr. Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you mind opening up for, first of all, do you know whether or not you examined a pair of shoes in this case?
I did, and these are the shoes sled item number 21.
Would you please open that for the ladies and gentlemen?
All right, we'll do it for this witness. Sissy Spacek, coal miner's daughter, Carrie, smash or pass?
Good question.
One for smash, 2 for pass. Backed by popular demand.
About Sissy Spacek or the witness?
Yes, the witness.
The witness. Pass. I mean, she knows what she's doing, but not my type.
I use gloves.
Sure.
Oh, you weren't asking me?
Oh, no, go ahead. You're absolutely welcome to.
What do you think?
Before you
What's the
couldn't,
chat
you see
saying?
JEH on here?
Yes, sir, I do. On 6/8/21, I signed 9 issues.
When the camera's far away, pass. When it's close up,
What is all that right there?
you know.
I believe it's yard debris.
I mean, if I got
Permission
nothing
to
else
dump this
going
right
on,
here? Can I
you
get a
know,
trash can?
Maybe. And never mind, pass. Got to make a decision. She does have pretty hair, I guess.
She does.
These are states 419
Okay,
in without objection.
Here's the shoes you were all
Show these
asking
to the
about.
jury.
Sir.
Oh, there they are. The New Balances.
Show the jury what you. Hold on. Show the jury what you.
So with shoes, when we collect from them, we're going to collect again to the area that would be closest to the discharge of the firearm, so the front of the shoe. So in this case, I would do the area where the laces would typically be and the front toe. Depending on how well the adhesive continues, it will depend on how far back I go, but I start with the toe and then work my area down the sides.
Is this the condition they were when you saw them on June 8th, 2021?
There was more grassy type material on them when I had them.
And what I just dumped in the trash can with the court's permission and in here, did you indicate on your comment section
Yes.
whether or not yard debris was present?
Yes, sir. I commented that shoes were wet with yard debris present.
Wet with yard debris.
Yes, sir.
Did you, on June 8th now, go back in your mind,
Mhm.
when you saw these, in addition to wet
He's
and
such a
yard debris, did you make
distasteful
any other
person.
notes in the comment section about those shoes?
I did not.
Do you remember, did you see anything that looked like blood
I did not make any note of that. No, sir.
with your naked eye?
No, sir.
Top or bottom?
I swear to God, I think this guy is also suffering from some sort of mental illness, which makes him think he's a defense witness. He's badgering all the prosecution witnesses. I mean, a defense lawyer, not a defense witness. He thinks he's a defense lawyer. He's badgering all the prosecution's witnesses, and he's eliciting testimony that goes against what he's saying. He's like, so you tested them all for blood, didn't you? There's no blood anywhere on them, is there? Nope. Absolutely nowhere. Is there any blood whatsoever on this? Is there top, bottom, side, front, inside, outside? Nothing. No blood at all, is there? Right.
I mean, he
Therefore,
certainly is
he killed his wife.
defensive. He's very defensive. That's the thing. He's a very defensive prosecution attorney. So.
Yeah.
You make a salient point.
Sovereign Bosman says they're throwing the case. I've been saying that since day one. Well, if that's what they're doing, they're actually doing a very good job.
Yes.
But I mean,
unfortunately, I don't think so. I don't think they're that skilled. Sorry.
Jesus, though, this is him literally getting angry and like right in front of the jury, giving some sort of, Tom Cruise, Al Pacino closing argument. Say, there's no blood anywhere on the shoes, is there? None. There's no trace of blood you can see with the human eye anywhere on these shoes that our murderer was wearing the night of the killing.
Yeah,
Right.
it's weird. I feel like Harpootlian is really good at the theatrics. He's really good at playing the character of like this Southern, I'm just a city boy, but the pork and beans, that blah blah. It's like he does that whole thing, and it's just like I feel like he's like I should be a little more theatrical. I should really question these witnesses. I should be really into it, and it's just not working for him.
Yeah.
He does come across like he's throwing the case. It's really bad.
No, he does. He's just literally hammering her for a good minute and a half here about how there's absolutely zero blood on the evidence. And then you also have, remember, after everything that a witness says, you have to add, it's like the fortune cookie thing where you read the fortune cookie and you add in bed to the end of it. Just at the end of every test, everything that a defense or prosecution everything a prosecution witness says, at the end, you have to add, and so therefore he committed the murders.
Exactly. And you really can't. It's not working for them. It doesn't make any sense. I'm with you.
There's no
completely.
blood anywhere on these shoes, so therefore he committed the murder. It doesn't work.
I mean, there's a lot of grass and debris. I don't know exactly
Yeah.
what that shows.
Yeah.
And then he's like dumping it in a trash can. I'm like, sir, are you getting rid of evidence? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what the fuck was that? He literally like threw some stuff. He threw some stuff from the shoes in the garbage can.
What is with is the garbage going to be like? Are we going to put this back with the shit? He's like, they're touching everything. They have no respect for the evidence. It makes no sense. They have no respect for the evidence that is not evidence. That doesn't do anything for them in this fucking case. It's absurd. It's obscene. And I'm a little tired of it, but I'm glad to be going through this with another person who gets how I'm feeling. So thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. This is bullshit.
And the door is open tomorrow too, so
I might join you.
Please do. Help me.
No. Sorry, the cat. Good boy. Come here. Come here.
That's it. That's the whole clothing testimony. No blood on it anywhere. On anything. Pants, shoes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What? You're forgiven for whatever. What?
Did you have any other items that you examined that were presented to you for examination, either by yourself or with Megan Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It was sled item number 173. And it was, we described it as one blue rain jacket / poncho.
Okay. And was this the same?
Poncho.
When did you examine the poncho?
I believe
Stop
we
touching
began
her
on
inappropriately.
October 5th, 2021.
So is it fair to say that the clothes, the shirt, the pants, and the shoes were on June 8th of 2021?
Let me check my notes. Yes, sir, that's correct. June 8th of 2021.
And I didn't ask you this, and I apologize. When did you examine the belt, the seat belt?
The seatbelt was examined on September 1st, 2021.
And again, the specific date for the raincoat was what?
October 5th, 2021.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, take us to the lab now. How did you examine that garment, the rain jacket?
This was also not our typical garment, and I believe there was some information provided from investigations. So everything I did in this case was at the direct, or in this, for this particular item, was at the direct supervision of Megan Fletcher. She essentially told me where she would like me to collect, and she documented everything on the note sheet while I physically collected the particle list.
I think it's like inappropriately weird the way he leans up on the doorpost next to her and stands really close to her.
Yeah, I'm not into
Weird.
that either. There's a lot of strangeness with the female witnesses. I feel like there's a lot of condescension also. It's kind of dodgy a little bit. But maybe that's just a Southern thing. I don't know. I'm not from the South.
420 and 427 without objection.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, 421 of the particle list from the rain jacket, and I believe there's no objection except the further objection they made previously. No additional objection. 421.
They're admitted.
So let me go back in time real quick. Are these the particle lifts you took from the seatbelt? 427.
Yes, sir. My initials are also on each individual stub.
And that's sort of like the officer has in the scene. You're now doing it in the lab, taking particle lifts, right?
Correct.
And particle lists from 420 lists from 19, 20, and 21, which I think are the pants, the shirt, and the shoes. Were these the particle lists from 420 that you actually took?
Yes, sir.
Again, in the tubes.
Yes, sir.
Your initials is on.
Yes, sir.
Now, 421, you said it was a little different, unusual. How did you take the particle list on this rain jacket?
I believe everything was considered in Megan's custody while I was doing the collection, and then it was transferred directly to my custody when I carbon coated the particle lifts. That's just a process where a thin layer of carbon is added. It allows the analyst to get better images on the instrument. It doesn't do anything to add or remove GFR. It just simply adds a very thin layer of carbon. So it was in my custody at that time, but prior to that, it was in Megan's custody.
So it doesn't tamper with the evidence, it just covers it with carbon.
Basically. It's a little interesting to learn about the process.
Yeah.
Gotta get something out of this, right?
I actually don't know a lot about what gunshot residue is comprised of, but something tells me that carbon is kind of part of
It's
it.
226. Is this the rain jacket?
And this is, it's like, yeah, that's the rain jacket that's covered with all the chemicals that freaked out the defense lawyer that you're just holding up with your hand.
I mean, this guy, he seems to have a pretty strong immune system. Like, I don't think it's gonna bother him. I don't think it's gonna get to this one.
Yeah, he survived, several things like polio,
Agent Orange,
smallpox, Agent
he's like-
Orange, mustard
like,
gas in the World War I trenches.
He's obviously immune to whatever chemicals are on this.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They can get him during the Black Plague. They ain't getting him now.
He shows up tomorrow, his hands are just like burned red. Like,
Yeah.
it's a problem. It's a
He
big
comes in
problem.
wrapped in bandages. Ratchet. So yeah, he was sitting right there when she said, "You don't want to touch this. It's covered with chemicals." And even she's like, "Ew, put the gloves on." And he's like, "Ah."
Have these people never handled evidence before? I mean, you couldn't get a second set of glasses. Seriously, I don't understand this.
And now, in case you all thought he was being nice to her, uncharacteristically nice, no, this is where he gets aggressive with her too.
Of course.
Describing.
If I can check the bottom cup.
Now he's looking at his hands like, "Oh God."
It's very.
He just looks unkempt. He's just unkempt and frumpy.
Yes, sir. The date and my initials are here in the bottom cuff.
So you looked at this rain jacket.
Yes, sir, I did.
And Megan Fletcher was with you.
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen, how did you process? Where did you attempt to get particle lifts?
Basically, the entire garment. We marked it off in different sections again, where Megan advised me to collect from, and I repeatedly
Bye,
dabbed
digger.
the particle lift across each section until it lost adhesive.
These particle lifts?
Yes, sir.
You dabbed each one of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are these little things on here? These tape or the?
I'm not sure what those are.
Now you did the outside of this garment.
Correct.
Did you do anything else to it?
We also sampled the inside of this garment as well.
You actually turned it inside out and took samples from the inside.
That's correct.
Megan Fletcher was with you.
Yes, sir.
What about the hood? Did you test it or take samples from the outside of the hood?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you take samples from the inside of the hood?
Yes, sir, we did.
Seems like they tested every part of the jacket.
Yeah. With his bare hands.
Oh my god.
Invader space again, dude.
Pay the court's indulgence.
Let's go, man. Step it up. We are 3 a.m. here. Move it along.
You're a trooper.
I'm not wearing gloves here now, but when you're examining all of these items, do you wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Does Megan Fletcher, did she wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Why?
To make sure we're not contaminating it, as well as to protect ourselves from anything that may be on.
Did you see her face when he said I wasn't wearing gloves?
Yes.
I know I shouldn't. I know I don't want to waste this buffering thing, but her face was just priceless when she's like, I'm not wearing gloves.
That was kind of priceless, yeah.
See, I know I shouldn't have done this, but I did it. I went back. We are coming to the end. There's just a very few minutes left here. About 10 minutes. So in our time, about 8 minutes.
That was worth noting, though.
Yeah. We're 8:46:06.
Not bad.
3, 2, 1. Hard reset. 8:46:06. Let's go back there again. Come on. Let's go to 8:46:06. 10 minutes back. Let's go to 8:46. All right. See, I shouldn't have done this. Just leave it alone. Just should have moved on.
It happens every time I pause something. Sounds like you and I both need to improve our internet connection.
Mine's fine. Just like once a month, I have to reboot the main router into the house. And I've been saying I need to do that for a week now. So it's all on me.
You'll do it. You'll get there.
Apparently, if it's going to let us
Say
watch.
you'll do it by the end of February. February is a short month. It'll motivate you.
I'm not wearing gloves here now.
Oh, there we go.
When
Look
you're
at this.
examining all of these items, do you wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Does Megan Fletcher, did she wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Look on her face.
To make sure we're not contaminating it, as well as to protect ourselves from anything that may be on the garment.
And as far as the not contaminated, you don't want to put anything of you on that garment.
Correct. It's a standard practice for us to wear a lab coat, gloves, and if it's going to be processed for DNA later, we also wear a mask.
And is that
Unlike
in a
you, you
controlled
fuckwit.
environment when you attempt to get these parts?
Yes, sir.
She's like, I'm not wearing gloves. She's like, okay. We
That is
wear
it.
gloves and breathing apparatus and full body armor, and you can die. We don't care.
Good to know. Now I'm just going to rub this all over my entire
Yeah.
body. I'm going to lick it. I'm going to maybe try it on, see if it looks good. That's a
I
mess.
just
It's a total
licked the
mess.
coat.
I mean, he has no boundaries with that raincoat. Like,
Yeah. Here she gets snarky with the
You said
defense.
if you're going to do DNA testing, you wear a mask.
Yes, sir.
Did you wear a mask?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, to your knowledge, were some of these items processed for DNA after the GSR processing?
It was my understanding that they had the potential for DNA analysis. Yes, sir.
Now, let's just talk about how you go about sampling for GSR. And you talked about the shirt, and you said you would do the chest and sleeve on either side. How does that work? Do you lay the shirt out on a table?
Yes, sir. So as I stated, the table is thoroughly cleaned, and then we place down parchment paper as well, sterile parchment paper, and lay the garment out on that so that we can access all the areas.
And for the shirt here, I think it's item 19, did you just check on the two areas at the top on the chest side?
Yes, sir. Unless we're given information from the investigative team or from an officer who submitted it that there's potentially a reason to test somewhere else, we only test the chest and sleeve area because that's the area that would be closest to the discharge of a firearm.
And that's what you're looking for is, you call it gunshot residue, is that right?
Yes, sir. It's microscopic, so you cannot see it. Therefore, we're testing the areas where we would expect to find it.
And you would expect to find gunshot residue on the shoulders of a person who had recently shot a gun, I would think.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're looking for.
That's what we're trying to find out. Yes.
Right. And then you did some GSR testing of a seatbelt assembly and buckle and whatnot, right?
Correct.
And you did GSR testing of this rain jacket here, right?
Correct.
And shirt, shorts, shoes, and Officer MURDAUGH, I think is his name. You received a sample from him, and you just checked to be sure it was off.
I didn't physically receive it from him, but he was the collecting officer listed on the sheet. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he would have taken the sample, or whoever did it would have taken it from Mr. MURDAUGH. And that would be item number 18, I believe.
Slide item 18. Yes, sir.
And those are the samples taken from Mr. MURDAUGH's hands, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you can get gunshot residue on you by just simply picking up a firearm, can you not?
Those questions would be better asked of the analyst. I can only testify to factually what I did.
Okay. And the analyst here is Ms. Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you to take a look at your worksheet, which is in evidence 423.
Look at your worksheet. Look at it.
And do you have that up there?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think I'd rather put it on the Elmo. So do you have it in?
I have my copy. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So
Elmo.
all right. They go to the top. Okay, let's stop right there.
Stop right there.
You know, it says that this was a brand Hanes beefy T-shirt,
Yes, sir.
and then particle lifts, right sleeve, right chest, left sleeve, left chest, correct?
Correct.
And it says description, paper bag containing one white T-shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Doug, if you'll go up, down a little bit more, okay. And then there it says, comment: small reddish brown stains observed. Shirt had odor of laundry detergent. That's what it says, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what those small reddish brown stains looked like?
They looked like small reddish brown stains on the shirt.
Were they tested?
I have no knowledge of what was done after I handled the object.
Okay.
Fair
Now
enough. That's a
below
good
here
answer.
it says sealed brown paper bag containing one pair of green shorts. Is that just an entry for another item?
Yes, sir. That's item number 20. The sheet is designed where we can put two items on one sheet.
So when you received the shirt, item 19, was it in its own separate bag?
In this case, it was. Yes, sir. That's why I made the note that that individual item contained its own brown paper bag, while the description says brown paper bag containing.
Okay. And the shorts, those are green cargo shorts. And again, you lifted, it says right groin, left groin.
Correct.
And it's just is it on the inside of the pants leg, or?
Well, it's on the outside of the garment, down to, a reasonable distance, depending on the type of fabric, could depend on how much adhesive it has, depending on how large the garment is from the person. A small garment versus a 3XL is completely different. It depends on how far I can go down on the garment.
And to do this, you take a sticky something or another. And
It's a double-sided adhesive on an aluminum stub within those little vials. The bottom has a holder for that, and then we grip it by the bottom and repeatedly dab it across the garment.
Yeah, but sticky thing, something
sticky.
or other is
Correct.
the technical term, right?
Do you do one
The
vial per
scientific term, yeah.
area or multiple vials?
It's one vial per area listed. If for some reason I needed to use an extra vial or an additional vial, that would have had its own listing on the worksheet.
Okay. Now, I tell you, you don't know what the results of your lifting were, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
You would then finish your work and send it up the chain?
Yes, sir. All the items are either given directly to the analyst or they're securely stored in the trace evidence lab until the analyst takes possession of them.
And this blue rain jacket, you said you put carbon on it or something?
Yes, sir. It's a standard practice for anything collected from an inanimate object. We typically get a lot of debris, sand, dirt, or fibers, typically from clothing, and that can cause it to be a little bit more difficult on the instrument for them to get pictures of the particles. So the carbon just allows them to get a better picture of the carbon. A better picture of the particles when they do their analysis, but it does not do anything to add or remove GSR.
So you put the carbon down before you use your sticky thing?
No, so that process happens after the collection.
Okay.
So it goes into a small device, and there's little rods of carbon that are rubbed against each other inside of the instrument to put the layer of carbon onto
And
it.
they make little baby carbon.
But you're not putting carbon on the garment?
No, sir.
Got it. Okay. One second, Your Honor.
We were very close to the magic words.
Imagine if we watched it at normal speed.
Ms. Hall, are you involved in any way with DNA processing?
No, sir.
Wait, I did that yesterday.
And so you don't know whether any of the items were processed for DNA?
I have no knowledge of where the items went after they left my department.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. You may step down.
And ladies and germs, that is it.
Wow.
That is the end of yesterday.
We made it through. Congrats to us and everybody watching. Thank you for watching with us.
Yeah, for the 121 of you that are still here. Let's close down our like and subscribe poll. We have 461 likes. One of the lowest I've ever had. One of the lowest I've ever had, but not bad. I hit the like and subscribe button. 9% of you said because it's better without finance. I'm surprised it was that low. Like and subscribe button because this trial's better sped up. I agree. And 24% of you said, but I wish it could be all be at 2x. And 44% said because I have emotional damage. So there you go.
That's a good option. That's a reasonably honest option.
Yeah.
From the trial or just like in general?
Yeah. Just from the trial. Just the trial. Yeah. I mean,
so how do you feel?
Just, oh my God. Well, let's wait, where'd they go here? Hang on. Yeah, this is what I was looking for.
Do we have some super chats to get to?
No, of course not. Okay. So what is the TLDR of yesterday's testimony beyond letting in financial crimes to make Murdaugh look like a bigger b-hole? Well, that was the first several hours. Was okay. All of this crap we've just been watching for the last week to 10 days. We get to hear it again, plus a few more weeks if you're lucky. That was the main gist. But what else have we added? We've added. There was. What have we?
Well,
added?
we had Ms. Shelly Smith, the nurse's aide, who they tried to. There's a little bit of something there, but does not seem like she's made consistent statements to law enforcement in her multiple interviews. There are some questions there. Today was quite dull, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, there was
yesterday, rather.
There was the bit you mentioned, which is he was there for 20 minutes, but he told me to say 30 or 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which is significant, I believe. I think that there's something to that I mean, I feel like a juror might stick on that, But I feel like with this trial is really a litmus test in a lot of ways. When you see the evidence, if you are very biased against Alec Murdaugh, then you will see it going against it. It's like, there's a certain podcaster who has created a podcast which is very thorough and very in-depth about the Murdaugh family history. And I will commend her for putting a lot of effort and energy into, I mean, she's released the jail cell phone calls between, him and his sons. She's gone into all the different cases that, pertain to the family. But I will admit she's very biased against the family. And she's been kind of into this case for several years. And so the problem is
the jury's not supposed to be biased, but
Yeah.
they have to know something about this family. And so you have to assume that even if they go up there and during voir dire, they are being honest. You don't know. It's possible that some of them have strong bias against the family. They might have bias against rich people. They might have heard things. You don't know. And of course, voir dire is supposed to account for all of that. But we really don't know who those jurors are, what they're thinking, what they're feeling. And I feel like it's difficult. They might actually come back with a guilty verdict, even though we don't feel that the state is going to prove its case. Because I feel like, you know, like from every lawyer that I've heard talk about this case, every lawyer has said he doesn't have it. You know, like he's not. They're not. The state is not going to be able to prove this. He's not going to be convicted. But then every layperson that I've talked to has said, "Oh, that's really interesting with his voice on the call." You know, they look at all the little details and they pick up on those things, and that sticks out for them. So, I mean, I don't know, because it's up to the jury, we could have you know, a very surprising verdict. Anyway,
mean,
that's just
we
my
could.
take. What do you think?
No, you're absolutely right. We could. You know, and that depends how much of this not prejudicial evidence comes in to prejudice the jury.
I mean, the problem is that it's like, it's not even prejudicial, it's just obnoxious. And like, I feel like these attorneys are in a competition. Like, who's going to represent their client the worst? I mean, it's like, it's just not. And I mean, the one client being the state, obviously, but it's just like they're trying to fuck everything up, and it's like,
Well,
no,
like you said,
anything you can do, I can do worse, basically.
It's like he's yelling at his own, like he's yelling at his own witnesses,
Yeah, what's up
and
with
like
that? I mean, that's,
chastising them for answering the questions he asks.
I can't keep track of the attorneys, but I don't know which one that is. I don't know, is that Waters who keeps doing that? Because I feel like Waters does that a lot.
I don't
I don't know if he's
know.
the only one, but Creighton Waters is like, I have noticed that he does yell, and I'm just like, I'm thinking, okay, this guy is like, isn't he like district attorney? Or I might be wrong on that. I feel like he's had significant trial experience, but it doesn't come through in this particular trial. I don't know why.
Because he sucks, which is weird. Like all of these people on the prosecution, and you know, the prosecution pulled out their top guns for this. The defense, he bought everyone that's not on the prosecution team. So these are the best of the best on both sides, and that's kind of scary.
It's a little sad. It's a little unfortunate. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be, you know, in a courtroom during a trial, but I imagine that if you are an attorney, you know what it's like when you realize that you're going to lose, that you're outgunned. And I feel like you have to have a good poker face for that. You have to have a way of compensating or coping, or, you know, and I feel like he's slipping. I feel like he's, you know, there are these things that like maybe he's not trying to show the jury and the whole world that he's aware that he's fucked this whole thing up, and that he's lost it for his client. But like, it was lost. Like, you know, I mean, honestly, after the opening statement, in my opinion. I don't know. How did you feel about the opening statement? Did it do anything for you?
Oh, but when the opening statements happened, I'm like, wow, the prosecution is going to kill this guy. Prosecution is just going to bury him.
Yeah.
And
it was
changed
impressive
about
at
3
first, but
days
looking
later.
back on it, you know, is it?
I haven't gone back and watched. I may have to do that. We can go back and watch it maybe one of these days. But I just remember thinking, wow, the prosecution, and that's how you should come out of an opening statement going, wow, the prosecution is going to crush it.
Mm-hmm.
And the defense has a long way to go. But again,
Right.
it took all of 2 days or 3 days until the criminologist said, yeah, it's a reasonable explanation. There was 2 shooters. Yeah.
That was kind of, do you feel like that was the moment?
Oh, yeah.
Did that seal it?
It did for me. Because their own witness said, here is a reasonable explanation. Here is a plausible situation. And they haven't done anything to prove there couldn't have been 2 shooters at this point. They haven't put on their case yet. They could still be a long way to go. But
I mean,
as of now, you have to get over that. I don't care if he's late. I don't care what he told someone to lie for him. I don't care, you know, what kind of tarp or rain gear he was wearing. You have to convince me that he was the only shooter and he shot both of those 2 guns. Because the prosecution's own witness said it's reasonable to conclude that there were 2 shooters.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's the magic. And what the hell is it? Harpootli and Andrew and I just call him Dick Poon for short.
Yeah.
Yeah, But no, he got her to say that magic word reasonable. And I thought that was masterful how he got her to say reasonable explanation.
It was almost hypnotic in a way. Like
Yeah,
he just
and
he did some voodoo and
I've already said that if I'm him, I am just going to harp on that to no end during my closing statement. That the state's own prosecution, the person in charge of collecting evidence, the person in charge of the crime scene, the criminologist, the crime scene investigator, she, under oath, said it is a reasonable explanation that there were 2 shooters. And the state's done nothing to counter that argument. And there you go.
not yet. It's you're right. I agree.
At this point, I mean, if I was the state, I would either be inclined to, if the prosecution ended today, I would be really, really hard pressed to find a reason not to stand up and say, defense rests. They just have not proven their case.
I don't
And
know what
then
other
just go
witnesses
into
I have to
argument.
call. Like who else? Do you know who else is on the list?
I don't want
I
to
haven't
scare
checked it.
you, but they had 256 witnesses on their witness list. Prosecution.
Oh God, that.
Does that make you feel?
They can't call all of them, can they? Oh Jesus Christ!
No, they can't. But they seems to have everybody in the SLED office, like all of his
everybody.
law firm people, everybody that's ever entered a bank apparently at some point.
It's like the person is like, I took the Q-tip and I put it in the baggie, and that's all I
Yeah.
know. But I'm going to sit
Yeah.
here and talk to you about it for 25 minutes, and then you could call the next witness. It's just every single. It's like they all are like in this little assembly line of I do this and you do that, and it's like I don't know anything else. I'm a
And I
really
think
low
that's-
level person.
And I think that's bad for the prosecution
Yes,
because
it
that's
is.
one thing that Harpootlian was doing early on. He's kind of stopped it now, but early on it was like when literally the swab guys like I took 2 swabs, and he's like, so did you do this? No. Did you do that? No. Did you think about this? No. Did you analyze that? No. He just got them to just, instead of them going, it's not my job, it's not my job, it's not my job. He would just get, they'd go, no. And it makes them look stupid. It makes the prosecution witness like they didn't do anything, even though it's not his job to do anything. They still made it
Seriously.
look like they were somehow negligent in some way.
I mean, even with this last witness, well, what did those reddish brown spots look like to you? They look like reddish brown spots. I mean, what do you want her to say? It was a very good answer because honestly, it's like, she's like, it's not my jurisdiction. It's not my problem. Like I can't, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if it's blood. It could be, anything really. Oh man.
Yeah,
I'm really
no,
looking forward to seeing defense's case. I'm
Yeah.
getting really tired of the prosecution. And honestly, I'm not a criminal legal person. I haven't ever worked in a criminal area of law, but I am very curious as to how you can put on a case, put on all of those witnesses, and wouldn't it be the goal for every witness to substantiate that your client is guilty with little facts here and there? I feel like all of these witnesses have done the absolute opposite. They've shown they know nothing, they can't prove it, they can't add to it, they can't show that he did it. So what is the fucking point?
They have.
What are you doing? State of
this is
South
day
Carolina,
12.
what are you doing? I'm very disappointed.
This is day 12. This is day 12 of the trial, and I have way more questions than I did when they started.
And it's
They
all
just-
these little facts swirling around that don't really connect and like, you know what I mean? It's like you're thinking about the tarp and you're thinking about, the dogs and the kennel. Like there are all of these little things that just they don't. It's like a jigsaw puzzle that like all of the pieces are a different color and it doesn't do fucking anything.
I mean, they went on early on for what, a good hour and a half about the chicken, the dead chicken.
Mm.
And all that
I might
was
have
just,
missed that discourse.
oh God, no, it went for like an hour. There was like a chicken on, next to the dog kennel.
Right,
Like,
because
are
the
you-
chicken got shot. Or no, the chicken was bitten by the dog.
That was the whole point of, and they did it over 2 days. Like the next day they went in on the chicken for about 20 minutes. And all of that was just to say that the chicken was still was there. So that put because the chicken was in the dog's mouth at the time the video was made. So what the fuck does that have to do with a murder? Nothing. And then they went off on a quail hutch, the dimensions of a quail hutch for
Oh, the
for
quail. Yeah,
for a good
the
hour.
animal enclosure. It was a quail. It's like, what does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, and
I
then
mean,
everything else has been there was no fingerprints, no residue.
no blood.
There's no blood on anything, so
Nope.
therefore he killed his wife.
It would have been a very bloody crime. He was standing, the murderer was standing 3 feet away. There was such significant force that it blew this poor bastard's brain out right out of his head, fell to his feet. You would think that there'd be a little blood somewhere on somebody that could show. I mean, how do you prove? You can't. You don't have a weapon. You have nothing. You have fuck all.
Well, and they talk about how I mean, that's part of their deal. Oh, he was under all this financial pressure, so to take the focus off of him and put it somewhere else, he offed his family. But so they're talking about this like, oh, he just in this one day he had this mental collapse, went from great loving family guy to getting rid of them. But all of these things he would have had to do to pull this off. He'd have to plan his route. He'd have to plan his time. He'd have to advance ahead of it. I'm going to go take a nap now, honey. He's going to have his change of clothes ready. He's going to have to go out and visit his mom. He has to have all of this planned, what he's going to do and how he's going to do it, how he's going to destroy all of these evidence. There's no way he could have done this in that short period of time or alone.
And in an hour to clean the tissue, like body tissue out of his hair and the blood and all of that stuff. I mean, maybe, but show me the evidence. There's no evidence. It's really problematic.
And full on Occam's razor, the simplest explanation, which is this whole thing that the prosecution is trying to weave, or he got indebted to some really bad people. He didn't pay them. They took out his family.
Who knows how many enemies that man made? I mean, we know about a lot of these cases where he just straight up fucking stole, close to what, 20 million in total? That was, I mean, that seemed like, I was like, am I reading this right? Is this inaccurate? I don't know. But that's just what was reported. That's just what he was sued over. That's just what people were aware of, or, to me, imagine what went on behind the scenes. I think you're absolutely correct. That is a very reasonable theory that somebody else who had it out for the family could have very easily taken out. I mean, because why wouldn't he kill his entire family? Why not Buster? Why did Buster get to live? And why didn't he kill himself? Maybe it's just because he's a coward. I mean, family annihilators do strike when they're under immense financial pressure, when they're about to be found out. There was a case with this guy who he was exposed for insurance fraud. He took a cyanide pill in the court and, offed himself right there in front of everybody. That happens. People do kill like their wives and their kids. That's something that I've studied in an academic setting. So it's not unreasonable, but I wish that prosecution could have brought in perhaps an expert on uxoricide or, familicide and shown, this is why we think that he might have done this. It's real, like that might have been helpful, just like to prove, their theory of like why the pressure would have done this stuff instead of, because it's all so complex, this whole family history. You can't get the jury it's too much information for them. And it's not going to lead to the reasonable conclusion. You have to show, why do people like this kill their whole families? Why might he be a person like this? Somebody who his whole world was about to collapse. His family built this empire. It makes perfect sense because a lot of men will do that. They will, commit suicide. They will kill their families. It happens. So show that with a criminologist, show that with somebody who's an expert on those kinds of cases. They haven't done anything like that. I'm just really disappointed, honestly.
Well, you're very kind if you're just disappointed. I'm tired and angry.
I mean, we are willingly watching this trial, so
for today, I'm gonna have to talk to Andrew to see if we redo this tomorrow, if we do something completely different.
Yeah, I wonder how Andrew's feeling. Because I mean, well, have you been streaming? Like just normal speed up until this point?
Up until today, yeah, I would stream the morning and Andrew would stream the afternoon.
The problem is we are kind of missing whatever's happening today. They're not off today, are they?
No, they're doing it now, which is what we would, if I was going to continue to do this, tomorrow would be the super high speed recap of what's going on right now. But it's just not viable. It's just, because then you have to watch it once through anyway while I'm at work to see what they're going to testify to and who's.
Yeah. It's a lot of watching this trial.
Yeah, I mean, there is a very, very good chance. Because I mean, this is what Andrews wanted to do all along. He just wanted to say fuck it until the defense comes on.
Yeah.
and we'd stream the defense arguments.
That's
I'm
reasonable.
like, after today, I'm about 90% there. I'm just 90% there. Like,
Hey, I'm just really glad to be along for the ride. This has been really fun. I mean, it's exciting. It's not my favorite case ever, but kind of good to cut my teeth on for, starting to stream. It's
there are so many cool cases coming up, though.
I know that there are a lot of cases.
Sarah Boone,
What are you
the
looking
suitcase
forward to?
murder. Oh, Andrew and I we're gonna do the Sarah Boone suitcase murder.
I've been obsessed with that case. I took
yeah.
so many notes. I watched her entire interview. I have a lot of thoughts on that.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, well, you're definitely welcome on my half of the stream.
Really? If
Anytime.
you guys do,
Oh, yeah.
if you do Sarah Boone, I can. Are you
we're
actually
doing
inviting
it.
me to come on? Oh my
Of
God!
course.
Thank you. I
Absolutely.
really appreciate that. The Sarah Boone case is something that is very important to me because I care a lot about violence against men and abusive relationships where men are victims, and that's a lot of the content of the things that I tweet about. It started with the Depp case, and it kind of turned into this thing, and apparently people like what I have to say, so I keep saying what comes to mind, and I'm very against misandry, and I feel like that case is one of those cases where I actually genuinely, I can share my thoughts about Sarah Boone later, but I think that her whole battered spouse defense or whatever is absolute bullshit. I think that it's an insult to the victim, and I think that and I genuinely feel like she was far more aggressive in the relationship than anybody really wants to admit to. So I have a lot of thoughts on Sarah Boone. I would love to, God damn it, I would love to fucking unpack. I'm sorry.
No,
say it.
you're welcome. No, you're welcome.
Just,
you'll be there.
Anybody who watches that video where he's in the suitcase and he's telling her, like, let me out. I mean, and she's laughing at him and mocking him. You can't watch that and think
I'll
this
tell
is a
you,
woman who's.
It was one of the most evil things I'd ever heard in my entire life, and I harped on it on when we were reviewing the interrogations on my channel here. Like, right at the end when he's doing that, help me, and she just goes, shh. That was like some shit you would see in a horror movie.
It was terrifying. It chill me to the bone. I mean,
no, just like that is like something you would literally see in a horrible horror movie where the killer is just like getting ready to kill them, and they're just like,
yeah, it's creepy.
I mean, it gives me goosebumps now. Just the way she just went.
Can I share something about Sarah Boone?
Oh, sure.
There's something that I feel like a lot of people haven't really looked into with that case, but there was an incident where, she got him arrested for DV multiple times, but he would never call the cops on her. And there was an incident where she had been, I think, kicked in the face or something like that. And they went to the police, like she went to the police about it, and it turned out that he had choke marks around his neck. And what he said was that he had kicked her in an attempt to get her to stop choking him and that she was going to kill him. He tried to save his own life. The cops could not substantiate who the aggressor was, so they didn't put either one of them in jail, and then he ended up dead, I think, a couple of months later. That's horrifying. And that speaks to this huge problem that we have systemically where male abuse victims are not believed. And women are always seen as the victims when, in fact, women are equal aggressors. And I know that's not a really popular opinion, but 50% of the time, it's very equal. It's very even. And I've read academic studies, and men just don't report. And so I feel very strongly that the victim in that case was actually being abused by this woman. And it's very uncommon for women to kill men. Men usually kill women in domestic assault cases, but this is a really important case to me. And so I would love to come on and talk to you about it. And,
you're welcome. You're welcome every day. Every day you want on, you're welcome.
That would be amazing. I would be honored, and I'm so happy to. It's been a great joy to join you. I'm just really happy to be here. LawTube is like my thing.
There's the Sarah Boone deal. Courtney Clenny is coming.
Courtney Clenny, and that's another one. I mean, with wow, that case is very intense.
And my pet project is the Wisconsin Taylor Shabusiness murder trial.
That one I haven't gotten into very much, but the name is very intriguing, and you can't get around it. Like, it's a lot.
Oh, she's going to trial March 6th. That's when the judge is adamant about starting on March 6th. It's been delayed so long.
Okay, well,
She,
that's
her and her
coming up.
boyfriend were drugged out of their minds on this amazing drug cocktail of what do they have? They started out with the marijuana, then they moved to meth, and I think they ended up with
I heard that.
Prazopan or something. Yeah, and then they start getting into
Okay.
weird kinky sex. She wraps a chain around his neck and starts choking him out, and then decides, well, I've gone this far, I may as well see what happens. Yeah, she choked him out to death. Then she went and got about 7 different knives, and he is just in his parents' basement.
Oh my God.
Choked him out. And she said she blacked out. And then when she woke up, she's like, well, I guess I'm doing this. I may as well continue. She goes upstairs into his parents' kitchen, gets like 7 different knives. Finally decides the bread knife works best for dismembering him.
Oh, fuck.
And some of the things she was telling the police were things like, gee, you'll probably never find all of his organs. And she chopped him up into little bits and put like a foot in her roommate's van. Like torso here and there. She's like kind of scattered things around. And then she decided it was time to leave. So she put both of his heads in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs and covered it with a towel and just ran away. Mother heard the door slam, went downstairs to see if her son left with her. And what's this bucket at the bottom of the stairs? Mom removed the towel and mom found her son's severed head and member in the bucket.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And then of course the police were called. The police went over to her house. It was pretty easy to figure out who the main suspect was. The police she answered the door. The police still covered in blood. Her clothes are covered in blood. She's got blood all over her hands. And they said, do you know why we're here? So it probably has to do with the warrant. And then she just proceeded to confess everything, like to the point where she was correcting the police when they were saying, well, we know you did this. Like, no, this is what I did. Using things like, do you know what it's like to love someone so much you want to kill them? And there was more to it. Like she was.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Well,
go on.
The charges, if I can remember them off the top of my head, are in the order of occurrence: murder, dismemberment, and sexual assault. In that order.
Wouldn't that be abuse of a corpse? I feel like.
Well, that was the chopping up part, but before that, she was pleasuring herself with his corpse. Well, she was playing with his corpse, then pleasuring herself, and then she removed his member before the bucket and said she was using that and play for 3 hours. And so it's a grim, and she changed her plea recently from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity.
Good luck with that. Those never go through. I mean, Jesus.
No.
Like...
Well, I mean, it's the fact that she went, oh, I guess I better hide the body parts. Sort of tells her
like
that she
a
knew
fucked
what
up
she was doing
scavenger
was
hunt. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, go. Oh my God.
Great success. Oh yes, this will be a trial, and I have been with this since day one. I've been on the ship business thing since the first time I saw the news and went, what the fuck?
Well, now it's all of our business. Thank you for the very detailed and excellent summary. I have a strong stomach, so I
Oh God!
lucky.
Well, I have a Taylor Business playlist. You can go back and look at the criminal complaint. I read the whole thing.
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
gonna
I would
reread
love
it
to watch that.
probably in the week before the trial, just to refresh everybody's memory. I got that stream got demonetized before I got a page into the thing. It was.
I can kind of see why, unfortunately.
Yeah, so there's that
all
one.
I knew was she had a funny name. There was meth involved, and he was dismembered. I knew nothing else.
Oh
That's
yeah,
pretty fucked
It
up.
is literally the most horrific, the criminal complaint that I've ever read in my life.
I can't think of a worse one, and I mean, it's kind of my hobby to read about true crime since I was like 13, and on Wikipedia unsupervised.
Yeah,
that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
So there's that one. There's Boone, Shabusiness, Clenny. Gosh, what else we got coming up?
Clenny, who stabbed him before he was killed and was like, "Have fun at the hospital."
Yeah,
on a separate occasion.
Yeah. Gosh, who else? And we got Bradley Yoon, who's a sovereign citizen guy in Illinois, that he and his girlfriend went and it's like stole a car and went and just violated a woman in her 70s and she died, and he's going all sovereign citizen, and the family is just freaked the hell out because it's just delay because the Daryl Brooks thing all over delay.
Well, I mean,
Um,
your maritime background, obviously.
Yeah, I'm still trying.
I would imagine that you have. I don't
I
know.
always think that because no, they don't. They have no idea what they're talking about.
They don't. I mean, Daryl Brooks was like, I feel like that was just, it was very like a weak ploy, you know. Like,
Yeah, he wasn't a true believer. He was
didn't
just there
really.
in prison. Someone said, "Here, read this."
Yeah, no,
He went, "Hey,
I've
that
seen
sounds
those
good."
guys. I've seen the ones that know their stuff.
Yeah, this Bradley Yoon guy that's coming up, he's a true believer. He's a true sovereign citizen, and he's just
So
making life
he knows.
hell for the family.
He knows
And
all the
there's
stuff.
a few other things coming up. It's almost 4 o'clock here in the morning, so it's time to wrap this up so I can wake up in 4 hours and go to work. Jillian Ann has just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Wow, that was very kind of you.
Lovely.
Thank you so much, Jillian Ann. And we did have one more super chat from Flux. I forgot to tell the story of the time I put someone in a duffel bag. I'm excited for Sarah, but oh yeah, you got to tell me that story, Flux.
I hope that you left like enough room for them to put their,
Yeah.
you know, get the
Yeah.
zipper undone. Jesus.
Yeah. And if you did, make sure you get the finger sticking out on video.
That was
Not
her
just
whole time.
talking
She
about
was,
it.
she was, she was like, no, there was like a little bit right there, and it was unintentional. It was unintentional,
Yeah.
lady.
Ugh. Well,
What a case.
Chandler Remington, go visit her Twitter and make sure you subscribe to her Twitter feed. It is
Thanks
Remy,
for the plug.
REMY CHR? CRH?
CRH.
REMYCRH. Go there. Make sure you're subscribed and follow. Based, solid woman, doing some cool stuff.
Oh,
and
thank
she's
you.
definitely going to be back if you so desire for anything.
I would love to come back on. Thank you so much, Jeff. Legal Vices. It has been a pleasure. I have so appreciated this. Thank you for having me on.
And Pitt Staffio keeps mentioning Florida versus Lorenzo. They're apparently the guy that was the convicted murderer wants the death penalty. I know nothing about that case. I've never even heard about this until you just mentioned it. So
Have to look into that one too.
I just do not know. But again, thank you so much for being here, Chandler.
Thank you for having me.
And like the 100 of you that stuck around, thank you guys for being here. We'll see. I mean, I saw that Kurt didn't stream this today. Everybody's giving up on this trial. It's just that horrific. So I don't know what we'll do. I'll talk to Andrew and I'll post something up later.
All right. Well, we'll talk.
I just might even take a night off just to go. Let me have a life. I don't know.
I get it.
I'm demoralized at this point. This is just such a nothing shit case. Oh God, it's such a horrible case.
It's bad, but it's better to suffer together. Misery loves company, right?
Yeah, if we're gonna suffer, may as well do it together. Thank you so much, mods. You guys worked hard and you stuck around through this bullshit. Thanks for doing that.
Thank
chat.
you, mods.
I have a great chat. Best chat ever. Subscribe, hit the like button, do all that stuff, and make sure you go to Remy REMYCRH on Twitter. And that's where you want to go, and that's where you want to be with. Sign up. And I don't even have anything pithy to say on the way out. Just I'm gonna go to sleep. Bye, everybody. I'll let you know what's happening tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.